Good evening, race fans, and a very warm welcome to you here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit for a very special endurance evening of racing. My name is Webbo, here to join you tonight for this 6 hours of Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, the Masters of Endurance, brought to you obviously by ZIRA Esport. And joining me in the commentary box, we have Marco. Good evening, Marco.
Good evening, Weber. I'm excited to commentate this fantastic race, alongside you.
Absolutely, yeah. We can't wait to get underway, and we'll obviously do all the chat around the teams being represented, the format, and everything. But we don't want to waste any precious time right now. We also, in the commentary box, we will have joining us occasionally, and particularly in Hungarian, we will have Balas. So Balas, do introduce yourself and a few words for our Hungarian audience.
Hey everyone, I welcome all viewers now, and I'm really excited for this 6 hours. I'm gonna be do the Hungarian interviews for the Hungarian drivers. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting and have fun for everyone.
Fantastic stuff. So, like I say, we are here for the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. So, it won't be quite as difficult as the Nordschleife, but it's still full of twists and turns and challenges and some really big character, uh, very special and unique character to this race circuit. Then we have for you, it's going to be a 6 hour endurance race, but due to the limitations on lobbies and stability, we'll be splitting that up into three lots of 2 hour races. And we'll talk you through the format. We're going to get underway with qualifying pretty soon, and then we will go into all the details about what we're going to be doing today. But here is the track. It is in, of course, the town of Nürburg in Germany. It is 3.199 miles, which is likely to be just over 5 kilometers in length, if I remember correctly. And some historic turns, such as the Castrol S down at the hairpin, the first part of the circuit, the Ford curve, the Dunlop curve, the Cumho into the bit curve, and then, of course, the V Dol chicane with the final turn, the Coca-Cola curve. And welcome to everyone who is watching us live online tonight. Do say hello if you haven't already, and do make sure that you are tuning in and you are managing to contribute to the broadcast tonight. We will try and watch you and notice you whenever we possibly can. Good evening to Hori, to Haber Racing Team, to Awiyub, who is going to be commentating later on tonight, and to Martilied, who says best of luck to everybody racing tonight. Here then, Marco, the first of our teams being represented tonight. Perhaps you'll take us through this particular one.
TX3, then we have ERS with two cars actually, both of them being Mercedes. They're very fast guys, just like TX3. And ERS is notorious for having just a only Polish lineup. Then we have PRiMA with two French drivers and the World Tour driver Mateo Estever. And I think they're gonna be in shot for the victory, just like Distinct, another very good team with three very good drivers. I'm with Mahata, one of my best friends, and we have MSRT, the all Portuguese team with Pedro Ferreira, who competed in the semi-pro division of the Zero Evolution Championship. And also a Haba Racing team, all Hungarian lineup, with Peter Kiss being the semi-pro champion in ZEC earlier this season. Then we also have Acta Esports Racing team with a few drivers that we have seen in the ZEC, especially in the pro section with Kolos Druski. Then we have Online Hungary with Mate Mihalides, the pro champion in the Zero Evolution Championship, and Marta and David Payor, who are also very strong drivers. We have Live for Esport Hungary with more strong drivers such as Pengt, Kiss, and Horvat. With Kiss being in the having competed in the semi-pro division of the Zero Evolution Championship. Then we have Gran Hobby Hungary with Gabor Horvat, Antal Jakab, and Marcel Stoci, the latter of which had a very strong season in the semi-pro division of the ZEC. We have our team, the ZIRA Esports team with Matemasa, Bertan Choki, and Adam Shalda. All three very strong drivers who could fight for the victory along with Dissing TX3 and PRiMA. And those were all the teams.
Absolutely, they're fantastic, fantastic schedule here for you. So tonight we will be starting qualifying any minute now, followed by the race starts at 1800 CET 2010 and 21:20 overall. Here is our wall of champions. We mentioned various different honor rolls that the various drivers have been able to achieve, and here we have just some of the tremendous achievements by these drivers represented tonight. We do have a couple of drivers who go by the surname Kiss, so that's going to be interesting. We have Pajors on both on the same team though, making it a little bit easier for us. And you can see, as Marco mentioned, Mateo Estever is the champion of the pro class, and on towards the middle top right there on the screen, and you can see the various achievements by our drivers. So, as I say, in terms of the qualifying session, as we are about to get underway with that, it is 20 minutes long. You are slipstreaming is forbidden. We have you're not allowed to use the jump to pits through the pause button, and you can use the soft, the intermediate, or the heavy wet. So I fully expect that the soft tire will be the predominant tire in this particular session coming up. Race control, there you can see, we'll give a good shout out to race control Gyuka, who is going to be making sure that everybody stays within the rules. We'll be doing 180 laps in total, plus the initial formation lap, and fans of the channel will, of course, be familiar with our safety car start procedure. So 60 laps per stint. You've got to spend 1/4 of the race on medium tires. You've got to spend 1/4 of the race on the hard tire. And the formation lap is not counted. So we are looking at a total of 15 laps minimum on the two, perhaps less favoured tyre of the hard and the medium. But of course, we will be throwing in a little bit of a curveball when it comes to custom weather as well. We're not forecast any rain, but you never really know. So it could change up on us. And if for fans of tyre wear and fuel usage, you can see, we will let you know that we are on ×4 tyre wear and ×2 fuel usage. So 40 litres in qualifying, 100 litres in the race trim. And Marco, I know we've seen quite a few Mercedes here, but how do you see the particular car models comparing over an endurance kind of distance?
What? Oh, uh,
Or are we actually all racing Mercedes today?
yeah,
I can't
yeah,
quite see.
exactly.
I think we might be.
Yeah, yeah,
So
it's
there
an
should
all.
be no difference.
Yeah, it's just one big Mercedes race. Yeah, but yeah, I,
So
I
it's
I do think that a Mercedes will win the race.
excellent.
Yeah,
So strong, bold prediction to start with is that Mercedes will win. So I led that one. Fantastic. Well, the Mercedes should be able to perform well around the Nürburgring. It is one of their
yeah.
home circuits, of course. But they are a really interesting kind of car to handle. Quite front heavy, but a really interesting fact about the Mercedes GT3s is that they are technically a mid-engine car because of that long bonnet. The bulk of the engine weight is actually behind the front axle. So for the whilst the bonnet is incredibly long in comparison to many GT3 cars, you actually have a fantastic balance within the vehicle. How do you like the Mercedes, Marco? How do you or do you really not enjoy it?
I've driven it quite a lot, like relatively speaking, and I think it's a pretty fun car to drive. Like it's perfectly balanced, as you said, like
Yeah.
the engine in the front, and you have traction in the rear. Like it's it's hard to spin this car around, so I honestly think it's like a good introduction to Group 3 machinery in Gran Turismo. And it's overall a enjoyable car to drive. Like there aren't any flaws apart from the fact that it's not the meta Group 3, but it's a pretty fun car to drive.
And do you think there'll be a great deal of a difference in terms of the driver setup and how the cars are going to be behaving over the course of a 20-lap stint?
Yeah. I mean, it's all gonna come down to how the drivers will negotiate their race situation. But we all know that everyone here is like very very talented, so it's gonna be fun seeing all of these talented drivers trying to uh be the fastest over 6 hours.
Definitely, and of course, teamwork is going to be a big feature of this evening's racing. The drivers will be qualifying now. Whether they will decide to put, I'm not quite sure. We'll have to ask Ballas this. But if every driver has to do a lap, or are they just able to put their first stint or their fastest driver into qualifying? But quite often you'll get a requirement for every driver to make a stab at a lap. But I think my feeling here is that they will have to use their first stint driver here for the stability of the lobby changeover into the race.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fair opinion to have, and of course you want to start from the best position possible. So of course you will get your fastest driver in qualifying. So and for the first stint, hopefully. Yeah, we can see Mateo Estever, the World Tour driver, uh, uh, who's driving for PRiMA. Oh, oops. There we go.
Yeah, we just have some technical things here on our end, but the stream has not been interrupted, thankfully. So, as you
Yeah.
say, the driver listed as Hypers. What do you know of him and how you expect him to go today?
I know that Esteves is a very, very fast driver who, if I remember correctly, won the manufacturer's World Tour earlier this year, and has qualified for a World Tour even uh, last year, I think. But he got his breakthrough this year, and I honestly think that he will be uh, a massive like threat to Distinct and TX3. I see the Blister teams as the big three to beat for this race, but I think Esteves may have something more uh compared to TX3 or Distinct. But I don't know, we're gonna see. Oh,
Absolutely. Well, he is on his Discord profile. He does have 2023 Gran Turismo World Champion, so that would have to make him a strong favourite. Although in qualifying so far he's in 8th position, but obviously just getting the car warmed up and prepared and ready to go. As is Dede here on track at the moment. He's just getting himself organised. So Choke for ZIRA is well known to the channel, and he is going to take us into his first major lap at the moment. So we're looking forward to seeing how all of our regular drivers here compete against some of our special guests tonight over the course and racing course for the ZIRA Esport car. And then we have Mate for Race Online Hungary here
he won.
in the number 14. Go ahead, Marco.
Yeah, he won on this track a few weeks ago. It was the last round of the pro division of the Zero Evolution Championship. He dominated that race, so he he's gonna carry a lot of valuable experience going into this qualifying session and race.
Pretty nice looking livery as well in this bronze, all bronze with white advertising on it. We'll get a real good close-up of all the different liveries today. Special liveries for this Masters of Endurance special event. It's pink. It's pink and orange with some strikes across it with a black base. This is a pretty nice one here as well. This is Max Ranch, who is able to take the Actor Esports Racing Team car 384. It's Hodruski actually in the car, but we've got our gamer tags on the screen here, so we're gonna have a little bit of decoding. So I'll try and make sure that I at least call when I'm referring to the drivers. I'll call based on who their gamer tag is written at the moment, and I'll try and decode it because it's a little bit difficult for new viewers to follow if I'm talking about a driver whose name is not on the screen. Here is Michalides, to those of you who know him better, and taking us through a lap. Then Marco, perhaps now we're on board, you can talk us through some of the challenges here.
Yeah, turn 3, which is like this corner, is like pretty damn hard to execute because you have to really sacrifice the whole corner just to get the exit, because you want to be as straight as possible going down to turn 5, because you really want to carry as much speed as you can through that section. And then after turn 5 and 6, you go down to this hairpin, which is double apex hairpin. It's pretty hard to get right, but you need to maximize it because you have a pretty long fast section ahead, which starts with the Schumacher S, which are these 2 corners, which are pretty damn hard, and then you come to this 90-degree corner, which is actually pretty fast, and then there's this corner, which you have to really sacrifice the entry just to get a good exit. But there isn't a lot of space between those 2 corners, so you really have to be careful with the inputs, because there's another good section, and then you come down to this chicane, which is very tricky to get right, along with the bollards that can slow your car down quite easily. And there is the last corner, which you have to get a late apex just to get a good exit. But this seemed like a pretty good lap, pretty good bank lap for Michalides, who of course is on provisional pole at the moment with 53.6. Max Range had a penalty, so his lap was invalidated. ERS Bedzi currently second. Our Darkrai gets up to second. Dedek Zlatan just behind. Let's see the other drivers. Hypers 54.8. Seems like some drivers just had a pretty bad banker lap. Oh,
Yeah,
what's going on?
it does. It is a tricky circuit. Lots of challenges. Some of these curbs are really hard to get right. Some of them you just cannot turn. You cannot touch on the apex. Some you can abuse fully, but it's just about being focused, knowing exactly where you are on the track and how and where it is best to really track where the drivers are going and where your grip is limited, where the track limits abuse can leave you with a penalty to pay. And of course, in race trim, in qualifying, those laps just get invalidated. But in race trim, you get the dreaded slowdown instruction. And you can see really nicely handled exit curb right out of the turn 8 Dunlop curve, the double right-hand hairpin. And we may see some overtaking into there. It's not a hugely high speed or high braking zone, but crucially, you can have multiple lines into the corner, and that will help just to generate those overtaking opportunities. It's quite a tight and twisty track, though, Marco. And I think when drivers are lapping other drivers in this endurance setup, then we're going to see some big challenges.
Yeah, because this track is like, despite its length, which is like 5 kilometers, it's pretty hard to overtake, because the corners are like around mid speed to low speed, and the straights aren't like that long, so to set up an overtake, it's a bit of a challenge, and to lap someone, you lose a lot of time if the lap car isn't very cooperative because of the nature of this track.
Yeah. So as things stand, we have had 6 and a third minutes. That's so it's Race of Hungary in first position. It's TX3, Dede in second, followed by then ERS in third position with Bazzi. Then is Distinct with Dakrai, with Hypers in fifth position as things stand. Max Range, Ghost, and Sunes round out the top 8. Fastest lap then a 1:53.653 after those crucial first laps. But what kind of advantage do we think the drivers will generate? Not necessarily pushing these soft tyres too hard in this first lap and being able to bring them into temperature. Will we see increased times just as a result of being a little bit more careful on that first lap? We will have to wait and see. Aweeb says, unfortunately, he can't hear any game sound on the Twitch channel, so I know I can't hear any, but that's not entirely unusual. We might be able to get some game sound, though, by the time we get racing.
Yeah, hopefully we get that sorted. But we know that our live stream director, Tuska is doing a great job at managing the live stream. So yeah, we'll just wait until we get some game audio.
Absolutely. Hopefully we'll get you some of those glorious Mercedes engine sounds going. Good evening to ToyBXB, who says good afternoon. Actually, Kazabri says it can be heard, but really quietly. Now we've just increased it, and Aweeb is happy. He can hear it just fine. So just get a little bit closer to your device if you're not on headphones, and it's all looking good now. So fantastic stuff to hear that you've got some game noise. Here we are on board then with Hypers, heading into turn. Oh, let me get this exactly right. Turn 3, 4, 5 kind of situation. Yeah, absolutely.
Going into 5. Yeah,
and then we're heading down towards that turn 6, sort of right angle, open right angle left before hitting the Ford curve, which is like a mini version, Marco, of what you're about to experience in turn 8.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, turn 8 is an extended hairpin, really. Like, it's a little hairpin that can be frustrating if you don't have patience, and we see that from Hypers, who spins on exit, trying to get the power down as early as he can. That's a costly mistake from the Argentinian driver. Oof. Yeah, now you see a replay of it.
Absolutely. We're pushing our Gran Turismo world champion pretty hard here in qualifying. An easy mistake to make though, Marco.
Yeah, because it's pretty hard to pinpoint the earliest point you can accelerate, given how many lines you can take through there. And yeah, it's a pretty easy mistake to do, and I don't blame Hypers because he was like pushing a lot, and it's nice to see like him and everyone else like pushing to get the best out of their cars, but just a tough mistake from the Argentinian driver. But he has 10 minutes to improve on his current time, so I'm sure that he'll use those 10 minutes to good use.
For sure. Well, Darkray's gone into second place. He's closed in to within 1.5 tenths of a second over the course of this 5-kilometer racetrack. We ride with him at the moment. I'm tempted to say that the Distinct team have updated their livery a little bit. They always make beautiful cars, Marco, but this year they've added a little bit of white on the tail and some new sort of markings underneath that fantastic color scheme.
Yeah, they did update the livery a few months ago. Like, they completely update their way of doing liveries, and I must say that it looks really, really beautiful. It looks fantastic. It looks more detailed than the previous generation of liveries that they had in Gran Turismo 7, and it fits the Mercedes pretty well, I must say.
Yeah, I'm loving the white shut line details, little outlines there, looking really, really cool. Someone has spent a great deal of time layering various livery elements on top to try and get there. Here he goes then into the Schumacher, the Vidal chicane. Schumacher did have a hand in designing it, but it's not his. And that there is an important feature on your left as we go into the pits, Marco, is as a bit of a novice driver myself, that pit lane, that pit wall right on the curb between the pit lane and the racetrack, I find really, really scary every time I go past it. I don't know about you. I really hate that thing.
Yeah, it's a feature that's also on the Hungaroring on the last corner.
Right.
It is pretty scary on hindsight, but like if you get the hang of it of like the corner, you can just like come closer, but you can just not hit it. It's actually hard to hit that wall. Like you have to commit to the corner like really early to hit it. But in reality, it's just a harmless little wall that will just do no harm. It's actually
That must be my problem. I must be too good, and
No.
and it's I'm just too committed in the corner, Marco. That's why I always go wrong.
Yeah, you can use that wall as a reference to accelerate after you passed it.
I'm sure everyone is screaming from home and going, if you hit that wall, you're nowhere near the racing line, Webber. What on earth are you doing? I'm like, yeah, I never make any claim. We've got weather for stint 1 to be announced. So let's have a look. What is the weather for stint 1 to be announced? We are expecting things to be fairly dry but changeable. So some just overcast here, Marco, with maybe the odd bit of sun, but we're not expecting any rain on the radar, it seems.
Yeah, so it just seems like that the drivers can just not worry about the rain and can just like do their own thing for stint 1. But I want to go back to a thing that you said before about the desync livery. I worked with the livery designer. Like I didn't like do a livery, but I talked to him, and he's a pretty awesome guy. He's a Brit just like you, and he's a pretty talented guy making liveries. But yeah, 6 minutes until the end of qualifying, and we're now seeing the ZIRA driver, Bertalan Chaknai, who is currently P10, just 2.5 seconds off the pole time. And if I'm not wrong, he's currently improving on his time. As he comes out the last corner.
Coming out of the final corner.
Yeah. And he improves.
Stretching to the line, that's a 54.5. It's looking good for him. So now just within 1 second, but he'll be hoping to get a lot closer than that in race pace if he can. And we go down to Bezzy for ERS team, and we have one of the ERS members, Matthew, here on the stream in the chat, and he's cheering him on. This is, I think you were saying, ERS Elite Racing Squad are entering 2 teams today. Bezzy is in Team 1, the number 45, and they are all Polish drivers. He will be sharing his car with Piopa and with Bobo Vita, or Pavlev, Skik and Strelecki. This is Novak in the car at the moment, but we'll call him Bezzy, as that's the name that's on the screen. Lexus Enjoyer is here as well. I forgot to mention Lexus Enjoyer is watching along.
It's me. I'm just saying hi to the people in the chat.
Awesome. I'll try and remember that. So you like to go by many different names and sometimes just symbols, Marco. So
yeah, I'm just sneaky.
That's it. Yeah. So it's Micha Mate for Race of Hungary, Distinct Darkrai in second, and TX3 Steady, who is here in 3rd position at the moment. But Bezzy is hot on their heels, trying to break into the provisional top 3 for qualifying, certainly on the 2nd row at the moment. You can see already the pickup on the exit of the final corner. We won't be going side by side through there, and he gets to within 0.6 of a second, but he doesn't improve. Very close there overall. Good evening to Petit Petiat for TX3 as well. No surprises for guessing who TX3 Petit Petiat is here to support. But then we have, as I say, one of the Elite Racing Team drivers, the Elite Racing Squad, number 45. This is the second car, the number 96, driven by, at the moment, Ghost 66, who will be sharing with Zipox and Mazak. Look forward to that. Petit Petiat saying, I will win tonight. Fantastic stuff. And we also, earlier on, we saw the Margem Soul Racing Team, MSRT. They are the all Portuguese driving team as well. So we do have a good mix of nationalities, but shame for me, no British drivers today. We have an American, we have an Argentinian, some Frenchmen, we have plenty of Hungarian and Polish drivers, of course, as you would come to expect on the channel. But we do have a good mix here, some Croatians as well. Marco, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, we got a very nice international grid up here. But yeah, we got no British, no Italian drivers, no German drivers. But it doesn't matter, because as long as the drivers are good, then it's not a problem.
The only problem we have with lots and lots of Eastern European drivers is this British person in the commentary box having to pronounce everybody's names, because I struggle really badly. I commentate for a Ukrainian channel as well, and I have to give it my best shot, but man alive, sometimes those names really tricky to manage. Ghost then is also struggling to manage his journeys through the Vidal chicane. He's into the final corner now. We shall see as we get into the last 2 minutes. Can we get up the order at all? No improvement still. 1.5 seconds away, and not as good as his personal best. Next up then, the striking livery of Mihai Mate, who is in P1 at the moment. Kind of a bronze base, but we do have a different bronze, all bronze car, so don't get too confused with that. But there's plenty of stickers on this car as we head towards the line. This is Pence in the L4OH team, live for Esport Hungary, and in 11th place, some distance away still from their fastest lap. We are on soft tyres, new soft tyres, just bringing them into operating temperatures, presumably about to really go for it in the final lap here. 19 minutes and 10 seconds have elapsed. These are the deciding laps then. This is Haber Racing Team, the all Hungarian group of Haber first, who is about to finish out his lap, heading down. Sorry, not finish. He's actually just started the lap. Yeah, it put in a pretty slow out lap, 2:06, and then we'll see where he can come through. You can see on the track map all the cars out and trying to qualify. So we go over to Darkrai, and can he get himself any further up? Looks like Mihai Mate managed to get faster, but the American Darkrai goes faster by 27 thousandths of a second with just a few seconds left on the clock. Can Mihai Mate answer that? That was quite special, Marco.
No, he cannot answer that. He crossed the line way too late and is not able to answer Darkrai's lap. But can Dede manage to sneak his way to the front row of the grid as he comes out the last corner? Hypers manages to improve, but gets up to fourth. Dede was out of fuel. Dede is out of fuel, so that could actually strengthen Darkrai's chances of actually getting pole. And
so Shockade 6th I saw at the moment. There was a penalty being applied to the driver going across the line. This is Pence down in 11th, does not improve. Darkrai though was a real dark horse through our qualifying session, hovering around second and third positions, but stealing pole right at the end. We'll wait for Sunes to confirm, but it looks like it's going to be distinct on top here. And perhaps the biggest surprise is to see Hypers in 4th place, our Gran Turismo world champion in our driving group today, in 4th place only in qualifying. This is endurance racing though. not all is lost. This is really just bragging rights, but Darkrai with the pole position. What a lap, a 153.344. Congratulations to the Distinct team. What a fantastic lap right at the end. Really, a big surprise. He never seemed to be very close. I think he got within a tenth and a half. And then Mihai Mate stretched away to almost 0.3 of a second before Darkrai on the final lap stole it right at the death.
Yeah, that was a pretty good lap from Darkrai. Like he waited until the last second just to get pole. That was beautifully calculated and amazing by the Desync driver. Who will start from pole for this race ahead of the ZEC Pro Champion Mihai Mate. What an amazing qualifying session! What an amazing lap from Darkrai.
Absolutely, but that only sets the grid for our first race of the 3 tonight. So don't forget that qualifying only sets the grid here for the first stint, the first 60 lap race plus 1 formation lap. Here is your qualifying positions. So you will start with Darkrai for Distinct in first position, Race of Hungary's Mihai Mate in second place, TX3's Dede is in third place. Next up, we have Hypers, who is racing for the PRiMA Esports team, and he is in fourth position. A Bezzy for ERS is in fifth, with ZIRA Choke is in sixth place. Then Max Range for ACTA, Ghost for ERS in eighth position. And we run through the rest of the order. Then Sunes is in ninth place. MSRT's Vigarius is in 10th. And then we have Pence and Harbour, the 11th and 12th position drivers, ready to start this first stint of the race. And this first stint will set the grid and the starting order for the second stint. We'll be going for a formation lap start as usual here on the channel. So we'll wait for our safety car driver to run forward. Let's wait and see as the driver's just easing away here. I think we're not going to do a safety car. I think we're going to just have a managed rolling start by our pole sitter, and that is Darkrai will be on single file to start, and then we'll get the order to go side by side from our race controller, and then Darkrai will have the right to go on the final straight at a time of his choosing, and we will be underway. What a surprising qualifying session we had, setting up a really interesting race. Remember, throughout this entire evening of racing, this entire 6 hours, 25% of the race has to be completed on each of the less favored tyre. The two slower tyres, the medium and the hard. So it's going to be really interesting, Marco. I expect most teams will start on the top tyre and then see where they get into in the race, how they make a strategic call based on where they currently are in the race throughout the rest of the first stint. Do you see it that way yourself?
Yeah, I could actually see teams putting the soft tires at the start just to like pull away from anyone, and then they can like think about putting the mediums and the hard tires when they're in a safer situation. But yeah, I just think that at least in the first part of this stint, the teams are just gonna try to pull away from the cars behind.
But we'll try and get you full information on the screen as and when it matters. But of course, with various team engineers watching online on the stream for information, they may well decide to keep that information private for the majority of the race, at least. We don't want to give too much of a strategic gamble away, but we're going to give you a good balance of information for everybody watching as we get a good 360 view of all of our drivers. We're about to get the double file indication here from race control as well, and you can see there's the slow down markers going down towards Hatzenbecksburg and the turn 13, just slight right kink. I saw you said the 6 hours of diet green hell. I think we could perhaps call the Nürburgring Grand Prix the green heck. which is not
The
quite as
green
strong
tech.
as the green. As the green hill. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, I do agree with that.
So
But
we'll be
6
taking
hours
on the
last
green
night.
hex shortly. We've got the start coming up. We'll have double file instruction as they come through to start the first proper lap. You can see we have 1 lap elapsed out of the 61, so we will have 60 full laps ready for you as they go dual file. We've got Distinct in the lead. We've got TX3 in directly behind with Race of Hungary alongside with Dede versus Darkrai down into the first tight hairpin. We've got the green light. It's time to go racing, and it looks like is that Mihai Mate just tucking in as Dede goes alongside. Darkrai defends to the outside, which is a pretty good position to be in if you don't close the apex off too much, because it brings you to the inside of turn 2 as running wide. One of the back markers has gone into the runoff area, and one of the cones has already gone begging. We'll try and keep a count of cone hits. It's Sunes who ran wide in the pink BWT car, but right at the front, Darkrai is holding on, Marco.
Yeah, Darkrai had a pretty good start, and then he also managed to get a good start, jumping up to P2 and on the back of the American Distinct driver. And meanwhile, Hypers has had not the greatest starts, falling back to P6, unfortunately. But overall, a clean start with no incidents apart from that cone getting hit.
Absolutely, the drivers had a mandatory briefing before the session, and I think they're probably spoken to quite sternly by the stewards to make sure that they behave themselves on lap 1. We definitely want lots of movement within the race. As ERS Matthew says, Haber up from the back into 5th position is a great shout on that one. So and getting past our 2023 world champion Hypers. But out at the front by half a second almost is Darkrai, already getting settled into a rhythm here. But he and Dede are starting to gap the field, Marco. That's a pretty big gap already developing between the front 2 and the rest.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big gap, relatively speaking, for lap 1, but it's what you want at the start of a race. And as you see, the lap 1, turn 1, with many drivers like doing door banging and passing others, but that gap is ideally what you want at the start of any race, not just an endurance, but even a sprint race, just so you can get some breathing space as early as you can, just so you don't have to worry about it as much as you would. Hopper's in the pits.
That's an interesting situation there for Sunes. Hyper's in the pits. I wonder what that is all about. Is that putting on one of the lesser favoured tyres?
Damage.
He's run the hard tire. That was front splitter damage being repaired, as you rightly call out. He's put the hard tyres on now, but it might be just explaining Sunes' bad start through the first corner. He also is on the hard tyres, so it could explain cold hard tyres down into the first hairpin. Could well have outbraked himself, and now Hypers has gone for the mother of all undercuts here, Marco, and has put the hard tyres on.
Yeah, I think he's just getting the hard tires out the way, but as you can see, Betty is on the mediums, so it's not everyone who was on soft tires. There's lap 1 actually, not lap 2. I mean lap 1 of racing, but lap 2 from the lobby.
Yeah.
But we can quite see how Estever's got his front damage.
We'll be looking for that. We'll be looking for that information. But here is how that was Haber with a fantastic positioning of the car to get through. This though looks to be P3. Looking back over the rear wing behind here as Mihalidis making a surprisingly slow start here away from the grid, but I'm sure will be getting himself ready. Here is Bezzy. He's staying with Mihalidis, and Bezzy is on the medium tyres. I'll be interested to see what tyre the front 3 are on as well when we get there. But Bezzy chasing down Mihalidis for ERS, Mihalidis racing for Race Online Hungary. So it is it's definitely the chase is on here, Elite Racing squad fielding 2 different teams to date. As Matthew says, if the PRiMA car had damage on the front, then surely another car has got damage on the rear. Well, unless he hit a barrier, which would be very, very uncharacteristic as a best in the field sector 1 for Dede. So Dede is moving forward and driving very quickly at this stage. Fastest car on track right now, TX3's Dede.
Yeah, but who knows? Maybe I mean, Estever surely did not hit the wall. Otherwise, there would have been a much bigger time loss. So yeah, I think someone may have damage at the rear of their car, but no one else has pitted. So maybe they're just like living with it.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a dinked diffuser or exhaust outlet. Someone's just been out on the grass slightly. I think that was Vigarius there for MSRT, just ahead of Ghost. Ghost has sniffing danger here and having a look down the inside as Vigarius goes a little bit wide. Doubles the issue there, went wide and then had dirty tires going into the left-hander, and Ghost didn't need a second invitation, screams past for ERS and up to 7th position. That'll keep Matthew happy in the chat as well, as who's watching on for the ERS team. Don't worry about the fuel notification that pops up on screen from time to time. It's a known bug. We'll look at the fuel gauge instead. No one should be low on fuel just now, Marco.
Yeah, it would be very strange for people to be low on fuel after just 4 laps. But I also noticed that Ghost has a penalty. I know it will not mean much because he just gapped like Vigarius by a lot, but might as well just point out that some drivers are already getting penalties this early in the stage, and we see Pinks going very wide and getting passed by Max Range, and another cone got hit at the exit of turn 1. Seems like those cones.
That was one of the only ways back in the day when I used to race Gran Turismo 3, and there used to be huge, long endurance races. The only way I could keep myself interested was to see how far down a racetrack I could knock the same cone lap after lap after lap. I used to try and get a cone all the way around the track if I could, just by hitting it and staying on track. But I love those. I love the fact that the cones move in Gran Turismo. It keeps you interested over super long races. This is max range then for ACTA in 9th position. I must just call out. Look, Pence seems to be doing a good job at this stage, although it looks like the car is a bit of a handful. Some of these back markers at the moment, though, running on the hard tyre. There you can see Michalides is on the medium tyre, so no tyre advantage here for Bezzy, who is staying with our ZIRA Esports top tier champion.
Yeah, but so yeah, now we can see like the paths. Like first 2 are the fastest on soft, then 3rd and 4th are the fastest on mediums right now. But Bezzy's doing a pretty good job. Like Michalides is another slow driver. He's actually really fast driver. So I'm sure Matthew's gonna be really happy seeing that Bezzy is hanging at the back of Michalides, even like this close after so many laps. So
he's actually in striking distance here, down into their hairpin. There was a possibility of a look here. I know you spent a lot of time through this last season, Marco, racing with Michalides. Where do you think that Bezzy can look to strike? And do you expect that Michalides is just bringing these tires in gently and trying to run the whole fuel load over this one set of tires, perhaps? What's going on?
From what I can see, like from Bezzy's inputs, I think he's saving like fuel. So I don't know. I honestly don't think he's gonna go for an overtake. But if he feels that he is faster than Michalides, then maybe he can go for an overtake. But since it's a very long endurance, I don't think Michalides will fight hard if Bezzy wants to overtake him. But from my personal experience in shorter races, Michalides is a pretty hard guy to pass.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think that Bezzy will try to overtake him, at least in this stage of the race, because I think he's just trying to minimize time loss and maybe just that if he feels like he's getting hold up, then maybe he'll try to go for an overtake. But I don't think people will be wanting to fight a lot this early in the race, as it wouldn't be beneficial.
Certainly seems to be applying the pressure, doesn't he? He's applying a lot of pressure here to Michailidis, who is
Yeah.
kicking up a fair amount of dirt, it has to be said, running either slightly too wide on entry or too wide on exit through the corners. It's interesting to see then how our reigning champion will handle this pressure and what his plan is here. Whether he starts to worry that after only 6 total laps, he's some 8 seconds away from the leaders. Now, I know there's a tyre difference, but isn't that a little bit too much? And he needs to bring that in and not let that gap grow too far.
No, the gap between tires is actually like pretty big in Gran Turismo. So like just the difference between soft and mediums is pretty big overall lap. It's more than a second. So I think
Yeah.
Michailidis is doing a pretty good job at handling his responsibility of driving on the medium tires. So he's not under driving the car. He's actually driving the car to its limits on the mediums. So yeah, right now we're gonna see some interesting stuff going on with Ghost at the back of Chucky, and Ghost seems to have the edge over Chucky, and he seems pretty aggressive. So grab your popcorn and sit down and enjoy this battle.
Absolutely, Chucky moving around in the apex area of the Dunlop curve on turn 8. Gavin joins us to say we're so unlucky. It's going to be a difficult race for the PRiMA team with that issue. As, yeah, we haven't actually seen what caused the issue. As now Ghost goes for the move down the inside of an unusual place to pass the Kumho curve, turn 11, and gets the job done. Very smoothly done as he comes bend through the bit curve. He's got a full and clean overtake complete, and he's got a nice clear track in front of him. That was pretty handy. Talk us through this one, Marco.
Yeah, but it was a pretty nice move from the ERS driver. Like he tucks him behind after he sees the bad exit from Chucky, moves to the inside, and job done. They're pretty clean and cut and dry move down there, and congratulations for the ERS driver for getting up to 6th.
Yeah, good move. 27 seconds away from the lead. He's on the medium tyres, which is the same as Michailidis and Bezzi in 3rd and 4th. I'm not quite sure on Haber's car. I think that was a medium, but we'll see when we get to him. But it looks like some of these strategies at the moment. The idea is to take the pain of one of the slower tyres at in the earliest opportunity through this race. Now, what you could do potentially here is you could actually split this first stint into 2, and you could run your minimum 15 laps on both of the bad tyres, get them completely out of the way, Marco, and then have soft tyres through to the finish. If you wanted to, you could run the whole of the rest of the night's racing on soft tyres, if you so wish to, and just get all that pain out of the way. The way that we reset the grids after each set of 60 laps, that could actually prove pretty useful.
Yeah, it would prove useful actually, because as you said, you get the Zora towers out of the way as early as you can, and then you can use the soft since at the end of the race. But the gamble is that you have to be aware of the fact that other drivers will be starting on faster compounds, or will be using these faster compounds when you will be using the lower compounds. So you have to make up all that time towards the end of the race. So you have to be ready for the fact that you're gonna have to make up time at the end of the race. So it's gonna be a very interesting strategy to see from whoever will win the race.
Definitely. It looks like Michailidis is in a bit of good rhythm now. He's just hit 3 consecutive laps in the mid 1 minute 56s. He's in a sweet spot with his medium tyres. Looks to be wearing them fairly evenly. He's down to 3/4 of a tank. He's got an 1/8 of a second gap behind. The gap at the front, though, has stretched out to 12.2 seconds to P2 and 13.8 to P1 for Michaelides. But as we know, he's on one of the slower tyres. There's going to be a lot of pain for the drivers on the hard tyres today. But I feel like if you have started on the hard tyres and you're at the back of the grid here on this first stint, you may as well then run the mediums because, frankly, the maximum you're going to be behind the leader come the end of the first stint is going to be one grid's worth of cars. So you can't necessarily rule out anybody at this early stage. But what we can tell you is that Dark Rifle Distinct leads Dede, leads Mateo Michaelides in third place from the ERS squad car in fourth position. Down flag here at the tail, we've got a yellow there for a moment. It seems to be clear. We're riding in P10 at the moment with Pence here for the Live for Esports Hungary team in P10. PRiMA being driven by Hypers on this stint, our Argentinian Gran Turismo 2023 world champion. He is 1 minute away from the lead of the race, but he's on the hard tyres, and he's going to run this whole 15-lap stint, I'm sure, on the hard tyres, get them out of the way while he's got some great clear air. And we'll keep an eye on his progress. Can he, I don't expect him to close to the leaders, but can he close to the cars behind and be right there behind the train of drivers when they all come to pit for the first time, Marco?
Yeah, but Jonas comes the second driver to pit during this part of the race, so that elevates Hypers to P11. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see where Hypers is gonna end up after his is still on the hard tires. But as I briefly saw, I saw that Dede fell a bit back on Darkrai, so yeah, but he's still like hanging around like 2 seconds behind him, so it's pretty good from the French driver to still be within that range of the American driver. It just shows how good both of them are.
Definitely, yeah, and they're stretching away. We've had 10 laps, we've had 9 racing laps at least. That surprises me because Sunis started on the hard tyre and he's pitted now. I think you were saying, Marco, off the hard tyre before the minimum 15 lap, the minimum, sorry, I'm getting all confused here. The minimum 15 laps, I'm actually looking at 45 laps need to be completed on each of the slow tyres. I'm looking at 25% of 6 hours, not 25% of 60. So they do need to perform 45 laps. So he's got the first 9 of those out of the way on the hard tyre. I wonder what he's decided to fit after that point. It's going to be an absolute nightmare for us to remember who's used how many laps of each tyre. We're just going to have to trust that they are going to do it, and we've got race control ticking it all off in the background. I'm sure they will let our late night commentators know if anyone is transgressing the rules or if they have a certain requirement left to run. But so they've got to run 45 laps on the hard, 45 laps on the medium, and as Marco was saying earlier, the medium tyre is around 1 second a lap slower than the soft. So you can more here at Nürburgring Grand Prix. Wow.
Like Darkrai on soft at 54.7, while Michaelides did a 56.6. So that is a pretty big gap in terms of tires, and that's just between softs and mediums. So imagine how slow the hards are compared to the softs.
Absolutely, it's certainly going to be taking a lot of pain here today for our drivers on those slow tyres, but it is the same for everybody. Of course, there may be better and worse times to take that pain depending on your track position, depending on weather conditions as well. And I think we are expecting it to be dry for the whole of the 6 hours, but there will be temperature and wind fluctuations. I'm not sure the wind is going to make a big difference, but if we do get a big variance in track temperature, that could influence our drivers. Personal best time, though, for Dede right there. That's interesting at this stage. Certainly a personal best sector, at least. He's still pushing pretty hard and trying to reel in here. Dark right. He's now 1.5 seconds away, just outside, I imagine, Marco, of any useful kind of slipstream.
Yeah, he's like half a second of a slipstream, but in a way, it's actually more beneficial in certain stages to not be within someone's slipstream. Because if you are in someone's slipstream, you will be fast over a lap, but you will have to work the tires harder. And Haba received a drive-through penalty, as I was talking about tires. But yeah, like if you're on free air, you can manage your tires quite easily because you don't have to worry about the undershoot that you will get from the dirty air. But Haba is the first person to get penalized during the race, already on lap 11.
Does that and just as he was closing in on Mihai Mate and Bezi, as Awiab says, rightly points out, what on earth would be so bad to pick up a drive-through at this stage, Marco? Is that going to be track limits? I mean, usually that's a slowdown instruction, right?
No, you got a jump start.
Oh. Ah, yes, right, okay.
Yeah,
jump start is an interesting one. So he did gain a lot of places, didn't he, at the start? Someone the race controller has obviously been looking back. He made it up from the back up to P5, and he stayed there ever since. But clearly, he managed to achieve that by some nefarious means, and he's been caught out by race control. But sometimes, if you make a jump start, you might as well just go for it, Marco. There's nothing worse than making a jump start and then stopping again, and then ending up actually starting slower than everybody, and finding yourself penalised for the jump start nonetheless. You might, if you've jumped the start, you might as well just go. A bit like a 5-second penalty for overtaking off track or something. You might as well just go for it because you're going to take the penalty, whatever.
Yeah, because you always gotta minimize the time loss, and while it is justifiable that he got a drive-through, he does have a massive gap to Chucky. I think it was like 22, 23 seconds. So, yeah, you will be frustrated with him that he jumped the start, but to get back to P5, I don't think he will need a lot of work to do, since he'll be in the pack once he serves his drive-through. But yeah, just as you said, if you jump the start, you might as well just go with it and just take the penalty.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we'll have a look at his gaps as we run through. But so we expect him to be rejoining in last position, I imagine, after a drive-through. Although Souness has had a pit stop and probably isn't driving quite as quickly as Hypers. But yeah, clearly a jump start is the order of the day. There's just getting a little replay there of an ERS overtake earlier on. Some excellent work here. I think that was on Choque, wasn't it? As they got past.
Yep. And you can see some good replays as you see the move on from Ghost to on was it Chucky, if I remember correctly? Yeah, it was on Chucky.
I imagine then Ghost has pitted since that point. He's down in 8th position at the moment. We still don't have the first pit stops, though, from Dark Right or from Dede, who started on the soft tyres. I wonder how deep their tyres are able to go in the race. We're through into lap 14 in total of the first stint. This first 60 laps, and as you can tell, we'll be. We'll have a short break to get all the drivers in their seats for stint 2, and then we'll be underway for you for race 2 shortly after the end of race 1. This is Haber in 5th position. Hasn't yet served his drive-through. I'm not sure. I imagine he's got maybe 3 laps. That's the usual rule, is to give them 3 laps grace to serve that drive-through penalty. So
I
we'll
think
have
this
to
is
see
last lap.
if that will happen. Yeah, it probably is the last lap. So it's a 3.8 meters per second northeasterly wind at the moment. That will be a crosswind going into the southernmost tip of the track, the Dunlop curve. That's a slightly concerning wind direction for the drivers. You'd either want a tail or a headwind into there for predictability through a difficult double right-hander. And likewise down into the main hairpin as well. Very similar crosswind, but it's not too strong at this stage. But if that increases a lot, we may see some instability in the braking and apex phases of the corners. A personal best sector that time from Souness, who was picking up the pace. This is Haber. He's obviously started, I presume, on the soft tyres, explaining some of the good getaway he had. He's only about halfway through his tyres, maybe rear left limited. This is a clockwise circuit after all. So how soon do you expect those tyres to get to the sort of unmanageable phase for our soft starting drivers?
Maybe a few laps, and then the tires will become kind of undrivable. I think the drivers will try to go to lap 20, just to minimize the amount of pit stops. But I expect around maybe lap 18 or 19 the tires will become a bit interesting to drive. As you see, Haba serving his drive through and not losing any position. So it was
Wow.
he lost like what 16 seconds, maybe more. No, yeah, he lost like 20 seconds, maybe less. But yeah, that was just
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah.
bump in the road. Just a small bump.
Yeah, I mean, so it was obviously worth it to get him into that clear position, to end up in where he came out in terms of track position. And actually, you can see he was given a drive through, but technically that was a stop go penalty, right? Because the car did have to come to a stop and restart. He managed to deselect any tire or fuel options, but he did have to come to a stop. Good evening to the French Tour competition who join us, to Chris69. Haber Racing T said, yes, let's go. It was totally worth it. That jump start. So look out for Haber Racing Team taking that option if they start the next one too much. We have our leader in the pits, Darkrai, has pitted already. So 15 laps is maybe 14 racing laps is about our limit for the soft tyres. I don't anticipate, well, I imagine he could probably go a little bit longer there, Marco, but he chooses not to lose any time on track with the tyres letting go. And now you'll see medium tyres, I assume, going on, and a little bit of fuel, but probably not brimming to the absolute full point of the tyres.
He was like halfway on tires, so that's interesting. Like he gets another turn of softs. Interestingly, I wonder what kind of strategy these things are cooking. But there wow. Look at the front left. It's pretty consumed, huh? Compared to what Darkrai had, they has kind of destroyed his front left.
And that is presumably, Marco, is that the fact that he spent so many laps, behind Darkrai and in the dirty air, and was sort of unsighted to some of the corners? Would that explain that difference in tyre wear, or do you think that's about setup and driver style?
Maybe like all three of them. Cause
yeah,
if you got an aggressive driver behind someone, maybe just maybe the tires will fall up a bit faster, cause trying to keep the constant gap to the car ahead, but they're also finding the dirty air, so they have to use the tires more. But yeah, even with that is still doing a pretty good job at like handling his situation, even with tires in bad condition. So massive props to the TX3 driver. As right now we're spectating Vigarius, the Portuguese driver, who is leading his MSRT all Portuguese lineup, and Bezig is in the pits with medium tires.
That's interesting. I tell you what, another thing that I'm wondering is did the engineer for the Distinct team notice that Haber had served that drive-through stop and go penalty for the jump start, and that there would be a big gap for him to drop into, for Darkrai to pit to do a quick soft tire change, a little splash and dash, just fill back up to halfway on the fuel gauge, and to run some really quick laps now in clear air. I wonder if that featured as part of their strategy. As now Darkrai, with this current pit stop by Bezzy, Darkrai is back into third position already, and will his target will be to try and catch Michalides before his pit stop comes up. But you can see a longer hold on the pit stop here for Bezzy. He is switching onto the mediums, and he's going to put probably, well, I was going to say probably about 3/4 of a tank of fuel in, but he's overfilling. He's going to fill this one to the absolute brim, and perhaps look at a super long stint here on the medium tire. Let's see what he decides to do. The Elite Racing Squad, all Polish drivers, and they are going to be really further back in the race now. They've filled that right to the brim, Marco. Yeah, and it's actually hard. Wow. Okay, so that explains filling the tank.
Yeah. Also, just as a quick note, Gran Turismo's graphics are a bit buggy, so the tire that you see during the pit stop is the tire that they came in with, but you have to wait until the last second, like when you start to get out, to see the tire that they have changed to. It's a bit buggy, but I would just like to notice that little detail. So ERS Bezzy goes on to hard tires, and I see that Darkrai has set the 54-1 just out of the pits.
Yep.
First hot lap out of the pits, and man is already flying. As we focus on Dede, who is stretching his tires like a long way. It's currently lap 18, and Dede has done what I was thinking that Darkrai would have done, i.e. stretching the tires as long as they possibly could. But that's the thing about endurance racing. Teams cook different strategies, and that's what I like to see, like difference in strategies. So that's gonna be very interesting to see, as we see Panks and Jonas having a small bow for P11 while they're about to be lapped by Dede.
Yeah.
So I imagine that they will.
I wonder if Dede will now. Yeah, I was just thinking Dede might. Oh, as he squirms his way out of a difficult corner, I can see Dede thinking this is a good time to pit because I'm going to be held up by these by the 11th and 12th position drivers Souness and Pence. Let's see if he decides that they've got blue flags have been given out. So Dede has the right to the corners if he can get close enough. But does he decide that the combination of the car moving around on traction and these extra cars in front is a good time to pit? But no, he decides not to. He's going to take the double slipstream. Talk us through this one, Marco. Would he be able to get himself down into the apex ahead of them? He looks to be slower away because of the traction, and then they're involved in their own battle.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen here, because it doesn't seem like that any of the two lappers will concede a position as the pace have in contact with the leader. Oh no, that is interesting. But it was pretty minor contact, but at the same time it was pretty major considering the tire situation that Dede has. But it was honestly a bit unnecessary to battle when you know that you have the leader right alongside you. That was interesting from Pengt to still commit to the inside of the corner, knowing full well that Dede was going to turn into. And how I wonder,
Pence found himself making an overtake, but knowing that he should release the leader, and he decided to box in, I think, to box in Souness on the inside. So Souness couldn't take the outside because the leader is there, and then gets into the left-hander of turn 2 and finds he's not got as much grip as he was hoping for at the apex, drifting ever so slightly wide into the leader. That could have been disaster. As we see now, Hypers moves up to P8, having made that early unscheduled pit stop to fix front end damage. But he elected to go onto the hard tyres at that stage, brings himself into 8th position, and that might not be all he gets out of this one, as Mihai Mate, or Michalides, gets overtaken, does he, by Darkrai, who is making, that was very quick for Darkrai to catch Michalides here, and then getting on through, Marco. Let's see the replay.
Yeah, Darkrai made a pretty kind of dry move there. Like, he had to get Michalides out of the way as soon as he could, just so he would be able to catch Dead without any problems, and that move was pretty good. So that moves the D-Sync team up to 2nd place right now, just 14 seconds behind TX3, who had their incident, let's put it this way, with Pengs. What the tires?
We've got a question here. We've got a question from the chat here as we struggle to get through turn 4 and 5. He says, Gavin says, do we have to pit if we have damage, or are we allowed to stay out? I'm not seeing anything in the briefing document that requires you to fix damage. I think you, if you wish, you can stay out with it. So I will keep checking, but I don't think you have to do that. So you can race on with the damage, but I think obviously a driver of Hyper's experience just made the call that it was going to be too problematic for their race to run with reduced performance over here. Then we will just they just carry on and try and fit the hard tires, take all the pain now, fill the tank up, and run a really difficult stint, and try and then start the next stint, perhaps the next race around in the midfield, and just chalk that one up for experience. It's an endurance race. Plenty can still happen, as Darkrai has brought this gap down to 12.5 seconds now, and this is working for Darkrai. Dede with the problems with the grip that he's had, maybe a lap too late, I wonder, but he's come into the pits for a full change. We'll see what tyre and fuel strategy he elects to go for, but Darkrai will have no problem now. He will scream on past the pitting 2nd place driver. So yeah, we shall carry on now. Go ahead, Marco.
Yeah, I was just also like checking the chat, and Gavin checked Dede's point of view, and apparently, allegedly, Darkrai brake checked everyone at the start, and that may have been the cause of the damage to Hypers. But I'm sure that Yuka will review the start in many other places to fact check that. But we'll carry on with the commentary of this race. As you see, Ghost on mediums, they're pretty well consumed. As we see Max, I think that's Max Range having a bit of a slide there, and we had a bit of a technical issue there. I'm sorry. But we see Ghost making himself known at the back of Max Range. He really wants to pass him, I think. By the way, he's positioned his car, or he just wants to put pressure on the Hungarian driver to maybe force him into a mistake without actually being alongside him.
Yeah, definitely. It looks that way. So it's really very, very interesting. Here comes Dede. Looks like he's just coming out of the pits, is he? Certainly he was over on the pit lane exit line. He's on new softs, but interestingly, Marco, he's gone for almost a full tank of fuel. Now, that was a very different option that Darkrai set up. He went for half a tank of fuel, new set of softs, and just get out there and get aggressive on track and put in those laps as fast as possible. Dede has found himself in fairly good clear air here. Has he perhaps put too much fuel in for this set of tyres?
maybe not. I think he's gonna do the last part of the race with possibly a lower compound, but he's gonna have less fuel, so he's gonna be marginally faster than what other. He's gonna gain some time, that's for sure, because by putting in so much fuel right now, he's gonna capitalize on others who haven't put fuel on their most recent pit stops, and they're gonna have to put fuel later. So he's just trying to make a gamble here, and it will be interesting to see if this gamble works out.
Absolutely. So there's a really interesting feature here of this endurance racing is what happens to lapped cars at the end, because they can't really stay. They can't really be starting in the main grid of cars. They will be starting from the pit lane, lapped cars, and they'll be starting. The race control will be monitoring the gaps between lapped cars and release them at various times on the circuit. So their finishing position in this race, if you can stay on the lead lap, then that is going to be massively more advantageous. Even if you have a poor first race, that has to be, the target really for Hypersea is to stay on the lead lap the whole race long. Do whatever it takes, because you don't want to end up starting from the pit lane and compromise the second race as well. So it's going to be really interesting as just getting out of the way there, it seems, as soon as Michailides gets through for Race Online Hungary. Still in that second position at the moment, 8.6 seconds away from Darkrai. Do expect though that Dede will be coming through the field as he's on the soft tyres. Here is Choke, hard tyres, still running those hard tyres, 22 laps deep. He has taken an awful lot of tyre pain in this first stint, and he's going to run that tank dry. What a fantastic stint, honestly, for Choke to do all of this on hard tyres and to still be third right now.
Yeah, Chuck is doing what Esteves is doing, minus the unexpected pit stop, but that's an unorthodox strategy that we can see from the ZIRA driver, but he's currently making it work. He's trying to get as many laps on hards out the way, so his teammates can drive on faster compounds later in the event. So that's actually good team play if you think about it.
Yeah, definitely. We have a
Oh,
phrase here.
Ghost
Ghost! Just running low on the tyres. You can see on the rear left
damage.
and front left, he is limited. That's going to pick up a small bump on the front, but it's just that tricky slow speed exit. Let's watch it again, Marco, as he comes down. Is he slightly distracted with the cars in front, or is it just purely the tyre condition, I wonder?
Maybe he was. I honestly think that he was just a bit too impatient on the throttle. Like, oh, that's a frustrating mistake to make, but it happens on tiresome of these conditions, and it happens when you're not careful enough with the throttle. But that's gonna be very, very frustrating for the ERS driver who picks up damage, and all of it while Michailides is going to the pits to maybe change tires. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of action going
running
on.
22 racing laps for Michailides on those tyres, on the mediums. So does he fancy a run on better softer compound now? I wonder. We will see, but he will definitely be having a long hold in the pits to refuel. As you can see, the fuel going up by percentage, and just going up in the tank run as well. So it's Darkrai in the lead. It's currently Michailides in second. I think it will remain Michailides in second, actually, looking at the gap out to Choke, who pits anyway. So Choke has finally run that car as close to empty as he wants to at this stage, running 22 laps on the hard tyres, staying at this point in the top half of the order, I imagine, even when he comes out of the pits. Dede, though, who was in second, still down in 7th position. as we see Max Range move up into second with those other pit stops happening. It's soft tyres for Michalides, and he is going to come out of the pits right level with Ghost. That's going to be interesting, as Ghost is really struggling to manage his tyres at the moment. There is Ghost just sneaking ahead of Michalides and taking it much more carefully on the exit of turn 1 than he did last time.
Yeah, he's just trying to limit the damage, but that's gonna be interesting because Michalides is right there on the back of him, and he surely doesn't want to lose a lot of time trying to battle with Michalides, so I think he's gonna let him by. But no, he doesn't let him by. He fights. He defends the inside, and he defends the inside both times, and goes a bit wide, allowing Michalides to. Oh, there's contact. Whoa, that was really ambitious by Michalides to try and come back so early, but Ghost is really trying to hold off Michalides. I don't know why, because the Polish driver has damage, so there's no point in doing that. He still needs to pit.
This is
so...
endurance racing. They're on completely different strategies.
Yeah,
I mean, I love to
exactly.
see it because it's fun, but it's not what we're expecting to see at this stage of the endurance race, Marco. To see people hassling each other quite so much. Let's look at this again then, as you see Ghost. Everyone expecting here Ghost to just drop the throttle, drop out the throttle, lift and coast to the corner, and let the bronze driver Michalides through. But he just decided to block the apex at every corner. Michalides finally away on the way out of Dunlop and in towards the Schumacher S, but he'll be sitting there feeling a little bit annoyed about that situation, about that kind of behavior, but he's going to have to forget about it pretty quickly and just get on with racing. I wonder if I mean, there's nothing the stewards can do about it because it's a genuine fight for position, right? It just seems a little bit silly from Ghost to bother with.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a just like you said, it's not like prohibited in terms of like race and sportsmanship, but it is annoying as a driver when you just come out of the pits. You're behind someone who still needs to pit and has damage and has very tires that are very old. Like it's frustrating to having to battle with them. As you see, Dede has almost gone to that same sort, Dede manages to pass Ghost before any other battle could happen. But it is frustrating as a driver to like, especially this early in the race, because I honestly would get if this was like very late in the race, but it's way too early to be doing this. It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
But it is fun to watch for us commentators, because it does bring some excitement and a new discussion while we wait for the end of the race.
So what's interesting to me at the moment is that Dede and Darkrai have gone for different strategies, but actually the same tyre combinations, and they've both pitted once. The gap is out to 1 minute 21 between the two of them, who were running about 2 seconds away from each other before the first pit stop. Now, I know that Darkrai is going to pit a lot earlier, but surely this gap is way bigger than Dede would want it to be at this stage, Marco.
Yeah, I mean, oh, she goes good in the pits. But yeah, the gap is pretty big. And that surely was helped by the fact that they stayed longer in the pits due to the refueling. But I think we're gonna see some good stuff towards the end of the race, as Daddy will have to spend less time in the pits because he has done most of the refueling or maybe all, and Darkrai still needs to do most of the refueling. So it all comes down to whoever loses the last amount of time on track and not off track. As we see, Haba, the one. Speaking of losing time, Haba, after serving the drive through pin once, is now on hard tires and is on the hunt for currently P9 behind Vigarius. the Portuguese
Yeah,
driver.
and he needs to pick up the pace as well because he's now dropped behind the lead lap. So if he wants to start on the starting grid rather than in the pits, wants his teammate to start in the starting grid and not in the pit lane, he needs to pick up the pace. He's going to have to hope that Darkrai pits, and he can bring himself forward on these hard tyres. But at the pace Darkrai is setting at this stage, it is looking pretty devastating. On the current strategy, at least, Darkrai is looking absolutely peerless. Good evening to Daniel Steru, who's here to cheer on ZIRA. Which is great. ZIRA Esports team rather than the channel itself, of course, but great to have him. Just a reminder, we have here the MSRT team, which is Margam Racing Team from Portugal. We have 2 squads from Elite Racing, the 96 and the 45 car. Then we have PRiMA Esports, Race Online Hungary, Distinct.dg, ACTA Esports Racing Team live for Esports Hungary, Gran Turismo Hobby Hungary, Haber Racing Team, TX3, and of course the home team ZIRA Esports. But at the moment, MSRT in 8th position, driven by Vigarius. Here is he's got his MSRT rear wing on his Mercedes Group 3 as he looks back across. We've got a second pit stop then going on for our leader, Darkrai, from the soft tyres down onto 3% fuel. So he's definitely stretched that one. He only filled it to half a tank, and he just wants to use the best out of the soft tyres and then go again. There's no limitation, it seems, on the number of compounds that you've been given. What will he do in terms of fuel? Is he going to do the same kind of strategy this time, or has he changed tyres and is going to go for a completely different strategy? He has a huge gap to play with here. Perhaps that changes his option as it looks like our MSRT driver just getting the Vidal chicane a little bit wrong, allowing Haber to come through, and Haber's gap down to the leader will be dropping as in line with the pit stop. But if you've got a gap the size that we'll just see the mistake here into the Vidal, just a fairly ordinary kind of mistake. But if you've got that kind of gap of 1 minute 18 that our leader had, Darkrai, Marco, do you now change strategy and think, well, I can now use some of my hard tire pain because I've got that huge gap?
Well, I honestly, I mean, maybe a strategy change can be a thing, but knowing these things, I know that they will stick to a strategy because they always do the hard work and they know what strategy is best for them.
Yeah.
So I think they'll just stick to their original plan and they'll go with it. But who knows? Maybe they could prove me wrong and actually change their strategy mid-race. But who knows?
Well, here we go. We're about to find out on the fuel, well, on the tyres. We've gone up to 100%, we will, on the fuel. So he's going to drop down. What's the tyre choice here? It's hard tyres. Out into 5th position for our previous leader of the race. A completely different car now, Marco, from a light fuel, soft tyre car on its absolute sweet spot of grip onto cold, hard tyres and a full tank. I don't envy Darkrai at this stage, as we can see Choke making a move right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, the car will just completely change in terms of characteristics. But this is the fun thing. We're gonna see some driver talent being shown. Because only the best drivers can adapt very quickly to one situation to another without any hassle. As you see, a fake replay of Chucky, who's currently running PA, still on hard tires, having pitted just a few laps ago because the tires look pretty brand new. And with Darkrai having pitted, we can see Mihalides being the new leader.
Definitely. So it's Darkrai's gone for a double soft into a hard strategy. I think he can probably see the rest of this race out on that single set of hard tyres and a full tank of fuel. He's looking at 31, 32 racing laps potentially on those tires. So he could end up just bringing himself, just patiently waiting for the front runners to pit again. Michailidis leads the race. He's using every bit of the tarmac on the exit of turn 4, as you are perfectly allowed to do. He's got a 2.7 second lead over Dede. These are soft tires on the bronze race Online Hungary car, and he's coming up to, I think, lap one of the back markers. So Dede will see the advantage looming here, as he'll see the gap dropping sector by sector. The longer it takes Michailidis to get past this struggling car in front, who's clearly running a lot slower right now.
Yeah, Michailidis, gonna get by him. He's gonna. Seems like he might be let by, but no, the lap car decides to not lift. Actually, like compromise both of them. Because it's
What was
actually
interesting me there is I didn't see blue flags, so I was
maybe not on the
expecting to
graphics,
see
but
blue flags given
they
out.
are being waved.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if you think about it, it's actually more beneficial to like lift and let the other guy pass you before the corner than to like stay side by side with him. Because if you lift, then you can actually stay behind them and lose less time because you won't have to run the outside and you can actually run the preferred line through the corner.
Yeah, definitely. It's Joke at the moment though in 8th position. We've got Michailidis leading, Dede chasing him around 2.5 seconds there. Then we've got Hypers, who's been on the hard tyres for a long time, just pitting right now. He's run a full stint, full tank of fuel on the hard tyres. I wonder what his decision will be now as he finds himself in 3rd place. I imagine then that is going to be a place gained for Darkright. And he'll push himself up into 4th place, depending on how long Hypers pits now. I'm expecting to see quite a few drivers pit here, Marco, at this halfway point of the race to see out the race. Do you think that a full tank of fuel will see them to the end from here?
Yeah, it definitely can see them out until the end of the race, but who knows? Maybe some drivers will opt to pit one more time and they'll put less fuel in. But I gotta say that Hypers is doing a pretty outstanding job despite the low start that he had. But props to the Argentinian driver to be minimizing the damage. Yeah.
So down to P6 at the moment. Looks like a reasonable gap out to Haber in 7th, who has served a drive-through throughout the course of the race. Over half a tank has been refueled of Hypers. In fact, he exits now. It wouldn't surprise me to see that those might be medium tyres. But no, he's gone back for hards again. And now he's going to carry on with the hard tyres, Marco. Does that surprise you at all?
It does, considering the situation that he faced earlier in the race. But at this point, he might actually be trying to benefit his teammates, so they will have to drive on faster compounds in the other 2 stints of the race. So now I think he's just playing the team game, and he's trying to minimize the damage for his own teammates. But he's still in PA, so his comeback is actually going pretty damn strong, if I can say so.
I would absolutely agree. He was dead last for a short while after picking up damage in turn 1 of lap 1 and changed strategy very early on. He's run probably, I would say, all but 2 laps on the hard tyre so far, and then he's just fitted the hard tyres once again. Gone for about 3/4 of a tank of fuel. That does raise a question in my mind as to whether he can get the car to the end, but that would be he only needs to target lap 46 or 47 on the screen graphic, and then he will have paid all the hard tyre pain for the whole team for the entire night's worth of driving.
Yeah. Uh, it's just gonna be one of those long days. But it's not over. It's a bit early to call it over. We got 5 more hours remaining. We've actually I mean including the formation lap actually, but even with the formation lap, we've gone over 1 hour of on-track action. So that's nice.
Definitely. Yeah, and just hitting the grass slightly there. Back down with Hypers, who's on those cold hard tyres, trying to find his way past Choke for 7th position. Choke putting up a good fight, but he can't quite get to the apex into turn 2 and 3. And now he'll stretch out the gap through out of turn 4, running wide. They get wider and wider on the exit of turn 4, Marco, and we're getting less and less of the grass still on that part of the racetrack over the years. I'm sure that whoever has to laser scan these tracks has to add a little bit to that corner every time. Talk us through though. Here is Hypers making an overtake on Choke.
Yeah, Hypers goes down the inside, goes for the overtake, and actually like parks a bit on the apex to minimize the run that Chucky may have. But yeah, Chucky's still try to go for it, but Hypers was already ahead, and maybe Chucky thought about it twice, considering it was just lap 30. And just didn't go for the move at all. As we see Panks go in the pit to fit on tires. We cannot see it because he's refueling. But yeah,
So Haber may well make position up soon, and he's got. Then we look back and see Ghost in the ERS colour scheme. There's 2 of those cars on track at the moment, where they haven't had the opportunity just yet to do any team tactics on track. They've been too far apart, as now Hypers is in the wheel tracks of Hungary Racing Team's Haber. Sorry, Haber Racing Team, not Hungary Racing Team. Haber Racing Team's Haber in the 63 in P5. Hypers then trying to move himself as far forward as possible. He's targeting lap 45 to finally throw the remaining hard tyre compounds away for the whole evening for his team. A blue flag in operation as Hypers clears one of the ERS cars, it looks like. And that was the blue flag being given. I'm guessing that does look like Haber in front. So who is the blue flag being given to? And is that Hypers slowing for Ghost? Ghost comes back at Hypers once again and retakes. So I'm confused about the blue flags on the screen, but it looks like Ghost managed to get that place back. Wow.
interesting turn events. So I think the blue flags are, I think they're just a bug because they're even shown on the replay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we do have a small technical issue that relates to the game, so we apologize for that. But yeah, it
There's a
was
difference in tyre. This is soft tyres
soft.
versus a world champion on hard, and Ghost gets through quite comfortably using the fantastic traction advantage he had on the soft tyres. Of course, they have to pit more often at the moment, and his team will have to take that pain as Mihalades makes a little look down the inside, and he doesn't want to wait around. Yeah, blue flags are from Mihalades. The bronze-coloured car is about to try and put a lap on Hypers. This is huge for Hypers' PRiMA team because they don't want to go a lap down here, Marco.
Yeah, but given the first tires, they're gonna have to, and like even at the start, they're gonna have to make up that lap in the next 2 stints, and that's gonna be interesting to see from the PRiMA team. But frustrating start, but they have shown quite promising pace, and I don't think they're gonna give up. But they I think they will be kicking themselves for not having the best of starts, unfortunately.
Max range just being nibbled at through the apex from Vigarius, who's trying to get down. Max range did just put in an overtake, heading down into what has become, it looks like, our favorite overtaking position here. Couldn't quite get the nose ahead, but being given a big gap at the apex just to get the drive out. MSRT's driver just tries to hold on down the inside, but overall some very good racing, the little touch, and it just almost tipped the car around, but he's managed to hang on to that one, and that was pretty well held.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was very nice to see. Clean and dry overtake. Kind of dry, just like we like to see. But yeah. Max Rage up to P9.
Yeah, some 2 minutes 16 off the lead, with plenty still to do. We've got a penalty on Haber's car, I believe, as he tries to take the apex. He's late down and he's struggling on the hard tires. Gets passed by Choke. He may even get passed by one of the quicker cars lapping here behind him. That's one of the that's not Max range, so that's somebody else looking to make a move through. This is Dede in second place, and we saw Mihalides get through past these drivers just one lap ago, so that should tell you just how far away, or at least how close Dede is to Mihalides here, as he's in between lapping Haber and Choke, with Hypers just up the road a little bit further as well, and Hypers would definitely be keen not to be passed by P2. But a big mix of strategies happening. Things will become very much more clear towards the end of stint 3. I think we'll still see that strange phenomenon tonight, Marco, where the leaders all seem to converge at the end of a race distance. All their strategies tend to just bring them together towards the end. We'll see if that happens at the end of this first 60 laps. This is Ghost for Elite Racing Squad.
P5.
And he is doing well in P5, yeah. And we saw him just overtake Hypers. He's pulled a gap of 5.3 seconds. Now he's going to have to give way to Michalides in the bronze-coloured Race Online Hungary car behind, and he will be pitting fairly soon, I imagine. I don't think he'll be able to take that down to empty on the soft tyres. So we'll see as he just gets. It certainly seems to be struggling a little bit on the tyres into the Vidal chicane. And as you were saying earlier, Marco, it would really help him if he just lifted off, waited on the outside for the lapping driver to come through the inside. There it is.
Yeah, that's the lift that Mihalides needed, and he moved out as soon as he could have possibly done. So fair play.
Ghost is still squirming around, and we saw him make a mistake coming out of turn 1 earlier on in similar tyre conditions as Dede does the same thing, and Dede's picked up a penalty as well. So Dede getting a little bit scrappy here at this stage, and look at the tyre wear on the left-hand side of Dede's car once again as he slips down. This isn't where he picked up the penalty, I don't think. This is just exiting turn 1 and almost did the same thing as Ghost.
Yeah, but at least he didn't like hit the wall, so he minimized the damage that he could have possibly gotten. But that was nice car control. That was some pretty sick display of car control, and you might as well just show off when you have nothing to do. I'm joking, but they still going strong, just 7 seconds behind Mihalides, despite the penalty, and we see Chucky, our local ZIRA driver in P7, just 1 lap down, I think. Just 2 seconds, actually less, behind the Argentinian Hypers, who is currently up to P6.
Yeah, Yeah, and just getting through that those awful hard tires. No one ever wants to race on. I think that was pretty harsh of race control to make them do 45 laps tonight on a hard tire. That's pretty rough. But that's the rules for everybody, and it's good to see the different strategies. The problem I think is going to come when we do our commentary handover is we're going to be trying to tell our colleagues where everybody stands with those hard and medium tires, but it's going to be really difficult to remember where everyone is unless people do what hypers are doing and just get rid of them in big stints like this. But if they do them in small parts per stint, it's going to be quite hard for us to track. Here is MSRT's Vigarius in 10th place. He's been had a little bit of kind of inconsistency in the pace depending on the tire condition, but he should be in a fairly nice position now. Yes, he won't have a lot of performance out of these tires, but he is just going to use this opportunity to use up some laps on the hard tire. He won't get lots of laps in them because he hasn't got a full tank of fuel at the moment. Only a quarter of a tank left. Here is Pence then down in 11th place for Live 4 Esports Hungary in the bronze with orange and black stripe down the bonnet livery, and he is 2 minutes 30 away from the current lead lap, so he will end up starting. His colleague will start in the pit lane after our start actually happens. They will try and monitor and go a lap down plus a few seconds. And then down in 12th position, the BWT sponsored Sunes, who is certainly putting in an awful lot of hard work here. He's on the medium tyres, and we saw him have a slightly rough start. He started on the hard tyre tonight, and I hope his team haven't just told him, right, get out there and just use the hard and medium all night long and don't have any fun whatsoever.
Nah, I think he's having a bit of fun. But yeah, but maybe that fun is hard to find given how his race went. But I hope that his team is at least finding some enjoyment in the last event of this year. But yeah.
Here is then the previous leader of the race, possibly still the net leader. We will see. But Darkright in the distinct livery, beautiful structure here in the car, and he's in the hard tires, doing a long stint here, potentially driving to the end of the race. Is Darkright. We are expecting pit stops from the 3 drivers in front of him. So will he find himself at the head of the field come the end of this first 60-lap stint? There won't be any trophies though for him until his team cross the line at the end of the 3rd stint of racing for our total of 180 laps here around the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. I thought, when I first heard about this event, we might change track, but no, we're going to be here all night on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. And Choke puts in a personal best sector here on the hard tyres. That is quite a surprise for me.
Yeah, but you know what would be crazy? It's like take an endurance race, like put it to like 6 or whatever hours, but every stint, given how Gran Turismo lobbies work, like every stint change the track. That would be one of the endurance races of all time, but it would provide something unique if you think about it, because you don't need to practice in the same track for hours and hours and hours, and you instead have a product that is unpredictable. And we see a yellow flag being shown for Ghost, who got damage. Ghost got damage again. Front bumper and
yeah,
front
and
left
it's front and front left.
maybe
You can see that front left moving around. I'm sure our team are looking for the replay here. I wonder if that was battling or just another problem. Again, a big wiggle coming out of the first turn. So Ghost certainly having his problems. Let's see.
Is it pushing too hard on the throttle? Oh, he got on the gravel. No! Oh, yeah, that's a tough mistake. That's tough. You don't want that at the last corner. Let's
No, definitely. That's a in motorcycle racing you call that a tank slapper, where you almost overcorrect the initial problem and you end up with the rear end coming round on you, and you unfortunately it was not a long enough runoff area for Ghost. And that's a big problem because that happened right at the end of the previous lap. He now has to run an entire lap with a damaged front left, and he's going to have to change strategy as well.
Yeah, that's the race has not gone well for him, has it? Has it? I think that's his second crash where he got damaged, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
He's a good driver, and it happens. Like having to overcorrect on a situation like that is not easy. And, I can relate to that, but it is frustrating to do that at any stage of an endurance race, because not only you're damaging your race, but you're also damaging the team's race. So it becomes tougher on you after the mistake, after like 2 mistakes. And we see Hyper's almost doing the same, but manages to hold it. But Chucky is closing in, I think. They're both on hard tires.
Really interesting this stage of the race. Is this starting to be some fatigue with the drivers, do you think, or is it just random issues with the tire wear?
I think this could easily be fatigue, because it's actually a pretty long race. I mean, like 38, 39 laps, don't sound much, but trust me, it gets pretty hard physically. And I can relate to that, having done the last round of ZIRA Evolution Championship. Was the last race was, I think, 90 minutes long, and we also had like changeable weather conditions, so it was pretty hard, because like physically, because it's a pretty long track, a lot of corners to handle, and I was also on my new rig, so it didn't help. But
I think full disclosure here, if someone held a gun to my head and said don't make a mistake in 38 laps, I wouldn't be able to do it. So I think I would struggle to make kind of 15 laps without a pretty major mistake happening. So I'm these are fantastic drivers. It's just in comparing them, you can see how easy it is to make a mistake like this. And Ghost, unfortunately, has had 2 pretty big moments coming out of slow corners. Rear limited, you can see Haber doing exactly the same thing there on his hard tires, and now Choke has a similar kind of challenge. In fact, he's catching Hypers, who is really struggling this stint, it seems, Marco.
Yeah, Hypers hasn't had the best of stints, but he's been doing all of it on hard tires, mind you. So he's just taken work away from his teammates who will have to drive on mediums and soft tires. So
that was
yeah,
Bezzy in the pits from P3.
Yep. Not anymore, P3. So yeah. I also see Vigarius in the pits from P11. So yeah, we're gonna see the last few pit stops of this specific part race taking action. How about
We've got Pence and Haber just banging wheel rims there, and Haber's just a little bit on the edge as Pence goes round the long way around the outside, just hangs on, but Haber looking a little bit ragged at the moment, and draining the tank of fuel as well. He's heading for the pit lane, and a very welcome change of tyres. Meanwhile, our leader, Michalides, is in the pits on 1% of fuel. He ran that beautifully right down to 1% on the soft tyres. So you can see Darkrai in third at the moment. Dede pits as well at the same lap as Mihalides. So that is the gap between P1 and P2. I'm expecting Darkrai to take a big jump forward, and he might catch these drivers. Mihalides is almost done with his pit stop though. So Darkrai has got a fairly long gap between himself and the cars in front. They have put soft tyres. Well, we don't know just yet on the tyres. Yeah, the fuel is going in on Mihalides.
Ooh, the tires on Ghost are pretty.
Has he still not made it into the pit lane? What is happening?
No, he's driving. He's driving with a damaged car and no front left tire. So, yeah, he must be cooking something with his strategy, which is even more unorthodox than some other strategies we have seen before.
Let's have a look at those lap times. He was running 157s. Since the incident, he has been over 2 minutes. He will have used up probably used up a pit stop of seconds over his normal racing speed, just in these slow laps, and then he's going to make the pit stop on top. This can't be good for any. There can't be any strategy that this is good for Marco at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't see the strategy working, but let the man cook, and maybe just maybe he'll prove us wrong. But at the moment, it doesn't really seem convincing. Given how the set of his tires and his car is.
How about this? Darkrai is in the lead of the race. Mihalides is out of the pits. Dede comes out now as well, but Darkrai, after pitting early, he's done soft, and then gone on to hard tyres. He's now got 20 laps to see out this race. We'll see what the tyre differences, the tyre choices are for Mihalides and for Dede. But at this stage, Darkrai looking strong as Ghost finally makes it into the pits. Some 5 laps after he had his accident. Mihalides, I didn't catch it. Didn't catch what tyres is on. But we're going to check out Choke versus Hypers. Choke gets through on hard tyres, low fuel. Hypers with a cutback. Can he get himself to the apex? Them seesawing at the wheel to get the car stopped as Hypers retakes the position back again. He I believe is still on the hard tyres. I believe he's on slightly more fuel, but not a huge amount more fuel. As into the pits comes Darkrai. 42 laps have been completed by Darkrai. Why is he in the pits now? That's really confusing me. Does he just want to put some soft tyres on, and just do some laps? I think he's had about 11 or 12 laps on the hard tyre. Here is Choke versus Hypers.
Yeah, Chucky kind of overshot the corner, to be fair, and that allowed Hypers to have a bit of a chance. He did a cutback on the XO2 and got him on the entry of 3 and kind of shoved him out, but that's normal GT racing, just a bit of door banging, so nor harm nor foul, and Hypers gets the position again and moves himself up to P4. And yeah, Darkrai in the pit. Wait, he didn't. Wait, I don't think he changed tires. Maybe I could be wrong. But that's a lot of fuel to be putting on.
It is a lot of fuel for just 20 laps.
Yeah, he didn't change tires. He just went in to put more fuel in. All right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to get through to kind of lap 50 thereabouts, and then put some soft tires on at the end. But that is a very interesting approach by Darkrai. We'll see how this strategy has worked. He finally got into the lead of the race, Marco, and the team have pitted him.
Yeah, maybe there was a I mean, that's why I said when Dede did his mega long pit stop, that like Dede is gonna gain towards the end because he's gonna have to put in less fuel. and Darkrai didn't add a lot of fuel on his pit stop, so I think that's what happened, and they kind of wanted to go to the end, so they called him in and they had him put fuel to go to the end. But yeah, currently Darkrai P3 with hard tires. And I'll just wait until till we see the tires that they are and Mihamate are on, because I didn't catch them
Yeah.
when they pitted.
No, we just cut away, didn't we? And it was just too small a window for us to check.
Yep.
But fantastic work nonetheless by these drivers. Here is Chucky. He is in 5th position. He hasn't been able to get back that position he was fighting for with Hypers.
I guess in the
As we
pits.
run and have a look at this pit stop from Ghost. Still in the pits, is he? He's had the damage fixed. He's put on new tyres. I don't think this is a second pit stop. I think this is still the same pit stop, right?
Yeah, he has been here for a while, given how the refueling speed is. Yeah, we might as well just admire the ERS delivery. Oh, and he comes out of the pits now, and he's on mediums. Okay, so that's nice. And he's getting blue flags just as he exits the pits.
Ouch. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that's a kick. But it's not over. It's not over. Cause we still got 17, 18 laps. I have no clue how to do math, so if anyone is good at math here, I apologize for my ability to count. But we got certainly less than 20 laps remaining.
Right, and we've got Darkrai then looking to pay a lot of the hard tyre pain for his team in this race. He's on the lead lap. That's kind of target number 1, is stay on the lead lap, stay in the starting grid for stint 2. That gives your co-driver a nice clean sheet to race on. It must be pretty depressing if you start the race and you're already in the pit lane and a lap and more down on the leader for the team. But of course anything can happen. We've already seen cars struggling in low grip conditions to stay on track. We've seen damage. We've seen long pit stops for damage repair. We may see disconnections. Anything can happen. It's all about being there in the final half an hour endurance racing and having fun along the way as well, Marco.
Yeah, yeah, that's what we're looking for. We see some lifting going on. I think that was Pength. Giving way to Haba, but could be wrong.
Absolutely. Well, Haba, it's a nice looking car. They've definitely gone for the whole Masters of Endurance special on the doors. Looking very good. I did notice a pretty cool thing. The TX3 team are racing car number 3. But if I were designing that livery, Marco, I would have put a TX in front of the race number.
That's actually a nice thought. Maybe you could propose that to them.
Yeah.
After we finish our commentary, you just go up to the TX3 team and you go like, oh yeah, what if you guys put TX before the number? That'd be cool, isn't it? It could work.
I love it when they have to write the number on though. It's very cool.
Yeah, they've always gone with number 3 for like general liveries. I must say those liveries look fun, look nice. They have been looking like that for a few years now. But as some people say, you don't need to fix what's not broken.
No, but you sell a lot more merch if you change your livery slightly every year, right? So,
I mean, depends how the public perception of the livery is, but yeah, I get what you mean. I got a question.
We'll see. Go ahead.
I got a question. So if every team in this event had merch for their livery, who do you think would sell the most?
Oh, it's a good question because, I mean, it's similar to kind of which is the best livery, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, I've got a feeling that Distinct would probably sell a lot of merch if they were to make t-shirts, hats, that kind of stuff. I think their color scheme works, and they could do some pretty cool stuff with some t-shirts. How about you, Marco?
I do agree on the decent thing. Cause I'm pretty sure you remember uh I think a few months ago when you were commenting ALR, that was with Decent, and I do remember checking out their merch, and man, was it beautiful. And that merch was like from the previous generation of like liveries. So if they update their merch, then it would like sell a lot because the color combo is beautiful. But PRiMA and TX3 also have pretty good designs. So I don't know, like the big three. Just like I said in qualifying, those guys are the big three. Not only in terms of drivers, but also in terms of colors on their cars.
Definitely. Well, we've got Hyper's now in the pits. He's was on the hard tires. Oh, he's going to go and have some fun on some soft tires now. We might see
Let's
some good lap
go.
times here from Hyper's. He's put in 3/4 of a tank of fuel. He is going to run this one. And I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face now because it's time to go racing on some good tires right now. This should be fun.
Yeah, man. We're gonna see some cool stuff from Mateo Estever, who finally has the chance to prove his raw pace during the race and in the latter stages. And he actually did complete the full hard stint for the team, having completed I think 45 laps on the hard tires. So now he can just
very good.
finish the race on soft tires and try to get that lap back. But very good teamwork from Hypers.
What do you reckon? Do you know this? Do you know the chat member here, Hori9206? He says he had 2 hours on that livery. I'm not sure which team he's representing. Is he Distinct?
No. The liveries of these things are made by Kaguya. Actually,
Okay.
I don't know who Hori is. Maybe all for live for Esports Hungary. Oh, that's nice.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Let's give them some screen time. It is a very nice one. It's similar to the race Online Hungary bronze, but it's got a lot more design, a lot more stickering going on. It's pretty striking. I think that would also look pretty good. You're going to make some t-shirts for us, Hori, and let's see some t-shirt designs because I think that's going to look pretty cool as well. Definitely a very good kind of esports type of livery. There is Chucky coming down into out of the pits. He's in 5th place, looking very good actually, you've got to say, and about 2/3 of a tank of fuel, fresh soft tires. Chucky's been driving very well today, Marco.
Yeah, like Chucky has stayed ahead of like Hypers when they were like side by side on the same tires. So now they're on the same tires once again, but Chucky is really showing himself as a strong driver because like, I've known him from the ZIRA Esports Championship, but now he's just showing himself to be even stronger than he was in the Pro Division.
Yeah.
By battling against a driver such as Mateo Estever, and he's making his name worth at the moment. And even if Hypers passes him and finishes ahead of him, but Chucky will have his name known because he was the one who gave Hypers a bit of a hard time a few laps ago. but nonetheless, just
Definitely, he is looking very good, you have to say, and yeah, big smile on his face, I'm sure, because he's racing with Hypers and he's staying with him as well. Hypers now on soft tires, though. Will we see a slightly different picture? You see the brake lights coming on Chucky's car. I think Hypers will be heading through and past fairly soon. Cooler Master is the sponsor of the PRiMA car, it seems. So I wonder if they make pretty cool beer coolers or something like that. I don't know the brand myself, but the beers are on the PRiMA team, I think, at this point. Yeah. Looking for a look down the inside.
What a move from the Argentinian.
Braking
but
heavily,
it's not
very
over.
nice.
It's not over. Chucky goes around the outside and may complete the pass, but he's gonna have the outside for turn 3. And is he gonna complete the pass? Estever sends it on the inside. Chucky still there on the inside. They touch. A bit of lag is there, but
I think so.
I think Hyper's got the position. Hyper still holds the inside. Is Chucky gonna give it up? Yes, and Hypers gets the position and moves himself up to P5. But Shock is still there, trying to get past the Argentinian. But what a move by Hypers to get himself up to P5.
Definitely. He put himself in a dangerous position as well. Didn't quite leave, I would say, not a full car width at the apex of turn 4 as he goes through, which is perhaps explains the desync, the little bit of lag. But he went for a late move and he was very, very late on brakes, which explains why he was so slow away from turn 1 into turn 2. Chucky would not give this up. He stayed just about on the white line with 2 wheels. Stays around the outside, tries to hold it down the inside. A little squeeze to the apex didn't work out particularly well for Hypers, but he held on. He knew there was a good runoff area there. I think if there was a wall on the apex at the exit of that corner, he wouldn't have squeezed to quite the same extent. But Hypers through the Vidal chicane and is starting to build the gap as Chucky is squirming around under his tires at the moment.
Yeah, I think that Hypers like closed the door because I think that he was expecting Chucky to like lift, knowing that he was behind going down to turn 4, so he wasn't expecting Chucky to still be there, but it's all good as no damage was dealt and Hypers is ahead of Chucky. As we see, Mihamate on soft tires go first. A good 27 seconds ahead of Dede and a few more ahead of Darkrai. So yeah, Mihalides put on soft, and so did Dede.
Yeah, fantastic. So they are going aggressive. There's 27 seconds between P1 and P2, 31 back to Darkrai, who pitted, topped up the fuel, and stayed on the same hard tyres. Didn't even put new hard tyres on, Marco. I think he was quite happy with that set.
Maybe it didn't make sense to put on a new set because he was on a relatively new set, so why put on another set when the set you have is still good to use? But yeah, interesting turn of events that we had as we see
side-by-side action.
Jonas and
we got
Vigarius. Jonas holds the position, and Vigarius doesn't manage to complete the overtake, unfortunately.
Looked like to me a driver lacking a bit of confidence on the brakes there. He was on the outside going towards the chicane and just didn't want to trust the car would do what he wanted. In fact, he was behind earlier on. He was trying to recover that position. We thought it was an overtake. It was actually recovery. It was off track for a moment through Kumho Curva in towards Bit Curva, and then it looks like Sunis has got the drive out of the corner on soft tires through the Hatzenbecksburg and the 13th corner on the track and up towards the Vidal chicane. Well, on the inside, in fact, it was for the MSRT driver, and he just couldn't get the kind of braking performance offline. And through went Sunes, and he's starting to put the gap on those fresh soft tires.
Yeah, that was a pretty good move from Jonas into the chicane, I will not lie. But yeah, a he's 2 laps behind now. Looking at the gap, 4 minutes to the leader. But a position is a
2
position.
laps down is going to hurt. Yeah, when his teammate starts the next stint, that's going to hurt to be that far back. But as I said before, anything can happen here, and they will keep racing, I'm sure, because they've all got strong racing spirit. But Sunes now with the soft tires on is putting in the personal best times as well. Fantastic stuff. Let's catch up with Max Range, another good-looking car here, chasing down the L4 OH, designed by Hori here in the chat. I think that looks like is that Hungarian in the chat?
Yeah, that's
from
Hungarian.
Subatomi. But good evening to Subatomi. I can't
I
pretend I understand.
think Subatomi drove for live for Esports Hungary in the ZEC semi-pro division. Yeah, you commented the pro division. Of course, you don't remember the name, but he did a few rounds in semi-pro. He's a good driver. So, hi Subatomi.
We've got Max Range then, personal best, final sector of the previous lap, lap 50. We're into lap 51, as it looks like Pence is struggling on his brakes right now down into turn 1. It's tricky. I imagine by the look of the way this car that we're riding on board with is behaving, it looks like I keep using the word distinct. I can't use that in this race, but there's a definite advantage here for Max Range as he is looking for a way through, just making sure that Pence can see him in the mirrors as well, I think, right now.
Yeah, he's just making Pence perform a mirror check. Just to make sure his mirrors are clear.
Yeah.
But yeah, Max Range will surely want to get past Pence before the race is over. We got 10 laps for them, and I think 9 laps for the... No, it's 11 laps for them and 10 laps for the leader, I think. Because they are a lap down. So, I think Max Range trying to line up for the overtake on Pence, the driver with that beautiful design. As the Max Range is gonna have to go down to the outside, but then it becomes inside when Pence hits the curb, and Max Range is gonna get the preferred line for the chicane, and Kolosodruski gets up to P7 at the expense of Pence, who hits the curb pretty bad.
That was lovely.
Yeah, that was pretty lovely. Especially for Pence, who hit the curb pretty bad and almost spun. It happens.
Yeah, you don't often see drivers managing to run the outside around Hatzenbetsbog and turn 13. But when they do manage to do it, it's a great position for the Vidal chicane following. Great manoeuvring there from Max Range. Looking very good for ACTA at this point, or Hodruski, of course. He's known as well. Toy BXB says, I think he means these drivers are out of this world. They look like aliens. And Hori says that was almost a multi-21 situation. So we've got some very good chat going on. It's car 384 is into P7 and just getting to grips with this clear air in front of him.
Yeah, Hyper's got the fastest lap, by the way. 54.0. So
nice.
The World Tour experience is paying off for the Argentinian driver who was last at the start of the race, and now he's fifth. So
yeah, and we said he came out of the pits on soft tires, and we were looking forward to seeing some lap times. So yeah, Hyper's making use of those new soft tires. I don't know if he'll get them to the end of this stint. I think he probably will. Yeah, Darkrai is in third, Dede is in second, and Michalides in first in this first stint of our 6 hours of Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. There is our leader, Michaelides, some 28 seconds in front. He will struggle with these tires towards the end of the race, Marco, but I'm sure he will make the end of this race work now, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. Given that he pitted quite a while ago, so it's just a few laps. It will be nothing towards his tires. Now that I think about it, and Esteves has to just lapped Brigadius
Oh,
in a bit of a risky manner, but it happens, and Esteves gets some much near clear, and now it's Chucky's turn, and he that's not it, unfortunately. And Chucky has to send it just to get by. Oh well.
good moves moving forward, but you can see, despite the fact that Hypers has put in a fastest lap and is on those new soft tyres, Chucky still won't let him get away, will he? He's still with him, and doesn't want to wants to stay racing with Hypers. Here is Dede in second position, Frenchman at the moment, some 40.7 seconds ahead of Darkright, but Darkright has managed to use the hard tyres, I think, for the full quota that his team require for the whole night, and still come home not just on the lead lap but in the podium position in this first stint. He is good for the end, and in fact he can be pushing pretty hard. No lift and coast required here, Marco.
Yeah, I think he's good on fuel, and I mean, of course tires, but I think he's also good on fuel. So right now he just needs to bring it home for his teammates, and well, and to cap off the first third of the 6 hours Masters of Endurance at the Nürburgring GP. Speaking of these things, they did win a Masters of Endurance event earlier this year. That was the first of Spa, and that was with uh, two drivers that have competed in the ZIRA Evolution Championship Pro Division, and one of them was Faichi and the other one was me. So these things are not strangers of winning these kind of events, and now that they have a completely reformed lineup, they're trying to do it all over again.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's Paggi is going to be back. I don't know if he's in the next stint or the third stint, but Paggi is racing tonight with Mohata for Distinct or Hadi, as you may know him otherwise. So that's going to be interesting to see which of those drivers features. Hypers has the fastest lap there. You can see since fitting those soft tyres, his times have come down and down. Soft tyres will be good till the end of the race, this stint anyway, and then he can tick off plenty of laps on the hard tyre as well. So I think Hypers, I think PRiMA and Distinct, I think we can probably sign them off as having completed their hard tyre run. This is how it looked, Choque versus Hypers once again. Was this the earlier in the race situation? I think it was. This was the battle where Chucky just wouldn't let him through. And defended like a lion, as Alonso would say, but he just about managed to get the nose ahead here, going and got the inside line into the corner. It worked well for him in the end, but Chucky certainly made it hard work, and he's still in the mirrors of Hypers. If Hypers looks on the longer straights, he'll still see Chucky back there, I think. Well, 4.2 seconds. It is opening out a little bit as Hypers is now coming up to catch Bezzy. To Dede now. Yeah, so trying to unlap himself potentially, which will really help his teammates if they can get back onto the lead lap. But a long way to go if he can do that with Michaelides. He's going to have to rely on a pretty big mistake from Michaelides to unlap himself. Looks like Darkright there in the replay window versus our leader now, Michaelides.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that Desync has completed the 45 laps on hards. I'm not sure they did that. I know PRiMA did. but I think
Yep.
G-Sync complete like half of them. So, I mean that's still like less laps on hard tires to do. Just that they kind of put it like towards the midpoint to put on the hard tires. So, gonna be less work on hard tires in the next few stints. So, yeah.
So Darkrai is 1 minute 12 away from Mihalides at the head of the field, and not really catching at this stage, but quite happy, I think, to bring the car home in third on the lead lap. Hand over the keys to his teammate, and his team will now just use, I think we'll have maybe just a few laps on the hard and then just the medium and soft tires to go. How viable, Marco, is the medium tire to use over a long stint? Is it? I mean, I know it's quite a comfortable tire to be on, but how long do you feel comfortable on that versus the soft?
I mean, given how Gran Turismo tires work, soft tire is basically the tire they want to hold on to the longest amount of time. But like mediums, you just want to get them out of the way, basically. I mean, they're like 2 seconds
Right.
lower than soft, so ideally you want to get them out of the way. But if you want to get tires out of the way, then it's gotta be the hard tires because they're the lowest. But mediums are pretty safe to drive, I would say, but softs are even safer to drive. My honest opinion, I would rather go on softs. But yeah, I'm sure strategies are up and down the grid will take note of how many laps they've done on each tire. As we see Jonas letting Hypers go by, I think maybe Hypers passed Dede, so Hypers has unlapped himself from P2, but I think he's too far to fully unlap himself, as Mihalides is 28 seconds from Dede, and that 28 seconds, I think it's at the end of Sector 1. So,
And we have about 4 laps to go for the for the leader. So it -1 from that if Darkrai can't, if Hypers can't close that gap. So I think he will end up handing over his car to his PRiMA teammate, and they'll be starting from the pit lane. Who is currently on the lead lap then? I can't remember if Bezzy is on the lead lap, but it looks like, yeah, we may only have 3 cars on the lead lap. It has been a absolute show-stopping kind of performance from these lead 3 cars. They really have put in fantastically consistent racing. Mihalides was really nowhere in that first stint, Marco, and to now be towards the end of this first part of our endurance race, nearly 30 seconds in the lead. He has put in a hell of a last half of this first stint.
Yeah, he played his cards right with the strategy, at least in this part of the race, and okay, he just mind his own business. He's just not getting. I mean, maybe that is catching up to him, but that is not gonna be a threat, even if he catches him by some tenths per lap. Because look at Dede's tires, and we have like we have like 3 or 4 laps remaining, and yeah, Dede may have to push the tires longer than he may have anticipated.
He is going to be sweating in that cockpit, isn't he? He's not going to like these slow corner exits. Look at him out of the final corner, out of turn 1, and just to see how he's nowhere near the apex. He's definitely struggling to get into these slow right-handers, and certainly going to be struggling to get away from them. And he's just going to be praying that he can get this home without a significant accident here before the end of the race. Of course, he's got a 45-second window to the car behind, He
Far
doesn't
cry.
need to chase the car in front, but he just needs to stay on the track.
Yeah. As long as he keeps the car on track, then it's gonna be good for him. But maybe he kind of regrets the decision to push the tires that much. I mean, in comparison, Michailidis is on pretty good tires and doesn't even need to push. With 3 laps to go, uh, almost a 30-second gap. While Darkrai, even him, he doesn't need to push, but he's on Priol hard. But I'm gonna correct myself. I think there are 4 cars on the lead lap. I think Bezzy is still on the lead lap.
Okay.
But yeah,
It's
I
going to
think
be a lonely first corner if they're all in the pit lane, isn't it? So we'll hope that the drivers have stayed on. More drivers have stayed on the lead lap for stint 2. Who's jockey? He is he's
Dede.
catching Dede in front because Dede is just his tires are very much going. Jockey is having a similar situation. His tires are better than Dede's, but through the Kumho Curva Bit Curva complex, he was really struggling there in the dead
Man, is he
air as well.
pushing? Yeah, man, is he pushing? But yeah, I think.
Oh, hold on, Jockey.
Yeah, Chuck is pushing a lot. He can afford to push because he got tires that can easily make it to the end. But as I said, like I think Hypers is the first car that is 1 lap down. Cause Hypers and Chucky are like 2 minutes behind the leader, while Bezzy is I think 40 seconds behind Darkrai, but not enough to be lapped.
Try
So
and have a look at Bezzy before the end of the race and see where what his gap is to the leader, and then we will hopefully get 4 cars battling at the start. Back up to our leader Michailidis, who is opening the gap in this really comfortable situation, but mostly because Dede is ice skating at the moment. Here is Michailidis, car 14 in the all bronze. They didn't do a lot of work on the livery, but it looks good nonetheless. They've got lots of stickers, lots of sponsors, which is good to see.
Yep.
On the race Online Hungary.
Yep.
And just the last 2 laps to go now of this stint before we have a short recess, and then we will get the grid organized for the second stint and the second drivers to come on in. You can't change drivers in the cockpit unless you happen to be close family members or close residing friends, and you can share a rig. You have to do it this way to make sure the teams can represent properly. Go ahead.
Or the French tour, because there is a 24-hour endurance event on Gran Turismo 7 being held like every year, I think, and like the drivers like go there in person and they develop the rig like that. ERS have taken part in it. ZIRA has taken part in it. Even TX3 did. That was I think a few months ago. But that's what you're talking about, like swapping the rig like in real life. But yeah, Michailidis has started the final lap of this third of the race. 33 seconds ahead of Dede, who is probably gone skiing on those tires, which happen to be more suited for downhill skiing than a racetrack. And Darkrai still
no good for turning, are they, on tarmac?
but Dede is not losing like he's not losing like a lot of time like considering he's on consumed tires. So that's actually good because he's not maximizing the damage they can possibly get. But Haba, yeah, maybe Haba has to do some thinking on the rear left. But yeah.
Yeah, I think we're just checking out all the gaps here so that the drivers are given a specific time window to restart the next race from the pit lane. Here is then to finish out the first stint of the race. We're not going to get super excited. We'll explain why in a minute. But Michalides puts in a fantastic first stint for his team and wins the first stint at least 34 seconds in the lead. And his teammate will start from pole position in the second stint. Then we will have Dede in a little while, but it looks like it's going to be Hypers to cross the line 1 lap down. So his team will have to start further back in the pit lane for the next one. But a great recovery for Hypers. He came back from a first lap, first turn incident to find himself in last position, put on the hard tyres, took all the hard tyre pain that is required tonight for his team, and still came home in 5th position. Jockey in 6th place finishes the race behind him. Of course, with all the different lap gaps, lots of drivers finishing in separate positions. Dede has crossed the line, though, to take 2nd place. He did manage to hold on and didn't put it in the wall. Looks like Darkrai, who's had a very strong race as well, will finish in 3rd place. Here is Pence finishing just within 1.5 laps of the lead. Over the course of 60 racing laps. You can see Vigarius finishing up as well. And I think we've just got Haber and Darkrai. Darkrai crosses the line. He is in 3rd position confirmed. Where is Bezzy, though? Has Bezzy stayed within that 2-minute gap?
Yep.
Yes, just about he's managed to stay and finish the final lap. That is close. 1 minute 56 to the leader, Marco. And the leader was lapping faster than that, I think, further back. But great consistency on his lap times in this last third of the race for Bezzy, and he completes it and will start on the main starting grid here for his team. ERS come home on the same lap, and we will go into stint 2 shortly of this 3-stint 6 hours endurance race around the Nürburgring. But congratulations to Michalides. Regular viewers of the channel will not be surprised to see reigning pro champion Michalides managed to complete that run. But what a great first stint we had, full of really intriguing battles. Michalides wins with a time of 2 minutes 2:19, right on the bubble of the 2-hour mark, with Dede coming home 35 seconds further back. Fastest lap went by way of P5's Hypers, our GT7 World Champion for 2023, racing in this race, but suffered first lap damage and brought the car all the way back to P5 despite being on the hard tyres. Darkrai's put in a huge hard tyre stint for his team, finishing 3rd, and Bezzy stays on the lead lap for ERS and will finish there. And got a good fast lap in as well, did Bezzy. Jockey, Max Range and Pence complete the top 8, and then outside of the top 8, working hard for their teams, were Haber. Ghost, we saw, had a couple of incidents through the race, but he finished 10th. Souness in 11th, and Vigarius came home in 12th place, but put in a huge load of hard work for his team. So we will we'll be back on track shortly for you, as we will change lobby, we'll change driver pairings, and we'll be back with the next stint very soon. But Marco, your thoughts and feelings after that first stint?
Wow, I kind of have to give it to Mateo Estever, who came from last to finishing just on the bubble of being the last car in the lead lap. But that just shows his talent. He went from last to 5th. But during the drivers crossing the lines, I saw that they had completely eaten up the whole left tires of his car, and that Ghost also picked up some damage for the first time in the race. But it was a pretty fun pretty fun part of the race. Like, you wouldn't see this much action on something uh that's not organized by ZIRA. You can get excitement in races like these, you know, because we got very good
Yeah, and we've had
drivers too.
some great side by side battles as well, haven't we? I mean, some really good action, and now we get to hit the reset button as well and start all over again. I think that's a really intriguing part of our coverage here today is the fact that if you can finish on that lead lap, we you get to go back on the grid, you get to reset for the team, and each stint is really anyone's for the grabbing, as long as you can stay within the hunt right at the end. I'm kind of starting to regret the fact that I won't be doing the second stint because I won't see how all these strategies work out in the end. But I think at the moment it looks like it's going to be distinct versus versus PRiMA potentially, and then our other teams are going to feature in this one. We've got obviously the let me just I'm just drawing a complete blank as to which of our teams are going to be racing. Obviously Race Online Hungary are going to be right in there with a shout, and then potentially another team as well, but looks like we're going to be really strong here. The ERS team will be featuring in our next one, the number 45 car. So let's see how the next stint works out, and our thanks go to Bazzi and to Gyuka, of course, for their work off camera and behind the scenes, making all of this happen for us, making sure all the teams know where to start, organising the lobbies as well. It's a tough job, Marco, but they're doing a great job for us here.
Yeah, the ZIRA team has done an awful lot of work, not just for this race, but like for the ZIRA Evolution Championship that they held a few months ago. Um, yeah, but yeah, like the ZIRA team has always done a lot of good work, and it's we've seen it. Like the races are beautifully organized, the stewarding is awesome, and the race selection is awesome too. But um, yeah, first 2 hours gone, and they have been pretty nice to watch. Oh,
So yeah, we'll be on track shortly. We'll just be organising our lobbies in the background here. You can see how all the teams are made up here on screen at the moment. We really look forward to seeing this one. We'll be handing over the commentary duties over to our colleagues by in around 40 minutes time, something like that, when they get themselves into our comms box, and they'll be taking us through to the end of the coverage tonight at midnight CET. So we look forward to seeing how it's all going to end. But for now, we've got the intriguing middle stint and which drivers will be chosen. We've just got the last bit of mystery then tonight as to which drivers will choose to take part in the second stint. Marco, from your perspective as a driver, if you're in this situation, where do you like to be in the order of drivers in a team?
um, I honestly would prefer being the last uh of
Mm,
the drivers, uh yeah, the start can be fun, but me for me the end of the race is like my favorite part, as you just have to bring the car home in most cases, and yeah, I don't feel too comfortable doing starts because I feel like there are people who can uh handle starts better than I do. So you know, in a endurance race, you ideally want to put the best drivers in their preferred situation. Uh, so of course there are gonna be like drivers who can handle like traffic or starts better than certain other drivers. Um, but yeah, I do prefer being one of the last drivers because I do handle traffic pretty well. But I'm scared of handling the start.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. It's good to see lots of people joining us. Good evening to, well, Dede's back. Dede's joined us in the chat, and so has Stefunzi. So nice to see everybody joining us. We will be on track for you shortly. This is a 6-hour endurance race around the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. We have had the first stint out of the way, which is a 60-lap race around Nürburgring. We'll be moving into the second 60 laps, the second 2 hours of Nürburgring very soon. Once the grids are organised and all our drivers are in their seats and ready to go. I'm sure we've got time limits, so we won't be hanging around for latecomers. But we'll be back on track for you very, very soon. And then we will see the second stint of drivers. Then around the turn of the hour, we will expect to see our colleagues join us and hand over commentary. And you can see Weeb has been following the coverage so far. He'll be here for us, along with I forget now who is joining us later on. It's going to be my colleague, I think, from my time as in the pro comms box earlier on in the year. So Louis is going to be here with Awib, and we're going to also try and bring you some interviews if we possibly can. If we've got team members, particularly in this next stint, we hope to get you some drivers who've been out on track to come and talk to us and hear from them. That would be pretty cool. But we'll have race start for you coming up pretty soon. It does look, admittedly, like we're running a little bit behind time schedule at the moment, Marco. But we'll try and limit that as much as possible.
Yeah, we're out here trying to limit time loss. Oh, good. Uh,
Hey everybody, welcome back. Apologies for the technical problem there, but we'll be on track for you very shortly. Thank you to everyone continuing to chat on the Twitch channel. I saw Haber Racing Team, Awib, French Tour Competition, Dede's come in as well, and Toy BXB is cheering on Lopez this time. Saber for TX3 says hello to everybody, and we welcome all of you. And anybody who hasn't yet spoken up, please do contribute in the chat. Marco and I will be here for another half an hour or so to take you through the start of this next stint when Louis and Awib will be here to join you for the second half of tonight's proceedings. We look forward to hearing the results later on, but do stay tuned for us as well, cheering on your team, of course, and get hold of your teammates as well. Make sure they're sharing the channel tonight on socials, and get all of your team members in to watch with us. The drivers are getting into their seats. The grids are being formed for stint 2 of our 6-hour competition tonight. And if you're just joining us, just to give you a quick refresher, the 6 hours will be split into 3 stints. We've had stint 1. Now we've got the new drivers into their seats, and we're looking forward to seeing who our favourites are going to be in this one. Marco, you're just getting your quick look at who is in which seat. Who do you fancy here tonight for a strong result out of the top group?
It's tough to say actually. Cause I know, I think I know some of these people, and the people that I know are actually like pretty damn fast. Fighty, my teammate in Spa, he's pretty fast. Petty Petya is also fast. Gabin too. Shaldadi is a really good rival of mine. And Petty is another fast guy. So yeah, maybe them. I can see them having a good race.
Definitely. Well, the grid looks a little bit mixed up at the moment, but I imagine that the drivers will be given their instruction as to who goes into the pit lane and who will start the race in the correct order. They'll be gridding up shortly. I don't think this is how it's going to start. Do you, Marco?
Yeah, I don't think this. I guess. But yeah, we have the formation up as just to simplify things, you know. But yeah, I cannot wait to commentate for 80 more minutes. And yeah, because the context is that me and Webb are not gonna commentate for the entire stint 2, and we're gonna switch commentators mid stint at around 9 p.m. Central Eastern Time, and yeah, you're gonna enjoy a good old switcheroo of commentators in just under 20 minutes, but it will be sad for us to say goodbye for this event as commentators, but we do hope that you will enjoy this event as we wait for the first few drivers to get out of the pits.
Yeah, the first one should be Pajot here. He'll get the green light to go as his teammate was the first to start the race, was the first to finish in stint 1. That was Michalides. So Pajot will be the next one here for Race Online Hungary to try and live up to the performance that his teammate put in. You can see some of the tyre selections already as well. So Pajot's gone for the hard tyres to start because he's got a nice big buffer to start this race with. I'm assuming we will go up to a nice round figure, maybe start at the 4-minute mark possibly, and then the drivers will be released at their various times according to the time limits, the time gaps and intervals that were set by their teammates, it seems. So coming up onto the 4-minute mark, I'm assuming this will be a release for Pajot very shortly. he will get the instruction to go. I'm just going to check my notes and make sure I've got this this correct. But we are watching here with the pole position for this stint with our driver Pajot. He'll be on very soon. So looks like we will get underway shortly, and then there'll be a nice big stint, a nice big gap for Pajot here, Marco, to start this second stint on the hard tires.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Haven't started yet, but we're gonna see some good stuff in a bit.
Definitely, yeah. Looking forward to seeing how the drivers progress, how the different teams compare with one another as they did here in the first stint. We are closing in on 5-minute mark here. I hope that is the release point. There we go. The release there for car 14. So we get our race underway in about 28 seconds time. Looks like it will be the turn of the second driver who has taken the keys from Dede, and it's Petty. Petty, familiar name to those who watch the channel. And there we have Sabi just confirming that the 5-minute mark was the start. Haber Racing team cheering on their Peter Kiss, as well as Vigarius has shown up after his first stint. And there is the release then for second place Petty. And you can see then starting on the lead lap will also be Distinct, and will also be the ERS car, the I think it was the 46 that will start on the lead lap just about. Although by the time they get out of the pit lane, Marco, at full speed, Pajot might have already passed him.
Yeah, that is a possibility. But yeah, now we're looking at Petty, who is waiting for his turn to go out.
Definitely. Well,
Good.
it was all important to stay on that lead lap if possible. Here we go. Green light given to car 69, and Distinct scream out of the pit lane. They will be looking to make their mark here on the race. You can see the various tyre selections here. So it's soft tyres, an aggressive one for Bobo Vita for ERS in, I think that's the 46 ERS car. We do have 2 Elite Racing Squad cars competing tonight, all Polish teams. And coming up on the 7-minute mark, they'll be released to go, by which point I'm expecting Pajot will be up to speed. Pajot's just coming out of the final corner, in fact. So he'll certainly have a big job to stay ahead of Pajot here on cold tyres, but he's on the soft tyres, so it should help, because I think Pajot was starting on the hards. He overcooks that first apex a little bit there, Marco, just getting a little bit keen on the way out of the pits.
Yeah, just trying to get the tires warmed up as soon as he possibly can. But as we see Goblin, coming out of the pits, and I think, yeah, Shalda, next one out. But yeah, just trying to get the tires up to temperature as soon as possible. But it's just, oh, yeah, just as I was saying, trying to get tires up to temperature, but doing it the hard way doesn't necessarily guarantee that it's the best way.
Exactly, and this exit out of turn 1 has been the undoing of certainly Ghost, but several drivers had very close moments there coming out of that very slow corner. As again, here we go with the ACTA car of Hori, the designer of the livery as well. Hori, he was watching the first stint with us, and he's got underway. So nice and fair to see that the drivers will be split out here by the gaps that their teammate earned for them in the previous stint. But we have to press the reset button to get drivers into their cars in Gran Turismo and run the next 60 laps. Release then. This looks like, is this Petty as Petty being released?
Yep. Petty is released from the pits. Man, yeah, we don't have to wait long for the other 2 drivers. Um, although we it's relatively a long time because they're a few laps down. So
Yeah.
yeah,
They're getting their release instruction. You can see race control just dropping the car number at the moment that they are allowed to restart. Looks like we've got Peter Kiss being cheered on at the moment there by Haber Racing Team. I know we've got a Petty Petiat and a Petty in the field, so it's going to be quite tricky for us to keep track of who we're talking about. But we'll try and use their team name as well. There is the car that Sunes was driving earlier on.
yeah.
They've been released, and the final car to be released will be Lopez very soon on soft tyres, it seems.
Yeah, just waiting for the official yeah, there we go. Number 9.
And away they go then. All our cars on track, and we're racing then for the 6-hour Masters of Endurance. Second stint, second third of the race, and here is your leader, Pajot, who's lost a little bit of time out to TX3, just because of using the hard tyres, I believe. I can't remember what Petit Petiat is actually driving at the moment. We'll get that for you. We'll be able to see what the tyre selections are. So also hard tyres. So a good start at the moment for TX3, gaining a couple of seconds, it seems, Marco.
Yeah, just taking the how can I say? Just trying to make the most out of their situation, and yeah, but they're not first. Put it this way. Uh, but currently, just a few laps in, ERS has the fastest lap. So, but I mean, of course, we're gonna have to wait a few more laps to see some good, proper laps. But for now, we can just enjoy Piety improving on his fastest lap.
Sure. Well, you can see Baichi here. The top 3 drivers all on hard tyres. I don't expect that Baichi will have to drive those hard tyres for very far to fulfill the minimum 45 required of the evening, thanks to his teammate, Darkright, who put in huge effort earlier on. Look out, though, for PRiMA's driver, Gabin, because they do not have to use the hard tyres at all. So I'm expecting to see Gabin manage to move forward quite well throughout the race. I'm just struggling visually a little bit at the moment to see the cars particularly well, but we'll try and cope as best we can. Just saw a definite drop off in visual fidelity on my side. I'm going to sort of switch to my stream on a different device because everything is healthy on there. Looks like Paji doing a good personal best sector in his third lap, the 4th on track after the formation lap, of course.
We have an interview partner there, distinct dark right
and we've had
here soon.
And we're gonna be able to be able to bring you an interview very soon. It looks like so. Stay tuned for that one. If you've got questions for our drivers, drop them in the stream chat, and we'll do our best to ask them. Make sure they're positive and clean, and we'll try and talk to our drivers. But hopefully, we'll get you an interview very, very shortly, which is going to be a lot of fun. In fact, I can see our front running for a long period in the race. Darkright has joined us in the booth, so hopefully, Darkright, as you watch your teammate just step outside of track's limits slightly and dirty up the tyres. Darkright, how was your race, and how are you feeling after that?
You are muted.
Hopefully, we'll just get Darkright to click his
that.
settings correct. No problem. How was your race?
I mean, it started good, and then I screwed everything up. I messed with the strategy, so I think if I didn't take the extra pit stop, I probably would have been, I would say about, I'd say 20, 25 seconds behind. Because I was gonna make sure I get rid of
Okay.
the hards as quick as possible. Um, but no, I'm impressed with my pace, especially on the soft tires in the early parts of the stint. I think I started to pull away from uh what's his name, Didi. Um,
Yeah.
just had to make sure that I put in that effort and just try to save my tires a little bit more than him so I can like try to pull away. I just wish I didn't take the extra pit stop, and I think it would have been like a perfect stint for us. We probably would have been closer to TX3, but you know, it things happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were confused because we were watching along and you stopped for a little bit of fuel and then kept the same tires on, and we were trying to work out what kind of a strategy that was. But you say it was a sort of a mistake on the on-screen display potentially that caused that, was it?
Yeah. Well, I would honestly say that um, the the fact that I was like about the strategy and then I didn't execute it to the way I wanted to because I was scared about
Yeah.
the um the soft tire, because when I was in practice, the soft tire would last, I'd say, about, you know, 25, 30 laps before, the guys who are running mediums are gonna catch up. So knowing that, I
Hmm.
decided to just, do a double stint with new softs and then try to gain as much track position as I can. But in the long run, because
Right.
I didn't realize the fuel rate was like so like slow, it cost me. So
Hmm.
yeah, I'll just take that into mind next time there's an event like that. So yeah, just move on.
No, I mean it was an awesome stint, and great to bring the car home where you did, and also used a lot of hard tire application as well. That's really going to help your team in the second and third stints, I'm sure. How were they feeling about the prospects for the next the next two stints?
I mean, I'll say this, once we get rid of the hard tire, which I think we will after I think we're gonna pit soon. We definitely will try to like catch up to TX3. Um, I think a race win is kind of might be out the question, but I mean you can't go wrong for podium in a 6-hour race. So I would just say,
Totally.
you
Well,
know,
we've got a bit of track action here as ZIRA Esports are trying to get past the elite racing squad, and they've been very patient but screaming on through. What a great move that was, and moving past. So fantastic stuff from ZIRA Esports. Shouda Ali getting past there and moving forward. But Marco, any questions for Darkrai before we let him go? Grateful as we are for you stopping by. It's great to chat with our drivers.
Yeah,
no problem.
yeah. I was about to ask like, um, what happened? Like, could you like tell us what happened at the start? Cause in the chat we had a bit of a complaint regarding you. So I was, I would like to get your PRV on the start. If you could guide us through what happened.
You mean on the first lap?
Yeah, we received a complaint that they did a brake check on the field. So I,
Um, yeah, no, because I one of the things I wanted to try and avoid was going over the what's it called, the speed
limit.
limit, or the yeah, for the start. And so I felt like I
Mm.
was going a little bit too quick, so I braked just to try, like, because I thought I was like getting having an advantage over the field, so I braked, but I didn't realize that I was so close to someone behind. So um and then by the time like I got off like the brakes, it was green, green, green. So you know I apologize. I'm sorry. It might seem like it was like a brake check, but it was like totally like unintentional. It was something that was you know out of pretty much out of my control, because I didn't really know the uh the the speed limit up until I read the document like 5 minutes before, so I just wanted to make sure that I was going under the threshold of 100 miles, 100 kilometers per hour. So
Yeah. I wish you and the rest of the team a good rest of the race, man. You did pretty well in the first part, so congrats on currently having P3. But I'm sure that the team will achieve a better result towards the end of the race. So
yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're
yeah.
just making sure that we just keep it on the track, and that's all. That's all that really matters. So
Yeah, we know that
Be there in the
you're
end.
pretty
Yeah.
good at it. So so yeah, it was nice seeing you on track. And Weber, have you got any more questions?
Yeah, that's all good from me. Thanks so much for stopping by, Darkrai and GG's for the first stint. I'm sure you'll be staying tuned for the end to
I
make sure
definitely will.
your team bring it home. But congrats on that, and yeah, thanks so much for having a chat with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
Alrighty, so back to the track action then. We've been spoilt for choice here. We've got plenty of replays happening. Lots of cars jostling for position, particularly in the midfield we've seen as well. And we will hopefully be able to keep you informed as to where everything stands. No change at the front though in the hunt for the podium. It's still Pajot from Petit Petiat, and then followed, of course, by the distinct Pajot car there Pajot in P3. So, Marco, did you see anything else while I was busy chatting away with Darkrai as to what else was happening on track?
not really. But one thing that I do notice that right now it's 9 p.m. CET, so you know what that means. Yeah. So yeah, it has been a pleasure to commentate with you for a good 2 hours and 21 minutes of this race. But as the scheduling goes, we me and Weber are gonna leave it up to Awub and Louis to commentate the rest of the race. So I hope that you as the viewer will enjoy the rest of our commentary. But for me and Weber, it's been all. You got any more to add, Weber?
No, all good. Thank you, Marco. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We've had a great time, and I hope that that the audience give a really good welcome to Louis and to Weir, who are going to do a fantastic job here to take us home to the end of the 6-hour endurance. It's good to have a change of voices. I'm sure I'll bring in Louis and I'll bring in Weir now. But yeah, farewell, everybody.
Yeah, farewell.
See you guys. See you. It was great. It was a great pleasure. I don't know if my voice is sufficient enough, but anyway, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, as we take over on the comms on this 6-hour endurance race, Masters of Endurance. And am I alone? Or Abub is here?
No,
I'm
I'm here. It's me, Baji. Your voice is clear. Your voice is clear. I think Avob has a internet connection problem, so he's still outside of the studio. He's trying to fix it, but I'm jumping in while he can't speak with you. I try my best. My English is not the best, but I will try the best.
Oh my god, does that mean that I have to take the lead on this race? Well,
So,
I will try my best.
your team. Let's jump to your team.
HRT for the win.
Yeah,
We
it's
have Katia
Peter Kish
at the
in
driving seat.
the wheel.
Yes, it's a kind of a challenge for him because he started like 40 seconds off from the car in front, which is Akta Hori this time. And for maybe for all of the drivers, it's a kind of a time trial challenge with this kind of a start of the race, because like there are so big differences time differences between the cars. But as I'm talking about the big differences, it's good that we have you here, because I can tell you where to move the camera, because the two Octa cars are within a second distance between each other, so we might can see
Yeah, I marked
some
them
team action.
before this. I saw this fight becoming between these drivers. So the fact we have to know, Hori is not racing for now for Octa Racing Team. He racing for LH4 LEH4 driver now.
Okay.
But yeah, it's gonna be an exciting fight for the seventh position now.
So is this kind of an in-house fight, but in the same time it isn't, because Akta Hori is racing in different team colors than the Napoli in front.
And the
So
others,
back to Patty.
back to Patty. Patty is still rolling. Yeah.
So Patty has a mountain to climb in front of him, because I was talking with the HRT guys during the break, and Haba's wheel turned off mid-race, so he had some technical difficulties.
Yeah, yeah, we saw that he driven in autopilot for 5 minutes, because we think he had a technical not technical problem, so that's true.
Yeah, that's true. There was a bug on his feet, and he wanted to wash it off, and then he like plugged the cable out.
Oh, that's
Just
horrible
Haba
things.
pig,
Horrible things.
just Haba pig, as we
Even when
used to
he
say.
scary of bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So back to Hori's get the position against Pa Zidek. While we talked about your team, another fact about Pa Zidek, he is our first champion in the Virtual Equator Cup previous season. So
Oh.
in our organization, he's the first champion of us. So yeah, he's an unbelievable driver. He lost for 1 or 2 years after that, but he's came back for for Actor Racing team and trying his best, I think, and he do so well.
Yeah, and don't forget to mention that Patty is the champion of the ZIRA Evolution Series semi-pro category.
Yeah, of course. This is our first fact. Yeah, in this three drivers between these three drivers.
I'm scanning through the field in hopes of finding some action, or maybe I think for a minute Avug was here just before, but yeah, he's still struggling with his connection. Seems.
Yeah, I think he has a big technical problem, because usually the smalls are fixed in this time. So yeah,
Well, anyway,
good luck, Avob. Let's fix it.
it's just to give a shout out for you personally and the whole team ZIRA putting together this Masters of Endurance series. Can we call this a series already? Because this is the second.
Yeah,
You have
we can call this series a Masters of Endurance series. So it is the fourth race on this name under this name. So yeah, we can call this a series.
so a big shout out for you and the whole team to put this whole series together. And as you can see, like how big it grew. We have such a how do you say how do you say that such great names on the field, on the track now. In the last stint we had the world championship
Yeah,
winner.
absolutely, and it's it's a pleasure to us to see these high quality uh, teams and drivers are here for this event, and thank you so much for them. And this is
And
bites
as
in
you
the
see,
bit now.
Weitz is already doing his first stop.
Yeah,
I didn't really I wasn't really able to follow the tire strategies in the first stint, but far as I know, drivers have to use the hard tires in 25% of the whole length of the race, so like the three stints altogether. So is it viable strategy to use to just use only hards for one stint, so that your teammates can go a quicker pace on mediums and softs? What do you think?
yeah. His teammate do this also, but in reverse. He started in soft and ended the stint in hard compounds. Now he, I think, will change his tires for soft. And yeah, they,
Quite a lot of fuel also
yeah,
going
a lot
into
of
the car.
fuel. It is made to full fuel. And mediums, it is a gift for me. Surprise. I told he changed for soft, but not.
Interesting. So already uh, different strategies are panning out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is many strategies as how many teams are in the grid. So it's good to be see it. Good to see it. How many strategies they are doing.
Especially on these long races. I mean, you have every possibility to think differently.
Yeah.
Abu, Abu, are you here with us?
Oh, you are muted, my friend.
Mon ami, I hear he's French.
He
He left.
disconnected. We hope so.
So anyway,
He will fix it because we are so missing him in this stage. From this
and
stage.
I'm getting feedback that my voice seems a bit far, so I'm trying to work on that. How do I do that, Baji? In the settings of Discord, I guess.
In Discord, are you
No,
joined across PlayStation?
no. I'm on my laptop.
I don't know.
Well,
Are you noisy or not?
no. People are telling me that my voice is it's not coming from the right input.
I think it's okay. Uh,
All right, I will try to fiddle with
OBS
it.
shows a great feedback from you.
So, is anybody closing in on anybody in the field? Party who is just finished with his first tire change has 20 minutes behind Shadadi. I mean 20 seconds. Sorry, and has a 9-second lead over Ori.
Following him, Pál Zsidek, sorry. After them, Peter Kiss, the champion of the semi-pro season ZIRA Evolution Championship. After him, the ERS Elite Racing Squad driver Zippo. Then there is Cam, Portuguese driver from MSRT team, and in the 12th position there is I think they are changed their second pilot, because we get an info in the Discord channel. He had a technical problem and cannot connect to the lobby, so he's an unregistered driver, but he's a reserve driver for GTHH.
Oh, it's hard to pronounce it in English.
Yeah.
We are used to GTHH, which is how it's pronounced. Interestingly, he is filling the rear mirror of PRiMA, who is leading the race. So we have a nice little mixture of positions on track on the result list. I'm loving the liveries, by the way, as I'm scanning through the whole field. Each car is so unique. Abu, you're muted.
I don't. Do you? Yeah.
It is a little bit laggy, Bob.
Yeah, it is laggy.
Eh?
Oh no. I can't hear Abu properly. Is my voice better, guys? By the way, am I still heard from far?
Let's find some action in the track, I guess.
Good luck with that. I'm
Yeah.
trying to respond on the chat. Daniel Stilbu asks how many countries you have in the championship. Let's count it together. So we have 2 full teams of Polish drivers, if I remember correctly, but help me out with this, Bajir, if I'm not.
So, have to pronounce his name, or what?
No. Just like we have two teams of Polish drivers.
Yeah, of course,
We
from
have,
EIRs. Yes.
we have a Portuguese team, don't we?
Yeah, maybe could do a showdown from here.
Let's do a showdown of all the nations that are represented here. First of all, that's Vabu and Marco Baji. That's not us.
Yeah, I know,
That
I
means
didn't
you
change
are the
that
team.
yet. Sorry,
You are
because
the
they are
team.
started the stint. So, this is the
Yeah.
TX3. Lukas Passet, Peter Kramer and Michal Sipl.
In
Sorry if I
international
don't
football.
say it well. There is the Polish team from ERS squad, Elite Racing squad, with 2 cars. And there is the PRiMA Esports, Gabi Molina Nunez, Merlin Cardos, and Mateo Estever, who is the world champion now in the World Series. Distinct Gaming, Pal Sabo, Mohamed Hadi, and Donovan. And the Portuguese drivers from Margam Sul Racing Team, Harbor Racing Team, Is It Your?
Let's go HRT.
Yeah,
That's my
HRT
team.
in the field. Tamás Túróci, László Nagy, and Péter Kis.
And of course, even though I'm part of this stream, I'm trying to be very impartial, guys.
Akta Esport Racing Team with Szabolcs Kis, Kolos Hodruszki, and Pál Zsidek. Race Online Hungary, who are leading the race now. Máté Mihalides, Márton Pajor, and Dávid Pajor. Live for Esport Hungary, József Penc, Tamás Kis, and Norbert Horváth behind the wheel. Gran Turismo Hobby Hungary, Gábor Horváth, Antal Jakab, who has been changed for Péter, and Marcel Istóci. And this is our team, Máté Masa, Bertalan Csoknyai, and Ádám Salda, who is driving now.
So nice and very real field we have here on the Masters of Endurance event here in Nürburgring GP, or as others call it, Nürburgring on diet. Or how was it?
I will
And
be
your
still
commentators,
outside of the studio.
Boob and Luigi.
He had a technical issue also.
But don't worry, guys, because we have Baji, who is a commentary and race control in one person. So at least we have the chance to get to know some background info of the races. And we have somebody who 100% knows the rules properly, at least.
Of course, my friend.
I was a bit worried because as as, I think my boss said that he just quickly read through the rules 5 minutes before the race, as did I. So I was really hoping
Yeah,
that room for you. Help me
unfortunately,
out.
so many drivers do the same.
Yeah, I know.
So at the testing start before the race, there was a chaos, and hopefully they are managed well in the main race. So I'm happy. I'm happy for it. So they are doing well.
To be honest,
Everything.
we
It
have
is very clean and peaceful.
it is so far. It is so far. But please don't jinx it. But definitely so far, so good. This whole race has been very clean.
Oh,
No group.
distinct. At the moment, he will take back his lap.
And also Shada Adi is about to overtake Ati on the 9th place, but This is not for track position. The Pacey and Petit Petya are very close to each other. Hopefully no contact will be made as they sweep through the Schumacher S chicane. Onto the straight with the DRS zone and the penalty zone.
Boys is enjoying the slipstream yet. He's don't want to.
I'm thinking that Pacey does he really want to overtake Petit Petya, because then he will just lose out on the slipstream. And
Yeah, of course, and jumping over the apex.
yeah.
It was very funny. It's a really necessary bug in the GT7.
Yeah, this happens always on this track. That chicane is just sending the cars flying. It's always fun to see that. Kind of very late braking by both of them. I was worried again about that contact, but no contact has been made.
I think Evobis came to us. Hello, Evob.
Hello.
Are you hear us?
Even if he can hear us, I cannot hear him. Don't know about you. Marcy and Petya are still in a train of two.
Yeah, they stay still doing a tactic, I think. Parts is enjoying the slipstream,
Might
and
very well be.
he can save fuel behind Petit Petya.
Hello, Toten in the chat. I think Toten is going in the next stint.
Yeah, of course. He's the last one from GTH team.
In the meanwhile, Shaldadi has swept through Patti. Patti cannot get closer, unfortunately. Unfortunately for me, and unfortunately for Team HRT. Still has a minute between him and Yara's Hobo. Yeah. In the background, maybe you could hear the Team HRT chat. The race control, race engineer of Patti, who is Haba. I think that I can tell. But I guess all the teams are doing this. Somebody is watching the race unfolding and instructing the drivers when to pit, how long stints should they make, what tire to choose. But that's just how it is. As we can see, Aktahori is filling up his tank in the pit.
While this, we watched the other half of the grid. Martin Pyor still keep his distance between front of Petit Petya. So, and he pit
Just
now.
pitting. So it's gonna be interesting if Patti Petya is following him, because he has well, on some tires it's 50%, some tires like 90%, but Patti Petya is staying out. So he's gonna take the lead the race for now, and that's for sure. Already happened. PRiMA Gaben on P3 is still on his mediums. Interestingly, by the way, Petty Petya is on hards. So P3 PRiMA Gabin is on mediums and still has about half a lap to go still till the pit lane. But I don't think he's gonna pit just now yet. That will bring him a bit closer to Pajor MRC on the second place. Let's see where Pajor MRC re-enters the track compared to Gabin. Gabin is Gaben. It would be nice to have a French among us to help me pronounce the French names.
Yeah,
Gaben is
we are really
Gaben
missing
is now
uh,
turning
a
on.
verb now. When we have to pronounce the French names.
Yeah, I mean it's we get it back because we, we do the same with the British people and Marco, but Marco is learning Hungarian, so it's a bit easier for Marco, I guess, than
Yeah, of
it is for
course,
Gabo.
definitely. He's
So
doing well.
approximately one full main straight is the difference now between Pajor MRC and Gaben, which is in seconds, is about 14 or 15-second difference. Let's see how this story develops, because Gaben is on quicker but more worn tires compared to Pajor's fresh, new, still cold hards.
PRiMA is climbing up, climbing back well, so uh, just don't forget they have to pit stop in the second lap of the first stint because they get damage. And now they
Yeah,
are racing on the third position now in the second, so he have a really good pace.
yeah, it's a great comeback so far, but there is still a lot to go, as we have approximately reached 1/3 of the length of the second stint, and then we will have another 2 hours race in the first stint of this night. So PRiMA still has a lot of time to climb back to one of, or the first or the second step of that podium.
Yeah, we are climbing up. We are closing up for 1 hour racing in the stint, so we will reach the half of the stint soon.
As we joined in at about the 10th lap, maybe, of this stint. And Shada Adi is in the pits, who has totally worn his mediums and the fuel. It's gonna be interesting to see if Akta Napali is actually in a proper race position fight with Shada Adi.
I guess there will be distance both racers, because Shaldo keeps refueling while he goes through the finish strange.
Yes, it's still early to really see how it's gonna play out. Napoli still has a couple of laps to go, both fuel-wise and both tire-wise. Well, Sean is still in the pits. But he's getting blue flag. How long is gonna take Shalda to finish this pit? He has been in the pit lane for 1.5 minutes
Refueling
already.
is really
And now
long because there is
it is.
only one multiplier on the
Ah,
refueling.
so 1 liter per sec goes into the fuel tank of the cars while refueling. That makes pit stops a lot longer than what we are used to. And of course, Pedro, Baji, let's do a quick check on the time differences between the drivers. Let's go through the field one by one.
Of course, do it.
Petya is in the pits, so let's wait. Let's see where he rejoins. But again, it's gonna take a full minute because he has just entered the pit. So you know what? Whatever. Let's go through. So Petya is at first at the moment. Then we have Pajor MRC on the second.
Yeah, he's racing for Race
Approximately
Online Hungary.
approximately 1 minute down from first place. Then we have PRiMA Gabin racing for PRiMA on the third place. And actually he's not that far from Pajor MRC. But 10 second is manageable. Is a manageable gap. And as I'm cheering for a big race, Gaben is entering the pit. Then we have Distinct Paitsy 30 seconds behind Gaben on the fourth place, racing for Team Distinct. He is followed by Octaz Nappali in P5, approximately, again, half a minute between them. Baji, can you switch to, and thank you, then, because I couldn't see the
Sorry,
names.
I'm just writing for
Yeah, I
above.
know, I know you're multitasking, and I'm sorry. So we have Octa Napoli on P5. He is followed by ERS Bobo on P6. Is he the first of the two ERS teams? Then we have Octa Hurry, who is deceivingly not driving for Octa today. Uh, Approximately again half a minute between him and Bobo. Then we have ZIRA Shada Adi, the home turf in P8. He is followed by ROH or HRT Petty Tan, still in P9. He's already thinking about his box strategy, as I can hear from my controller. And then we have FMNG Lopez in P10. Quite a bit of difference from Petty, but he's getting chased by GTHH Petty, who is being waved the blue flag, still being waved the blue flag, so he is letting the front runners through, nice and easy. And at 12th place, we have ERS Zipox of the second ERS team of Poland. And Napoli
You
is
were in
in the
pit
pit.
at the last lap, so this is why he at 12. I think
Yeah.
he is takes position in 6th or 7th position in the
Yeah,
race, at this
It's
moment.
it's pretty premature to take the track positions granted at this point of the race, because as we are closing in at about 50% of the length of this race, the strategies are still unfolding and the strategies are still very mixed, and the cars on track are also very mixed. So I guess we will see in the end who finishes where. But that's just how endurance races are. That's how we love endurance races. Because given how long they are, the differences can really stretch out. But this is also about the endurance ability of the drivers, because like, concentrating for almost 2 hours long, trust me, it's not an easy task to do, especially when you are among such a strong field as this is.
Louis, do we
Yes.
have any free places in the room, in the race room?
Let me check quickly. You mean in the lobby?
Yeah, in the lobby.
No, it's
Because
full.
we could fix Evob problem.
If I left,
Yeah, maybe. I will screen for you my screen,
yeah. That's
and
alright.
he can jump in the race lobby. And yeah,
What a
we going to switch to PS party.
uh, that sounds complicated, but we can try. Yeah, why not? So should I move to a PS party too?
Let's invite us
What do you mean?
for a party.
Mondd magyarul,
Hív
legyek
be
én be.
partiba.
Jó, de én benn vagyok az íráspart, vagy mi a HRT-sbe, várjál, akkor nem kilépek. És így nem lesz háttérinfo a csapatról. És osszam meg a képernyőmet?
Az akár úgy is jó. Maradhatsz a lobbyba, és akkor hozd meg a képernyődet.
De izé, az avúbot meg nem ismerem a
Akkor
Playstation-on.
majd én csinálom.
Excuse us for this interlude, dear viewers. This is broadcasting live. As you can see, things happen and we have to find the solutions on the fly. Luckily, we are very well educated how to do these things.
So, then,
Who's inviting us?
I will be trying to connect to Discord now. What's happening? I made the
I'm
I made the
joining the
party.
PlayStation.
Okay,
So see you there.
okay, okay. No, it's not.
Playing on PlayStation, transfer your voice to your PlayStation. Let's go. As I joined on Discord to studio, can you hear me on Twitch board?
Hello, do you hear me? Do you hear me? On a broad.
Yeah, people in the chat. People in the chat, please respond. Please respond if you can hear everyone loud and clear.
I don't know if
I can hear
it's
myself
working well. Well,
very loud and clear.
do you want to restart a screen
Yeah.
share? I don't know because I don't have the race. Well, I have it on Twitch, but I think I have some delay. So
Oof.
glad if you hear me on the broadcast. Hello everyone. I don't know if the microphone is fine or not. I don't have the sound of Twitch, so I don't know if it's fine or not. I hope you are all doing well.
Yes, they can hear us. I am.
Hello?
Am I good? Am I good? Am I good?
Hello, do you hear me correctly or not? Is it fine? Yeah, well,
So
but I
welcome
don't
back,
see the
everyone.
race in live. I think I have some delay on Twitch, so I don't know if we can have like something more live. I don't know if we can say that. Anyway, I will do with the Twitch, or I will do with the Twitch broadcast. I don't know if there is some delay or not. Hello everyone. Very sorry for all the issues. I don't know what happened. Discord was very I don't know. I don't know. Discord was not working very well, but it seems to be good. Hello everyone. We are in the middle of the second stint of the Masters of Endurance 6 Hours of the Nürburgring. Thank you, Luigi and Baji, for commentating the race while I am trying to resolve my issues. I hope you are doing well. There is still like 40 minutes before the end of the stint 2. As I was trying to fix everything, can you just do a quick resume of what happened in this hour of stint 2 race?
You want me to catch you up? Because
Yeah.
I can do it very quickly. Not a lot of things happen. As we could see, the start procedure was like a continuation of the end of the last race. So the drivers kept the time difference that they had the last race, and they brought it over to this one. So it was kind of a time trial challenge in the beginning for the
Okay.
drivers because they had huge gaps to work on. And already the tire and the fuel strategies were very varied. So it it is a challenge to follow who is where during the race. But luckily, I'm inside the race lobby, and I can clearly see the track positions. Baji, can you resume the stream on Discord for us? So who can see also what's happening on the track because he's behind if he's watching on Twitch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it working now?
Hopefully, I mean it's working.
Yeah, it's working. Everything is fixed, and we can commentate well what we did in the first stint. So thank you so much to be here, Avob. Really pleasure to you, and happy for you now.
And Baji, can you give me a little bit of a volume, if I may, because I switched headsets and people are telling me it's too low now. Sorry about that. But we will soon be finished with the technical difficulties. I promise.
Speak now, please, Louis.
I am speaking. I am
Oh,
speaking.
Sometimes you noisy, sometimes you loud.
Oh my god. What? Oh my god. I'm so sorry about that.
I think you are good now.
Okay. Tell me what should I if
Okay,
I need
now
to
it's
do.
good. So sorry for the technical problem. We are fixed it, I think, and they're not gonna be another problems even in the lobbies or even the broadcast. So let's hoping everything will be fine. So
Voob's screen is again super laggy, and we cannot hear him. So
I think if I share my screen in Discord, his Discord is crashed. So what happened in if Evo don't watch my stream?
Voob, turn off the watching of the stream if you can, and if you can hear me also. We lost him. He's back. In the meanwhile, Baji, there is some track action going on, even though it's not for position.
There is nothing, unfortunately. I
But
guess.
normally, Hori and Biorency are pretty close to each other, so at least uh, you can see some kind of an action. But I think that's all we get.
Now, Avub, you can hear us.
No, Evo's not gonna work on Discord. It seems he was only good when we were on PlayStation. Fortunately.
Is it good now? Avub, are you hear us? Do you hear us? Can you hear
Yes.
us?
Now we can hear.
Yeah. Okay. At the moment the screen share was on, I totally lost everything. I don't know what
Oh,
happened.
damn.
No.
All right. So, well, let's do the following. I will share my screen
Yeah.
on PlayStation with you.
Okay. Okay.
I will just head back to the party we've been to previously.
Okay. I'm still in the body actually.
Ah, I see.
Okay. Okay.
It's just me who left.
Yeah. I'm still in the body.
All right. And I'm sharing the screen.
Okay. Great. Let's hope it will work with the PS5.
Then again, I will mute you in this party.
Oh, great! It works on PS5. Perfect.
Great.
Great. It's okay. Perfect. Let's do
No,
like this.
we fixed
Let's
it
do it.
finally.
Yeah.
In a
Okay.
way,
No
in
more
a
screen
way.
share on Discord. No more screen share on Discord. Okay. Let's go. So lap 39. So nothing happened
Oh,
a lot in this second stint. Very sorry. I'm deeply sorry for all the issues that happened to all the viewers, to all the staff of the ZIRA Sport. I'm very sorry. I don't know what happened, to be honest. So I will investigate on that because it's a bit annoying for everyone. But let's go back to the race. I hope everything is okay for the sound of my microphone. We are here. Yeah, there are some gaps between all cars on track now. It's still the ROH car leading the race with a major, then takes 3 P2, and now the PRiMA Esports with Gabin, the French driver, is now on third position after starting, if I remember, P5 this stint, after the first stint of.
I think so. Yeah.
And so it's a nice recovery from the PRiMA Esports in this second stint. Nice improvement from him, and the distinct gaming which finished third in the first stint, now driving by Pachi, is now sixth in this race. But I don't know in terms of strategy which cars use what tires between hards and medium, because if I remember correctly, uh, all teams have to do 25% of the race of the 6 hours with the hard tires and with the medium tires, right?
Yes, exactly. You remember, right? And we were talking about this with Baji in the beginning part of the race, that it's a totally viable strategy. That if somebody mm, is volunteering to only use hard tires out of
Yeah,
the 3 drivers per team, uh, then he gives advantage to their teammates by making them have to use the softer compounds only. And if you throw one stint out of 3 for going only hard, then you can probably get mm, get it back on the following stints because of the softer compounds
yeah.
only.
And we won't have rain during this stint. Weather
And the next one
is
either.
Yeah, so the weather is fine. It's not an issue for the drivers to have rain coming or not. There is no rain for this race tonight, so there is no opportunity to pit earlier or to stay later on the wet conditions tonight. All the race is about to be done on dry, on dry, and
A
we have
nice summer's evening in Nürburgring,
yeah,
Germany.
and we have Pashi now P5. I don't know if someone had just paid it or not. I didn't take a look. But yeah, the distinct gaming is now back in the top 5 on this race. Uh, we are in the final part of this second stint, 20 laps to go. For the leaders now, still the race online Hungary car driven by Pedro, who is leading the race, still leading the race, and it's another Hungarian driver from the TX3 who is in second position with Petit Petian. I don't know if I pronounce correctly the perfect. Okay, perfect. And Gabin P3, the Frenchman of the PRiMA Esports, succeed of Hypers, who finished sixth in the first stint. And just at the back of the ranking, we have Napali, the Slovakian driver, yeah, from the Sport Racing team in sixth position. Bobovita 89, the drivers from the ERS car. I don't remember which number it is for Bobovita, if it's the number 45 or the 96, as we have two ERS car on track. P6, and then we have another ACTA driver. It's Ori 92, driving for the Live for Esport Hungary, who is in 8th position. Petit, another Hungarian driver, is in 9th position, driving for the ABBA Racing team. We've seen at the start of the first team ABBA having a pretty good start before we discovered he jumped the start and had a drive-through. Now the car of the HRT is now in eighth, in the ninth position. P10 is the other ERS car, the number 86, which means Bobovita is in the 45 car. is in 10th position, Z-Box. And at the back of the ranking, we have the Portuguese team of the MSRT, driven by Lopez, who gained the position as he started last on this stint. He gained the position, and now in last position of the race, we have Petit from the Gran Turismo Hobby Hungary. That's it for the ranking. We saw some big gaps, but as drivers didn't do all, they don't have all the same strategy. Maybe we can have until the checkered flag of the third stint some gaps we can reduce as, and we've seen just here Petit who is going a bit too far into the beginning of the sector two, struggling a little. But yeah, Luigi, we can have some gaps we can reduce thanks to the strategy, and maybe having some drivers taking softer compounds in the rest of the race.
Yeah, definitely. And I actually don't know if there is a team that already has used all the hard
Oh,
compounds
yeah,
for the
it,
race, but
it's
it very well might be among
there
them.
probably be some team who already did it or are very close of finishing it. Yeah, I'm taking a look at the gaps between all cars. There is 40 seconds between P2 and P3, same between P3 and 4. Pashi from the distinct is 24 seconds behind Salda Adi from the ZIRA Sport. The ZIRA Sport P4 now after starting the stint in the middle of the field. So it's a nice progression for the Zero Sport team now. Yeah, some teams are gaining some position in this stint. So yeah, there is some change,
Yeah,
definitely.
notably PRiMA and ZIRA are doing very well in this stint so far. I think those two teams are the ones who have managed to climb up
Yeah,
on track positions.
but there is still one more stint to do. So everything can happen in the last stint, and they have to finish this race. There is 30 minutes approximately before the end of this stint. We are in the 20 last lap of this race, 60 laps of racing, one formation lap plus 60 racing laps in this race. All the cars are all around the track. The gaps are pretty significant actually. Yeah, we've seen some. Can we just take a look at the leaders? What tires do they have? Soft or mediums? Uh, Page
Actually,
or
Peugeot is on hard,
yeah,
surprisingly, and he is very low on fuel, so I don't think he will drive these tires till the end. He
yeah,
probably is gonna have a very short, maybe 10 lap stint because fuel wise he's running very low. But TX3 Petty Petya is
yeah.
not different.
Yeah, it's on odds as well. Low fuels on the car to have the lighter car possible to be the fastest with those tires. We know the race hard tires on GT7 are by far the slowest. They are not very efficient compared to the mediums or to the soft. You are much slower. So you have to race with them with the most light car possible to try to gain some tenths of a second. Uh,
Mm. Yeah, and I'm checking. I'm actually comparing Petty Petya to Gaban, who is
yeah.
driving on P3. Who's
Mhm.
driving on P3. Gaban is doing the same lap times
Yeah, exactly. They are
as Petty Petya.
yeah,
So like either the hearts when not that worn are pretty manageable, or Gaban is mm, using the his used mediums to the
yeah,
limit.
yeah. It is
And
very low on fuel as well, Gabon. The top three drivers are very low on fuel. I think we are about to have one. last stint for at least the top three. I don't know behind for Saldadi and Pachi if they are also low on fuel or not, the drivers from the ZIRA Sport and the Distinct Gaming. Yeah, they are as well low on fuel. Oh, Pachi
Pachi
he
is
just paid
almost.
it few laps ago, I think, because he got much fuel than the top four ahead. And yeah, the leader is just pitting, Luigi. Pager pitting, I think, for the last time of the race and
Yes.
leaving its star tires.
Yes, and but don't be fooled of this short distance between the P5 Patsy and the Pajor, who is
Oh,
just pitting. There was a yellow flag. Petty
Petit
Petty
Petit
in the
just
wall.
missed. He missed the pit entry. Petit Petit hit the wall at the entrance of the pit lane. We don't. You didn't see it on live. Maybe yeah, you will have the replay to see what happened to Petit Petit. But he missed the entrance of the pit lane. Oh yeah, he totally missed it, and he damaged the front of its car. Aero damage on its car.
This is
Didn't
gonna be
manage
very
to.
costly. This is
Yeah,
gonna be very costly.
yeah, it will cost a lot of time. At least he didn't be reset. So normally
Yes.
when you have issue entering into the pit lane on any track, sometimes the game is not happy at the where you try to enter, and he reset you in the middle of the road, uh, far ahead of the pit entrance, and you have to do one more lap. So it didn't be reset. That's the most important, but he will have to repair the car. He lost some times for entering into the pit lane. It can be a very good operation for Pedro and the air rage car. Pedro leaving the pit lane with soft tires, Luigi, now.
Mm-hmm. Just as we expected. Uh, and half a tank of fuel is gonna be more than enough just for Payot just to push, maybe
Mhm.
go for a fastest lap of the race as well. I mean, he has a clean track ahead of him,
Yeah, and
and
Gabon can
Petty
maybe catch,
Petya.
Gabon can maybe catch the takes three car. Petit Petit as well with soft tires and the 3 seconds of penalty regarding what happened in the pit entrance for crossing the line of the pit entrance. So it's 3 seconds of slow zone penalty for Petit Petit. And he will lost a lot of time to Pager, and maybe it can help Gabon to try to catch the takes three cars and maybe battling in the last stint of the race for the P2 between the two French esports team.
Patsy took, distinct Patsy took third place
Oh yeah,
through all this because
yeah, yeah,
he pitted earlier, so he had the great undercut.
yeah. He is now 31 seconds behind Petit Petiat, and Gabin is just leaving now the pit lane with soft tires as well. So which mean in the top four of this race, the LH car driven by Pajor is on soft. Same for Petit Petiat, the Hungarian drivers of the TX3. Pachi is with medium tires. Gabin from the PRiMA Esports with soft tires, and just behind Saldari for the ZIRA Sport and Napoli for the Acta Sport Racing team are in the pit as well. We have to wait to know what tires they will use for the last 15 laps of the race.
It's gonna be interesting in the end to see how these different strategies are gonna unfold.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
as we can see, Patsy used it
And Gabon is now
special.
15 seconds behind the podium, so he's not that far from
Yeah, and
Pachi
he
and the
has tire
distinct.
advantage. So
Yeah, yeah, there is still a lot of things that can happen. Yeah, Gabon has to try to close the gap as more as possible to let, I think for the PRiMA it's Big Bang, I think, if I remember correctly, driving for the last stint of the PRiMA Sport to help yeah, his teammate to be in the best condition possible to try to catch this second position. Oh, there is battle. There is Petit Petia in the traffic with Bobovica and Petit here in the stadium.
it's P2 versus P6 and
Yes,
P10.
Drivers are all around the track. I'm not sure they are all three on the same laps now. But yeah,
Yeah,
Bobo Vita P6 actually 27 seconds behind Salda, the driver of the ZIRA Esport, and 16 seconds ahead of Ori driving for the Live 4 Esport Hungary team in 7th position. So maybe Ori can still try to catch the first half of the ranking in this last laps of the race. He's on hard tires, Hori actually, and it's pretty close because just behind Napoli, who left the pit lane a few seconds ago, is only 11 seconds. I don't know what tires those have
he's
Napoli now.
driving softs,
He's driving
so
softs now. Yeah,
he has a huge tire advantage towards against Akhahuri, who is driving hards. So
yeah.
that accounts for almost 2 seconds a lap between them.
Yeah, so which means Napoli and the Akhtar Esports Racing team can still catch the seventh position of Ori driving for the Life 4 Esport Hungary team. Yeah, there are some gaps reducing a lot with this last pit stop actually. So yeah, there is still some a lot of things that can happen in this end of the race and for the final stint right after this one. Uh, so yeah, it's still pretty close between some cars. The gaps are reducing as we said earlier, and we have actually
Is
on.
it Patty? Is it Patty and Bobo Vita who are still fighting, even though
Mm,
there are three places on the lap between them,
yeah,
but
exactly.
on track?
Yeah, they're on track together, but not on the same position at all. Bobo Vita P6 for the Elite Racing Squad number 45, and so Petit driving for the ABBA Racing team number 63, actually in ninth position. Moata is asking on the chat if P1 and P2 still have to do required tires. We just saw Pager and Petit Petit are doing a run with hard tires, so we don't know exactly the number of laps did by all teams in hard or medium tires. The regulation says that the team has to do, all teams have to do at least 45 laps with medium tires and 45 laps with hard tires during these 6 hours of race. Uh, so we don't know exactly how many laps are remaining for all cars, but we've seen since the beginning a lot of mediums run and hards runs as well. So it's hard to know exactly where all teams are in terms of tires regulation now.
Yes, I think we all gonna know in the end because and if Baji is here, Baji can hear me. He can tell me if I'm wrong or not. That after the third stint, race control is gonna gather all the data and calculate that everybody has used the proper tires for the given amount of time.
Yeah,
But probably each team is counting their own strategy, and as far as I could hear so far, uh, all teams are in a party chat among each other. So a full race experience is given to the drivers because the others are
it's
keeping
and
track.
it's hard to keep an eye during the race of this regulation. So the
Yeah, yeah.
staff is starting from the fact that all the drivers and all the team will respect the rules. So we check after the race that everyone respect correctly the tires rules. But it's a good thing to have these things of of rules, not only for each race. Like you have to do like 10 or 15 laps per stint with these tires. So you can do like, if you want, you can do like in the first stint absolutely no lap with the hards and the mediums, and to do like
Yes.
20 laps on the stint 2 and 25 on the last stint. It's all the teams have they have no regulations or specific thing. It's a tire regulation regarding all the whole 6 hours of race. So the teams do how they want to do for respecting this regulation, which is a good thing.
Yes, and that also gives an opportunity. If I was driving, which I am not, but if I was participating in this event and I had a very strong teammate, for example, uh, if I had Patty or Haba or Latsko with me of team HRT, I would suggest for my team that the quickest of us will just do the hard stint for all of us,
Mhm.
so the rest can really push, because probably like, so somebody who is not prone to make mistakes
Yeah,
and can manage the whole race and the whole hard stint for
yeah,
the whole race, then
yeah,
that would be beneficial. And in the meanwhile, I realized something which I have been keeping an eye on for a while. Acta Napoli is only 3 seconds away from
yeah.
Acta Hurry.
Yeah, he is closing the gap, and as well in the battle for the third position between the Distinct Gaming and the PRiMA Esports, as Apache is now only 7 seconds ahead of Gabin, the French driver from the PRiMA Esports, is closing the gap with the podium. Actually, he is on a pretty good run in this final laps of the stint. There won't be a lot of seconds between P3 and P4. I think in the end of the race, and as well as you just said, Luigi, Napoli is catching Ori 2.6 seconds between P7 and P8. So yeah, we will have some battle for the end of this stint.
Mhm. Yes, it's interesting. It's interesting to see because like there are so much traffic also in the meanwhile, especially between Napoli and Hurry. I thought for a second that he can Napoli can clearly see Hurry, but that was another lapped car,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
and you we have the two battles, the battles of the P3 and the battle of the P7 at the same place, because just ahead of Napoli
Yes,
it's the Distinct Gaming car. It's Pachi just ahead of Napoli, so which means few seconds ahead we have Ori, and just at the background we just saw Gavin car. Yeah, he's catching the traffic and he's closing the gap with the third position.
yeah, I keep switching between Napoli's car and Gaben's car to see how far are they from each other because they were in the same section already of the track. Napoli is getting the blue flags, and that I think is
Yeah, it's
because
the
of
blue flag
Gaban.
exactly, exactly. He's catching someone, but he still has blue flag because at the exact same place there is another battle, a big battle for the podium actually between the Distinct and the PRiMA Sport. Yeah, it's
Napoli is within 2 seconds now to hurry, and even though they have Party between them, but this is the real thing now. Napoli has been utilizing the slipstream of Party for 4 laps now, and he did it in a very smart. He did it in a very smart way, as he wasn't held up. Here goes Hurry. Hurry
oh,
goes
he's
into the
pitting.
pits.
Yeah, he's pitting or repeating actually, which means
He
Napoli
was
is
out of
gaining a
fuel.
position. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's out of fuel. Good, good point. Nice,
I was
nice catch. Yeah.
expecting at least a little bit of on-track action, but
But it's not done yet. We still have
it's not
Gamma
done
and
yet.
Pachi battling on
4 seconds.
4 seconds. Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. The PRiMA Sport is very close for being back on the podium of this 6 hours of the Nürburgring in this Masters of Endurance organized by ZIRA Esports. It's very, very close now, and which means Distinct and PRiMA will probably start the final stint very, very close each other.
Yes.
It's gonna be a 2 hours battle for the podium. I don't know where Petit Petia is compared to Pachi and Gabin. He's a bit. Okay. He's
He's very
42
far.
seconds ahead. Okay, he's very far ahead. And is it me or is he or Petit Petia is faster than Pager on this last lap? I don't know.
Patipatya is actually fastest on track in the last couple of laps. He's doing sub 55 or
Yeah,
54 4.
54.4. It's not faster than Darkrai on the first stint we did. A 54.070. It's still 4 tenths of a second slower than in stint one for the fastest lap, but it's still a pretty good chrono set by Petit Petiat. But yeah, I think he's gaining few seconds on Pager and the race on my Hungary car.
Yeah, Payor is doing consistent 55, and I'm a little bit worried about his tires. Even though we still have 7 laps to go, he has like around 50% soft tires in the front. So
Yeah.
It,
Meanwhile, Napoli is just in the middle of the battle for the third position between Pachi and Gabin. The gap is of less than 2 seconds between the Distinct Gaming and the PRiMA Esports. And in the middle of this battle, you have the poor Napoli in seventh position with blue flag activating. I think. But yeah, he's just in the middle of a war. The poor Napoli.
yes, he's giving slipstream to Gaben, and I'm thinking that Gaben is fully utilizing Napoli, or not. By the time I start to
Yeah,
I start to
it,
make theories
yeah,
about the strategy.
yeah, it's overtaking on the inside, Gabon. No,
Yeah.
there is no more drivers between Pachi and Gabon battling for the third position. Oh, sliding a bit, Pachi at the exit of the hairpin just before the Schumacher S's. Uh, while we are watching on the replay the overtake of Gabin on Napoli, while live Gabin is just behind Pachi. We are about to go back live because it's getting very close between the two cars of the Distinct Gaming and the PRiMA Esports. Gabin taking the slipstream of the Distinct car, maybe trying an overtake into the chicane in a few seconds. And
He gets it
it's
done.
yeah, it's done for Gaman. Now on third position, Pachi could do absolutely nothing, sadly for him, with its medium tires. Gabin and the PRiMA Sport are now back on the podium of this Masters of Endurance 6 hours of the Nürburgring GP. Now for Pachi, it's to save the most possible, the most of seconds possible to not let the distinct car too far away of the PRiMA Sport if they want to stay to have the podium in the end of the race.
Yeah, they have 6 laps left of this race, so
Yeah,
Boise has a challenge in front of him not to lose him by a lot.
he's
But
already
as you can see, in the first 2 corners, Gaben is already a second away
Yeah, he's
from
1 second
Boise.
away. While on the replay, we just saw the overtake of Gabin on Bachi. As we have a warning for car number 21. It's Gabin. It's Gabin for the PRiMA Sport. I just saw that in the chat. Warning for the PRiMA Sport car, probably because of the overtake of Gabin on Napoli, maybe.
Maybe maybe
Probably.
it was a bit aggressive. I don't know. But you
Yeah,
can't fill
I
us
don't
in.
think it's regarding the overtake of Gabin on Pachi. I think it was very clean from both drivers. So I think it's regarding the overtake on Napoli. I don't see. where else it could be.
Just checking the differences between the rest of the field, but the differences are still huge.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. 30 seconds between P8 and P9, same between 9 and 10. Yeah, the gaps are very massive at the back of the field. And Gavin is already taking 1.5 seconds in less than one lap on Apache.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's flying by Gavin in the end of the in the end of this race.
With my half eye, I'm still peaking on Payor's car.
Yeah.
On first place. I'm worried about those softs. There are still 5 laps to go.
Yeah, yeah, and he's
But
losing
yeah,
time.
okay, he still has like half a minute of a lead in front
Yeah.
of Petya, so he doesn't really have to push those tires. But
Yeah, and the
this
gap
is
is now below the 30 seconds between P1 and P2. Petya still very quick, 54.9 in the last lap. Is very, very quick in the end of this stint. Petya is doing a great stint. Actually, the Hungarian drivers of the Virtualdrivers by takes three. And Pedro is trying to limit to limit the gap reducing between him and the takes three cars.
Are
And
you sure it's not gonna rain? Because
yeah,
look
it's
at
getting
look at the
darker.
skies.
Yeah, the sky are
These
very
clouds are
dark.
very dark. Yeah.
Actually, if you can go, yeah, you can see above Gallon's car. Yeah, it's getting darker. We have big clouds over the racetrack, but the forecast yeah, is set to not have rain. Well, we are
Yeah.
supposed to not have rain, but yeah, it's very cloudy, and it's pretty big clouds over the track actually. But yeah, no rain is supposed to come. You can see on the banner on the top of the screen.
It would be
Uh,
nice. So
yeah,
it would be a
it's
nice
supposed to be a nice
surprise
weather. Yeah, it's
for
it
for the first team drivers to come out from the pits and see it's a drying out. It's a drying track because
yeah,
between the stints it might have rained a little, but we have 4 laps left of this race, so probably
yeah.
we won't see rain. So any, anyway, we
And,
we are sure we're not get we're not
yeah.
getting rain this race.
And as Gabin is extending his advance on Pachi and the Distinct Gaming almost 4 seconds ahead, and the gap between the Race of Hungary car and the Virtualdrivers by Take3 car is now of 27 seconds between P1 and P2. 28 seconds, sorry. So yeah, Petya is also reducing the gap with the leader. I don't know, I don't remember who is driving for the ROH in the last stint, and same for the take three. Just
I
gonna
can
check.
tell you because I have
I'm
Discord
gonna check.
open.
I'm gonna check. It's Peñahun for the Race Online Hungary, and for the Virtualdrivers by Takes 3. It's Michi, the Austrian drivers of the Virtualdrivers by Takes 3, who are about to race in this final stint. And for the PRiMA Esports, it's supposed to be Big Bang driving for the PRiMA Esports. For the Distinct Gaming, let me check for the Distinct Gaming. It's Morata driving for the Distinct Gaming in the last stint of this race. And for the top 5, for the ZIRA Sport, who is driving in the last stint of the ZIRA Sport, it's
I think it's Matakin.
yeah, it's
Matakin.
making, yeah, tout à fait.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the gap is now of 27 seconds between Pedro
I
and
think
Petya.
Payor is gonna hold out on these tires for now.
And Haber Racing Team is asking what's the gap between 8th and 9th position on the race. Petit is 31 seconds behind Ori, actually. Petit driving.
And for HRT, it's gonna be Latko.
Yeah, for HRT, sorry. Yes, exactly. Petit
HRT
driving.
is gonna be Latko, or as the foreigner commentators call him, Lakko. He's gonna be driving for 18 HRT in the last stint. It seems like he will have a half a minute gap both in front and behind of
They,
him.
they, they can still pretend to maybe gain a position in the last team. There is only 32 seconds with the 8th position with Ori driving for the Live for Esports Hungary team. Yeah, maybe for 7th position it's going to be more complicating as Napoli is almost 1 minute ahead of Ori. But there is still a possibility for the ABBA Racing team to catch this 7th position of the race. Meanwhile, the ERS car number 96, driven by Zipox, is 30 seconds. 30 seconds, I think, behind Petit. Yeah, 35 seconds behind Petit. Which means the ABBA Racing team car can more look forward than to manage to defend its position with the car behind.
Yes, exactly. And there was some action on the track.
Yeah,
Napoli took his
Napoli,
lap back from Paisi,
yeah, battling in
but
the
Paisi
stadium.
is not so happy about that, so not letting him through.
But we will have some action because yeah, there are pretty the tiny gaps. Let's say that after 4 hours of race, some cars are only separated by a couple of seconds. So
Yeah,
everything can happen in the last 2 hours of race if we have some drivers from some teams that are much faster than other on other teams. So yeah, there can be some change in this last stint of the race. We are in the laps 59, sorry, out of 60 for Pedro, with only 25 seconds ahead of Petit Petia. Is He's managing to bring the car home, leaving the ROH car leading this race with a nice advance, a nice margin to the Virtualdrivers by Tech3, 25 seconds ahead.
yeah, definitely. It's a good advantage to have in the
Uh,
beginning of the race. I was thinking, and it's also kind of interesting that okay, the first half of the field is driving actually 61 laps, but the rest of the
yeah,
field, the
is
last place is gonna finish at lap 57,
yeah,
and that makes you wonder about these tires regulations of the 25%. Uh,
yeah,
I wonder how they're gonna calculate it.
yeah.
They are
Meanwhile,
probably better in maths than me.
mhm,
I wouldn't volunteer to calculate this.
yeah. And yeah, in the chat, yeah, you're right, guys. The Takes Three Cars is catching the LH,
Yes,
the leader, by
definitely.
a few seconds. The gap was over 30 seconds. A few laps ago, it's now only 24 seconds ahead. The LOH car will finish this stint in first position. Now we still have to know where the Takes Three Cars will be behind around 20 seconds, between 20 and 25 seconds. There is still one laps to go for the leaders. Yeah, Pedro and Petit Petia are in their last lap of this stint. There is one more stint of a 60 lap coming in a few minutes. We will have a short break to take all the gaps to give to all competitors to have the start of the stint 3 with the same procedure than for the stint 2. We are just commentating.
Gaben has extended his lead to
Wow.
11 seconds
Oh,
by
wow.
in a couple of laps.
Yeah, he's flying over the track. Actually, Gavin is doing a very, very solid stint. The drivers from the Take 3 started in fifth position. Yeah, Hypers finished fifth in the first stint, so he managed to gain 2 positions in this stint. Very, very good progression from the driver from the PRiMA Esports, and same for the ZIRA Esports, who was sixth and gained 1 position in the end, as Saldadi is about to finish in the top 5 for the ZIRA Esports team.
Great driving from Shaldadi, actually.
Yeah, and with a huge advance to Bobo Vita, 1 minute ahead for the ZIRA driver. Meanwhile, Pajor is about to finish this stint 2 of the Masters of Endurance, 6 hours of the Nürburgring, winning this stint 2. Now the question is to know where Petit Petia is about to finish. And we have some other cars crossing the line. It's Petit Petia coming just behind. 22 seconds. He gained almost 10 seconds in the 6-7 last lap of the race.
Yeah, Petty Petya was doing still 55s consistently
Yeah.
in the closing laps, while Pajor MC was well into the 57s
Yeah.
by the end of the race. So
Already just finished his race for the Light 4 Sport Hungary in 8th position, 33 seconds ahead of the Haba Racing Team car driven by Petit, who finished in 9th position, at the same position he started. So P9, no position lost for the HRT car. Salda just took the checkered flag in 5th position. We have Bobovita and Gabin crossing the line. Actually, Bobovita 3 minutes 9 seconds behind the leader. Gabin is 12 seconds ahead of Pachi, and 50 seconds. He had like more than a minute to Petit Petia. Even Gabin managed to gain time on the Hungarian driver.
yes, that's actually true. So is it gonna be a three-way open race
Yeah,
for the next stint?
yeah, there is a
Think
lot
so.
of things that can happen in this final stint. There is a big battle for the win, for the podium, for the top 5 as well, coming in the
Yeah.
last 2 hours of race. And we just saw Lopez from the MSRT and Petit crossing the line in this stint 2. So after 4 hours of race, it's still the Race Online Hungary car number 14 who is leading this race. We're gonna show just the gaps and the results. So the LOH car will start 23 seconds ahead of the Virtualdrivers by takes 3. In third position, Gabin managed to bring the car back on the podium provisionally. P3, Gabin will start 1 minute 13 seconds behind the leader. Pachi, still in the same lap than the leader for the Distinct Gaming, will start 12 seconds behind the PRiMA Esports car, and behind at 1 lap we will have the ZIRA Esports car, the ERS number 45 car, then the Acta Esports Racing Team in 7th position, 8th position for the Live for Esports Hungary car in 8th position. So, and in the rest of the ranking in 9th position, you will have the car of the Haba Racing Team in P9, P10 for the second Elite Racing Squad car number 96, driven by Zbox. In 11th position, the MSRT team, the Portuguese team, 2 laps behind the leaders, and in last position, the Gran Turismo Hobby Hungary driven by Petit at 3 laps of the leaders. Yeah, despite the incident I had in the beginning of the race, we had a second part of the stint very entertaining with some incident, with some gaps closing by a lot. One big change in the position for the podium Luigi. It's gonna be a final stint very entertaining.
Yes, it was an eventful race, and I can't wait for the final stint. How this whole thing is gonna develop.
Yeah.
And
So
it was an eventful race, broadcast-wise too.
yeah, I think we will have like a short break just to let the staff of the ZIRA Sport to retrieve all information, to give all data to the teams for this final stint. And we are back, I think, in few minutes for the 2 final hours of this Masters of Endurance, 6 hours of the Nürburgring GP. For let's hope an amazing final race.
See you then.
See you.
So we came back. It is the last stint of Masters of Endurance 6 hours on Nürburgring GP, and we have interviews with the distinct driver Paitsi and the takes free driver Petya. Now, first of them, we take an interview with Paitsi. And we continue in Hungarian, because he's Hungarian, so... Szia Pajci! Hogy érzed magad a második stint után?
Sziasztok! Üdvözlök mindenkit. Hát jó, fáradtam, de jó volt, jó kis stint volt.
Ugye neked már ismerős ez a 2 órás stint, sőt még több is, hiszen velünk voltál Franciaországban. Mennyivel
Így van.
másabb offline és online egy ilyen endurance versenyt menedzselni, versenyezni benne?
Hát, mivel ugye csak tehát egyszer voltam ugye veletek Franciaországban, szerintem élőben sokkal jobb és sokkal jobban lehet koncentrálni, kevésbé fáradol az ember, mert benne van abban a moodban, meg teljesen az a hangulat, az nem engedi, hogy elaludjon az ember, mert sokkal jobban bírja, meg ott vannak mögötte 5-en, és folyamatosan tudják támogatni, itt online pedig sokkal nehezebb, főleg amikor verseny közben most is elment a partim, és nem volt senki, szóval magam kellett matekozzak, szóval megterhelőbb online, mint élőben.
Az biztos, azt el is tudom hinni, hiszen ott voltam veletek, viszont ilyen online endurance versenyen még egyelőre én mint versenyző vagy csapatmenedzser nem vettem részt. De attól függetlenül óriásit mentek itt a csapattársaiddal, ott vagytok nagyon szorosan, küzdötök a 4. helyért, 3., 4. helyért. Szerinted hogy tudnátok megfogni ezt a dobogós pozíciót a PRiMA ellen? Van valami taktikátok esetleg, vagy most kezdődik a hammer time, aztán lesz, ami lesz?
A taktikánk az van, amit nem szívesen árulnék el, mert ugye még mindig van 2 óra, és az alatt tényleg történhet bármi. De mivel mi letudtuk most már minden szükséges etapot, ugye a médiumon és a hardon, így most próbálunk egy picit fókuszálni a fuel managementre, és mivel szerintem az a kulcs ennek a futamnak, aki legjobban tudja menedzselni az üzemanyagot, szerintem az visz mindent, szóval mi most próbáljuk visszahozni azt, amit elvesztettünk, ugye a többiekhez képest. Szóval szerintem még bármi lehet itt. Szerintem még nyerhetünk is.
Így van, semmi sincsen veszve, hiszen bőven egy körön belül vagytok az elsőhöz, és nyilván most megint lett egy pilótacsere, és megint kicsit változnak az erőviszonyok. Mi nagyon kíváncsian várjuk, és sok sikert kívánunk nektek. Köszi, hogy bejöttél interjúzni, és
Köszi
gratulálok a teljesítményedhez, hiszen nagyon jót mentél.
Köszi.
Szia Pajci, szép volt.
Sziasztok, sziasztok.
Szia!
És most jön Péter Krémer, akik a második helyen vannak a TX3-val jelenleg. Szia Peti, hogy érzed magad ez az 2 órás stint után? Hallasz minket?
Igen. Igen, hallak titeket.
Igen, mi is hallunk téged, nagyon jó a hangod. Na, mesélj, mi újság? Hogy érzed magad a 2 órás stint után?
Hát egészen addig jó volt, míg nem ütötte meg azt a boxfalat.
Ezt nem akartam fölhozni neked elsőre, de ott mi történt? Besétált a barátnőd messzelen a szobába, vagy mi történhetett?
Akkor azt hittem, hogy mélyebbet tudok fékezni, aztán elfékeztem egy ilyen 1 méterre a féktávot, aztán puff, neki a falnak. Egy laza 17 másodperc elment azzal. Na mindegy, amúgy tehát igazából, hogyha ezt kivesszük, akkor tehát, hogy szerintem egész jó lett. Jó volt a tempó, meg minden, szóval mondhatni elégedett lennék, ha ez nem történt volna meg, de ez van.
Egyébként abszolút nagyon jó tempóval versenyeztél egész végig, és itt vagytok 24 másodperccel a Race Online Hungary autója mögött. Abszolút esélyesek vagytok a futam győzelemre, és viszont nagyon szoros, hiszen a Distinct és a PRiMA is ott van egy körön belül mögöttetek, és nem, ráadásul még az ZIRA-nak is van még esélye arra, hogy a harmadik helyet esetleg elcsípje. Szóval itt nagyon izgalmas dolgok következhetnek a harmadik stintben. Én kívánok nektek nagyon sok szerencsét, és győzzön a jobbik szerintem. Én a jó versenyzésnek szurkolok. Még egy valamit árulj el, az osztrák versenyzőtök. Én nem ismerem. Mennyire lehet majd rajta meglepődni? Nagyon gyors a srác? Vagy mit lehet tudni róla?
Hát meg gyors, de ugye kihagyott egy kis, hát így laza 2-3 évet, mert hát más dolga volt. Szóval most kezdte újra megint a játékot, aztán jött velünk egyet endurance-ozni. Majd meglátjuk, mit fog menni. Szerintem amúgy jó, gyors, GT sportban is gyors volt. Reméljük majd a jövőben még gyorsul majd, vagy a versenyen.
Nagyon jó. Kíváncsian várjuk. Még egyszer gratula Peti, aztán hajrá!
Nem? Hello!
Szia Peti!
In the meanwhile, Tint 3 has started. Or do we still have interviews, Baji?
Yeah, maybe we have Gaben in the waiting room.
Should we do it in French?
I'm gonna do it in French and doing the translation for you if you want. Just
Nice.
the stint just started. I have all the gaps if you want. Just to give you all information, I just saw that Martina joined us. Thank you everyone for coming. I think you hear me very well now. The microphone issues has been fixed as well. Very sorry for all the inconvenience during the stint too, but we are live for the last 2 hours of the race. The Race Online Hungary is leading the race with 21 seconds of advantage now on Michi, the Austrian drivers of the Virtualdrivers by TX3. Big Bang driving for the PRiMA Esports is starting third, is at 1 minute 13 seconds of the leader. P4, the Distinct Gaming, 1 minute 25 seconds behind P1 at almost 2 minutes, 1 minute 59, sorry, the ZIRA Esports car driven by Mate King. P6, Piopo, the Polish driver from the ERS at 3 minutes 9 seconds, at 3 minutes 23 seconds. Xavi from the ACTA Esports Racing team in 7th position. P8 of the race is the Live for Esports Hungary car at 4 minutes 18 seconds of the leader. It's Subatomi driving the car. In 9th position, the ABBA Racing team driven by Laco at 4 minutes 52 seconds of the leader. Then the Elite Racing Squad number 86 driven by Mazak in P10, so at 5 minutes 23 seconds. P11, the MSRT, the Portuguese team car driven by PRiMA at 5 minutes 43 seconds. And last of this race, actually, the Gran Turismo Hobby Hungary P12 at 7 minutes and 49 seconds of the Race Online Hungary car leading the race. I think we're good. I don't know if Gaman is about to come or not. So almost everyone is now on track, I think, Luigi. And already Michi is gaining time on the Race Online Hungary car. He already catch almost 3 seconds on the leader.
Well, that's a strong start for TX3. And I have a hunch that we will see this gap just close in as time progresses. And do we still have? Yes, we still have one car in the pit.
Yeah, one car. It's Totten from the Gran Turismo Hobby Hungary. 7 minutes 49 seconds behind the leader. Is about to start, I think, in the few seconds. The Hungarian driver, the MSRT car just left the pit lane a few seconds ago. So almost everyone is now racing in this final stint. Yeah, we are all good. And Panyahun is losing a lot of time in the start of the final stint. Michi is on a pretty good start actually.
Yeah, and both of them are on mediums, and that makes me think that both teams have finished their hard stints or their mandatory hard stints are
Yeah.
behind them, and I'm just checking if is anyone on hards at the moment. It seems Totan with the
Yeah.
GTHH team is gonna start on hards.
So everyone is on the same tire compounds in this final stint of the race. There is a tire regulation regarding 6 hours of race. All teams should do 45 laps in hard tires and 45 in medium tires on the 3 stints of the race. So yeah, we have drivers, actually all drivers except one car, Totten, driving with the medium compounds. And Totten is still, he should start in like 5 seconds, I think, Totten. He should be called very soon. Yeah, he's
Now,
called right
just
now.
got the signal now, and he's switching to.
And it's all this stint procedure, the start procedure, has been respected so well by all drivers in the stint 2 and stint 3. It's a pretty cool thing to see, and to have all drivers has respected the start procedure of the stint 2 and 3, which is a very cool thing.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised
Yeah,
because this whole starting procedure is very unusual to what we have already are used to.
yeah, it's some trick we have to do on Gran Turismo 7, as we don't have on like on other game on other platforms. We don't have like a specific endurance or team system for this kind of race. So we have to do some trick like this to split the race in a different stint, and to have this kind of thing for respecting all the gaps between each stint. But it's a pretty good thing. Everyone has respected correctly all the procedure we do. Yeah, we didn't have any problem regarding this, so which is a good thing. So we can be focused now on the race, on this final laps, this final stint of the Masters of Endurance, 6 hours of the Nürburgring GP, with this AMG GT3 from 2020, the last one coming in Gran Turismo 7. It's a Group 3 machinery, of course, with no setup applied on the car, if I remember correctly, and heavy damage activate during this race. We still have the race Online Hungary car leading the race with now Panyahun. It's I'm pronouncing correctly?
Yes.
Okay, driving
You're secretly learning Hungarian.
So sorry guys to break your words. Gabin is in the waiting room, so he's ready for an interview.
Okay, I'm gonna do the translation for you just after you can.
Okay.
Alright.
Bonsoir Gabin, comment ça va bien? Allô, est-ce qu'il nous entend? Il est muet, he's muted. Il faut se démuter, monsieur. Ah, salut Gabin, comment ça va?
Ça va.
Bon, très beau deuxième relais, parti P5, et puis pour remonter finalement dans le podium en dépassant la Distinct Gaming en plus dans les derniers tours de course, en mettant une belle avance. Ça met Big Bang dans les meilleures dispositions pour le dernier relais. Comment toi tu as vécu ce long relais de 2 heures de ton côté?
Ben, c'était vraiment sympa. Honnêtement, je me suis bien amusé. Donc voilà, je m'étais entraîné pour les pneus, tout mon stint en médium, etc. On avait tout prévu, la stratégie. Bon, malheureusement, on a eu des soucis avec Hypers en début de course. Donc ça m'a pas rendu la vie facile, mais bon, ouais, je me suis juste dit on va essayer de gagner le plus de temps possible sans sortir. Donc c'est ce que j'ai fait, j'étais vraiment content, mais très très content de mon relais de médium.
Ouais.
Parce que j'ai fait des tours mieux que les gens en soft. Donc franchement c'était trop bien, et puis les pneus ils s'usaient pas non plus, ils s'usaient moins que ce que j'avais prévu. J'arrivais à récupérer de l'essence en attaquant en même temps. Donc honnêtement c'était vraiment bien, et puis ouais, c'était ma première endurance depuis près de 2 ans. Je voulais
Ah
m'entraîner
oui,
pour le prochain French Tour.
d'accord.
Donc ouais, ça fait plaisir de revenir.
Bon, bah écoute, bravo, en tout cas, très très belle remontée. Hein. Ça met pour l'instant la PRiMA Esports 3e. J'aperçois un Big Bang qui est déjà en train de rattraper un tout petit peu de temps sur Michi devant, même si l'écart semble être important. C'est quoi l'objectif là maintenant pour la PRiMA? C'est aller chercher le podium, ou non, on veut absolument récupérer au moins la 2e place de la TX3, ou encore plus? C'est quoi l'objectif maintenant pour Big Bang?
Je pense que l'objectif, c'est déjà de rester 3e. On va pas prendre non plus trop de risques, surtout si on voit qu'on revient pas tant que ça.
Mhm.
Après, voilà, à ce moment-là, je crois qu'il sait pas encore quel pneu doit passer Big Bang, et doit passer, pardon, Michi. Et donc, s'il sait qu'il doit passer encore les médiums, je pense que ça le remotivera, et donc il se dira peut-être qu'il faudra chercher cette 2e place. Mais ouais, je sais pas vraiment dans quel état d'esprit il est.
Ouais.
Mais je pense qu'on peut être dans un entre-deux. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut quand même qu'on garde cette 3e place. Pas d'erreur, c'est déjà incroyable d'où on part,
Ouais.
vu ce qui s'est passé en début de course. Mais d'un autre côté, si on voit qu'on peut aller chercher la TX3, il faut vraiment qu'on donne tout pour aller les chercher.
C'est regarder plus ce qui se passe devant plutôt que de chercher à défendre sur un potentiel retour de la distincte derrière.
Ouais, c'est ça, c'est ça.
Ok, eh ben, écoute, merci beaucoup en tout cas Gabin, bravo pour cette belle remontée de la voiture de la PRiMA Esports, donc qui est pour l'instant sur le podium provisoire de ces Master Endurance des 6 heures du Nürburgring. Je sais pas si tu as un dernier message à passer avant d'arrêter.
Non, mais merci à vous pour le cast, c'est vraiment sympa. Ouais, j'ai mes parents qui regardent, donc bon, ils comprennent pas grand-chose en anglais, mais bon.
C'est
Ouais,
pas grave, c'est pas grave, on fait le petit passage en français. Tout va bien, la PRiMA est 3e. Merci beaucoup Gabin en tout cas. Bonne soirée, et puis bah, comme on dit, un merde hein, pour Big Bang bien évidemment, et pour la fin de course. Hein.
Ben, merci beaucoup à vous. Bonne soirée.
Merci Gabin. Salut.
Salut.
So quick translation for you guys on the broadcast. Gabin is very happy of his stint to catch the car back on the podium after the difficult start from Hypers, who managed to finish P5. So now the main objective is to try to gain time on the TX3. If Big Bang is managing to getting closer and closer, they will attack them. But yeah, considering the start of the race, they are really happy of what they are, where they are now. Gabin managed to save some fuel to gain some time to preserve the tires during his stint, so he was really happy. It's been a long time he did an endurance race. It's been like 2 years he did a race longer like this, so he's pretty happy about his performance, and he's pretty happy to have the car. So now everything is in Big Bang hand now, and he is overtaking some other drivers. But yeah, Gabin is to sum up, Gabin is really happy about his performance tonight.
Fair enough. I could understand Sava and medium. from all this word.
Yeah. Sava is very gnolly. Sava.
Sava. He's very happy
Sava
about his
bien.
performance, and he wanted to thank you all, the organizer and all the. He's really enjoying watching the broadcast. His parents who are watching the broadcast, so yeah, he's happy about.
There is a yellow flag.
Oh
what
yeah.
happening on the track?
What happened?
And also, like, I don't want to shatter Gaben's
What happened?
achievements, but Distinct is catching them very quickly.
Yeah.
Ohata is only like sub 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, maybe the PRiMA Esports will have to take a look at behind before trying to attack the TX3 cars. Yeah, Moata is catching the podium on soft tires. Yeah, all the two drivers are on soft tires, actually.
Yeah,
And it's Moata the fastest on track, actually. 54.7 for the distinct gaming driver is catching really hard Big Bang now.
So we might see in the end some big action because if you look at Michi and Panyahun, the difference is also shrinking rapidly between them. It's only 13 seconds as we speak. So we will see proper podium battles in this stint. The final stint is gonna be epic.
Yeah.
It seems.
It's gonna be epic, and I don't know behind where making it 30 is 35 seconds behind the fourth position, and Pio from the rest is far behind the ZIRA driver. So
and look, P6 and P7 are on proper track position fight. Sabi.
Sabi, the driver from the Acta Esport Racing team, battling with the ERS car number 45. It's a battle to finish in the first half of the ranking now between the Slovakian drivers from the Acta Esport Racing team and the Polish driver from the one of the ERS cars, as we have two ERS cars in this race. The number 45, driven by Piopo, and the 96 actually in 10th position, driven by Mazak, if I remember correctly, in 10th position.
Yes.
With 40 seconds behind the 9th position. And,
Ooh, really close!
Ooh.
And what a beautiful move!
Oh yeah, nice one from Zabi, taking the 6th position of the race for the Acta Esport Racing team. It's battling everywhere now, battling for the top 6, battling for the 3rd position, and also for the win now.
Let's see it on the replay. A very nice late braking from Acta Sabi. And just finds the little gap on the inside of the carousel.
Yeah, Purple. Oh, maybe no, into the chicane. No, finally, keeping this 6th position now. The Slovakian driver, very nice move from him. And now the Acta Esport Racing team gained a position in this final stint, but there is still a long road to do before taking the checkered flag. It's not done yet. And Sabi is on soft tires. That helped him a lot to overtake Piopo.
Yes, and Piopo shouldn't really lose. Sabi. Sabi's a slipstream. He really should clench onto it. He has quite the pace. Seems.
I lost the screen share on my side.
Don't worry.
I still have the main broadcast, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Moata on screen, catching Big Bang only 3.4 seconds between P3 and P4. The PRiMA Esports is now threatened by the Distinct Gaming, who want to take back this 3rd position. Moata is on a pretty good start, still the fastest on track, 154.7, actually the fastest lap of this stint for the car number 69. And the same tire compounds between Big Bang and Moata.
Yeah, but look at the difference of those same tire compounds. Big Bang is basically on sellable brand new tires. Moata is killing these tires very quickly.
And the big slide at the exit of the final turn for Mohata, who lost a bit of time in this final turn. He's killing its tires, trying to catch Big Bang ahead of him. Bit of slide there for.
You can see he's pushing very hard. He wants to get this done as soon as possible for Team Distinct.
We can call it hammer time.
Yeah,
it's
he doesn't want
summertime.
to
Yeah.
utilize any strategies here. It's just pedal to the metal for Team Distinct.
Meanwhile,
that
Big Bang
colonial.
is preserving its tires. I think Big Bang is about to. Yeah, his tires are like 2 times fresher than Mohata, at least for Big Bang. So he's pretty cool on tires, Big Bang. So no worries if you see Mohata catching him. Meanwhile ahead, oh, the gap is only. Oh, it's below 10 seconds now between the two leaders, Louis.
We can see them on the same straight, on the start-finish straight.
Yeah.
Because Panya is just reaching turn 1.
There is 1 or 2 cars between them, but yeah, they are on the same straight. On the same straight, there is a Toten just ahead of Michi.
And I think...
Ooh, that was very close.
Oh yeah, ooh, yeah, very close into the first turn, into the in the stadium section between Toten and Michi.
Michi gets it done now.
Yeah, nice overtaking to the stadium from the Austrian drivers. And hi everyone into the chat. Hello Gabin, hello Dede, hello Wax, hello Flobot, hello everyone. You are a lot on the broadcast watching the final stint of this Masters of Endurance. 6 hours of the Nürburgring GP organized by the ZIRA Esports. Thank you everyone for coming. You are a lot in the chat. That's very cool.
Shout out to the chat for this whole night of appreciation and participation. It's been so long, my TV is turning off.
There is still 1 hour and 30 minutes. It's not over yet, Louis.
My screen is turned off also a half hour ago. And I thought it is a power outage and I scared.
And
Mohata
Mohata
is
is
closing.
gaining time. Yeah, he's closing
Yeah.
the gap again, but still killing its tires. 3.1 second. I think it's the tiniest gap between the 2 cars from now.
Michi gained another almost a second, I would say, but a little bit less than a second.
And
Gained
how
Panya.
are the tires between Panyahun and Michi? It seems to be the same.
They are
Maybe
virtually the
Michi
same.
is, yeah, almost the same. Maybe more tire wear on Michi car, but not that big.
Not significant.
Yeah, exactly. And there is
Something
another
happened
battle
to
for
Latsko.
P8. Yeah, there is a
No,
battle.
Latsko is closing in on Shubatomi. Yes, let's go, Latko.
Laco is catching P8. Yeah, there is a battle between P8 and P9. 1 second between, less than that now. 4/10 of a second between Subatomi driving for the Life 4 Esports Hungary team and Laco for the ABBA Racing team. Oh,
Big
Subatomi
slide from
struggling.
both.
A big slide from both cars, and now Laco getting the slipstream. Maybe he can try something into the first turn. No, he's waiting.
He's
Taking his
patient.
time.
He's patient.
That's
Waiting for the perfect opportunity to maybe try to drive Shubatomi into some mistake.
Yeah, it's very close between the 2 cars now.
And he has a better exit at now.
Yeah, let's
starting from wide. Yeah, and is better accelerate. Defending the inside and outside and trying to get the position. Yeah.
Nice overtake.
Nice, Lacko. Let's go.
Let's go, Lacko.
Lacko.
Lacko is flying. Just as usual.
Oh, there is 1 lap between
and look,
Lacko and
yo, Sabi, is he? No, it's not. It's not him. I thought for a second.
No, I think there is 1 lap between Piopao and Lacko. I think they are not on the same lap, so
yeah.
I think Lacko has 1 lap to catch. 1 more lap to catch.
Yeah,
But nice
that's true.
overtake from Laco on the outside at the end of the
Let's
at
see
the
where
beginning of the
Mohata
sector
is.
two.
But he's slowly chipping away from that 3 seconds.
Oh, yeah,
So
it's still
already
killing its
2.5.
tires.
But yeah, he needs to pit soon at this rate.
Meanwhile,
Big
Big
Bang
Bang tires are pretty.
comfortably
Oh,
cruising.
yeah. And Big Bang is gaining time on Michi because there were like 40 seconds more than that. So Big Bang is gaining a few seconds. It's not significant, but he is gaining time, Big Bang on Michi. So which means the gap between P2 and P4 is also closing as Morata is catching Big Bang. So
Yeah, Big Bang
everything's
is
gonna happen. There is some
faster
drama ahead.
second lap.
Yeah, 2.6 seconds. Yeah, tires are about to be dead. It's gonna be pretty hard now to maintain the car on track and to stay quick as he is since the beginning of the race. But he's on the full attack mode, Morata now.
Yes. Yes, but I don't know, like he really needs to close this lap quicker than he is now, because by the time, at this rate, by the time he closes onto him, he needs to pit. So
Yeah. Let's see when Morata is about to pit in this from now, because the tires are in pretty bad shape.
checking the times of the first 5, Panya is well, the last lap was a 158, but
Yeah.
otherwise he's doing 157s, late 157s. Michi,
56. Oh, nice
yeah,
last lap. 56.8.
yeah, he was pushing hard last lap and a bit quicker than Panya every lap.
Big Bang 56.1, but on soft tires.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Michi and Panyahun ahead are on medium tires.
Yeah, the first 2 are on mediums, third and fourth are on softs.
Yeah.
And Mata King is softs also on B5. He's doing roughly the same times as Mohata in front of him.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's doing great. He's all alone on track. He's a bit behind Mohata, but he's too far away of Sabi. He's 1 minute 30 seconds ahead of Sabi. So now for Mate King, it's managing to keep this 5th position and to keep the ZIRA Esports into the top 5 of this race.
And I think Mohata is starting to feel those tires degrading.
Oh yeah, he's oversteering a lot in this sector 2, in this right turn. He struggled to keep the car on track. He was on the edge of touching the sand on the outside, but and he's not gaining. He's not gaining time anymore now on Big Bang. The gap stay on 2 seconds, 0.7 between him and Big Bang.
About Michi is 6 seconds behind Panya now.
Yeah.
Again, last 2 laps, 2 seconds gone between them. So
maybe the X3 can still pretend to the win.
How do you like the liveries?
I love them.
Do you have any favorite?
I have any favorites? I think there is one at.
Be careful your words. I am the designer for the ZIRA.
No, I like all of them. All of them are superb. To be honest,
I'm just joking.
I'm still speechless on how all the designer made those liveries, because it's impossible for me to do this. If I'm trying to do this, it's just a big piece of crap. But I think one of them I like the most. I think it's the HRT car.
Yes, thanks. It's a win for us.
It's a win. It's like a win for us.
Yeah, but I share this opinion. I think the HRT
Yeah,
one turned out
yeah,
really good.
yeah.
I
I
like the
like.
colors.
Yeah, exactly. I like the colors and the design of it. Yeah, it's one of
But
Or
all of
the.
them.
you made said Hori in the chat because
Sorry.
the other duo of the commentary team voted his livery to the best.
Ah,
But I have one thing about the HRT livery, which is not correct, is the Masters of Endurance logo. So
oh,
it is not our logo. You can see the top of the screen. So we are
Right.
using orange and
See,
and other
maybe it's
positions
not
of
my
the
favorite
numbers.
anymore. Maybe it's not my favorite car anymore now. No, but
But it's
all
okay.
the
It's okay.
all the cars are
question of detail.
very beautiful. They are all magnificent. It's I'm still amazed by how yeah, designers take time to these cars because they are all very beautiful. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a full skill set. These
yeah.
guys
Well,
have.
even if PRiMA doesn't have the MS30 livery, we saw the car just before, and the MS30 car is also very very good and very beautiful. So. Oh, okay, it's on your side. I think I don't see the livery on the MS30 car, but on the broadcast I see it. So yeah,
Uh,
it's
is
a
it
pretty.
different?
It's
Oh my
and they're
god,
all
it is different. Wow, that's weird.
yeah, it's some GT7 issue we still don't understand, but it's fine.
Yeah,
And Subatomi is pitting from the Live for Esport Hungary team. He's the first one pitting in this stint, I think.
and it seems a bit premature. Like those tires had no full wear, and fuel-wise he was also halfway. So there is some strategy involved in this decision.
Yeah.
I imagine
Live
he's
for
trying
Esport
to
Hungary.
undercut.
Yeah, medium now. He was on
It was
soft.
Lapko who he was fighting. So
Yeah, and
trying to undercut him
yeah,
maybe.
he changed tire compounds. He was on soft, and now he's on medium tires.
And he didn't fuel a lot. He just fueled a little bit, so he's just above the halfway line of the fuel gauge.
Yeah,
Interesting strategies.
yeah. There is still
Developing.
some strategy, some interesting strategy for the end of this race. Already 18 laps completed in this stint now. This final
4
stint.
seconds from Panya.
Much closer. He's catching him. But let's see for the first pit stop of each teams what tires they will use. If they still have to use some hard or medium compounds. We will
Yeah.
see.
I expect Mohata to beat this lap because
Oh yeah,
his tires
Left is dead.
are getting non-existent. soon.
Yeah, there is no more tires actually.
Mataking as well. You can hear the screeching every turn now.
If you were at the beauty of the liveries, which is your favorite, Louis?
Of course, the HRT one.
Ah, you can't say it. You can't say it.
Even
I
with the
can't
wrong
say
Then it's
the
the
sticker,
ZIRA one,
zero
buddy.
livery.
Then it's the ZIRA one, buddy. Of course, it's the ZIRA one then. I like them all. I even like the ROH one. Simple but
Yeah.
great.
Simple but efficient.
Hungarians always say for this nagyszerű, de egyszerű. Egyszerű, de nagyszerű.
Egyszerű, de nagyszerű. Jó van ez így. Baji, there is a question in Twitch that are you guys planning a 24-hour race? Le Mans or Spa, for example, we need a bigger commentary team for that.
If I can
That's
give
for
you an
sure.
advice, Le Mans is better than Spa, but it's maybe because only I live near Le Mans. But
Mohata is in the pit.
oh
Meanwhile,
yeah, Moata pitting now. Yeah, the front
if
left one.
if we have enough member in the staff, we can do anything. Uh, we 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 could do it in 8 hours also. This Nürburgring GP, but we could be really exhausted after this 8 hours. So Yuka in the race control is alone. Just the guys from my team is helping for him a little bit, even when they not racing. So it is really hard to us. I'm doing the broadcast and now commentating and helping for him sometimes with screen shares and screenshots. So it is difficult for us now because we are not enough for more hours or more things in these hours. So yeah, everything can happen if we have more member in stuff.
it's an incredible amount of work that goes into the organization of these endurance races, both before the race and both during the race and also after the race. So feel free, everyone who is watching, feel free to join the ZIRA Discord, which Baji will post soon in the chat. And
Yeah, of course.
you feel free to participate both in organizing and, of course, in racing.
And to follow as well this Twitch channel to not miss
Yeah,
any event
definitely.
as a spectator. So there is the ZIRA Evolution Championship, if I remember correctly of the name.
Yeah, of course, it is
Of course.
correct.
So there is the ZIRA Evolution Championship. There is of course the Masters of Endurance races. So there is plenty of things. And
We also have the totally random Friday fun races.
yeah.
So
So feel free to join this amazing community. Hesitate to follow
Big Bang in the box.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mohata left the pit lane. Is still on soft tires for another run with soft tires, so trying still to catch Big Bang, who just pitted. Same for Making, who gained the position after Mohata pit stop.
So it's gonna be close in the end. By the time Big Bang and
Yeah.
Mata King are leaving the pit lane, Mohata will be around. And it seems like Team Distinct has finished with their hard stints.
Yeah, I think yes. Yes, so there is some traffic ahead of Mohata now. There is
Panyahun, the leader of the race, who is in front of him.
And it was also Subatomi from the Live for Esport Hungary team. And where is Big Bang? Oh, he's just ahead. He's just ahead of Panyahun and Mohata trying on the inside. Ooh, there's contact between the two cars. No damage on Mohata car. I don't know for Panyahun if there is some damage or not, but there is a contact for sure between the two cars.
It's an interesting situation again because in the front of this row of cars we have Big Bang, who is P3. Behind him, Mohata. And behind Mohata is Panyahun, the race leader.
Yeah, it's. I'm very confused now.
Panya has a half a second penalty as well.
Oh yeah, penalty for track limit, or it's regarding the contact at the beginning of the lap. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, we just saw the replay of the overtake of Moata on the inside into turn one. He didn't want to stay behind Panyahun as he saw Big Bang just leaving the track ahead, leaving the pit lane ahead. So he didn't want to have a car between him and the PRiMA Esports drivers. So yeah, he had to do this move. There was a contact between the two cars. No damage on both cars. That's the most important thing. But there is maybe a penalty for Pagnon because of that.
Yeah, and they are adding more spice to this. Michi is just right around the corner of this for free, and Michi is in a position, in a fighting position with Panya. He is 1.5 a second behind Panya for the race lead.
Which the overtake will be investigated by the staff of the organization. The organizer, don't worry if there is any warning to give or something else. Don't worry of this. The staff is regarding the race and watching everything. They have the replay. And the gap between Big Bang and Moata now is of 8/10 of a second. 8/10 of a second between P3 and P4. And the gap between the two leaders is now of 1.6 seconds. It's getting closer and closer into between those four drivers now.
Mohata was getting blue flagged because Panya and Michi are coming behind them.
Yeah.
It's again an interesting situation because they are fighting for P3 and they have to let P1 and 2 who are also fighting through.
And Sabi is into the pit lane. He didn't pit yet, the driver from the Acta Sport Racing team. Sabi, who is, if I remember correctly, a next Takes 3 drivers. I think he drove before with under the Takes 3.
Maybe
team.
you are right.
Yeah.
He was part of a team called KSR.
Yeah. I
Before
remember of
Acta.
this. Yeah, I remember of this. Yeah, I'm
But
almost
I
sure
really
he
don't
drove
know.
for the Takes 3. I'm almost sure he drove for Takes 3 in the past on GT Sport.
That very might be.
Yeah.
True.
You talking about Sabi? Acta Sabi?
Yeah.
Yeah, Acta Sabi.
They are renamed their previous name.
No. The question was, was he driving for TX3 before that?
I think he driven for the PRiMA previous.
Maybe the PRiMA. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah.
Mohata is making a
was
move.
PRiMA. Oh, Gaban just say it was PRiMA 2. And Moata on the inside on turn 1 on Big Bang, who left a space on the inside, and Moata is now back on the podium for the Distinct Gaming, taking the advantage of Big Bang.
And Michi is also on the attack on Panya.
Two massive
3/10
change
of a
coming.
second.
Two massive change on the podium coming in a few seconds. Mohata now on third position ahead of the PRiMA Esports, and Michi is very close of taking the lead of the racing. Online Hungary, who is leading the race since the middle of the stint 1. From now, nice overtake from Mohata on the inside of Big Bang. Big Bang, who left a big space into turn 1 to let Mohata going on the inside. It's getting closer and closer. The exit of the hairpin to manage correctly. Now into the Schumacher Hesses. Very close.
Panya got scared a little. You can see on his lap times. Last lap was one of his best laps. He can feel Michi breathing on his neck.
Exactly.
It's a bit too close for his liking. Michi closing in the gap, in the chicane. And Panya escapes to the pit.
Good call from Banner.
I think so.
Yeah, it's a good call. At least he won't have to battle against him, and he won't be overtake on track. The pit stop for the leader, and now Michi taking the lead for the Virtualdrivers by Takes 3. New leader in this race, waiting, of course, for the pit stop of Michi. But yeah, I think it's the good call for the ROH car to pit right now to try the undercut, to not battle and lost.
He has a lot of fuel. Panya still has a lot of fuel, so he doesn't need to spend so much time in the pit
Yeah,
refueling.
exactly. He will gain some, and we have on a 1 liter per second of refuel, if I remember.
Yes, yes.
So
It
it's a
takes
pretty
ages.
slow. Yeah, pretty slow refuel. So yeah, basically 20 laps, 20 liters of fuel more than Michi. Yeah, it can be a lot for Panyahun. Meanwhile, Mohata is pulling away of Big Bang now. 1.5 seconds for the distinct driver, trying to create a gap between him and the PRiMA Esports driver. Meanwhile, behind, making taking back his fifth position after all the pit stop. Xavi back to sixth position, the driver of the Acta Racing team. Piopo P7, the driver of the Elite Racing Squad. Eighth position still for Subatomi and the Life for Esports Hungary team. In ninth position, Laco for the ABBA Racing team. In 10th position, it's
Lacko fell back a place because
yeah.
he was once through Shubatomi, but it seemed. And Shubatomi has some damage on the front of the car.
Oh yeah, right. Nice
Something
catch. Yeah.
had happened.
There is a damage on the Life Forest Point Gary car aero front. Damage on the car. At the back of the ranking, we have the MS13 10th position with Pefi Mafe in 10th position, racing with hard tires now. Mazak, the Polish driver from the ERS number 96, in 11th position, and it's still Totten from the Gran Turismo Hobby Hungary, last in this race, but still on track, still battling and trying to bring back the car home and taking the checkered flag.
Michi has to pit this lap because his fuel won't last anymore. It's gonna be interesting to see where he rejoins from the lead.
Yeah.
Compared to Panya. Panya is just finishing
Is Michi
his
about to
out
pit?
lap.
Still not? Michi is still
Oh,
not.
Michi is far from the pit
Oh
at
yeah,
the
he's far
moment.
from the, oh yeah. I
Still have
saw
half a lap.
exactly. There's half a lap to do still. But a long pit stop in Panyahun. No, on soft tires. Let's see now what tires will use Michi for the second stint of this race. We're almost at the middle of this final stint, lap 25 out of 60 now in this race, this final race. Meanwhile, Gabin, who is on the chat, is just saying that Big Bang Racing actually is not an official PRiMA Esports driver. He's just there to fill the team, if we can say that. Racing
There
for the
are
club.
many examples of that in this Masters of Endurance series today because we could see two Acta drivers on the
Oh, there
track,
is a
but
driver into the.
Mata King!
Oh, it's making. Oh, big lag
Oh, it
for.
seems it's some connection issue. Yeah.
Yeah, it's internet issue for making. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It can be disconnected if he's lagging. It seems to be back to normal.
Is it?
I
Not
don't
so
like this.
much.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
I'm
Back
really
to
sad now.
yeah. That's the problem. Sadly,
the
making
home team,
disconnected.
ZIRA.
It's too sad for the ZIRA Sport who are about to finish in the top 5. Sadly, disconnection for Mate King. Oh yeah, it's really sad actually.
Michi is in the pits.
Yeah, Michi just pitted. Now the question is where he will be when he will leave the pit lane, because Panyahun is already coming from the last turn now.
No movement from Michi still.
Yeah,
And
Panyahun is
Panyo
about
is on
to.
softs. Michi is gonna be on mediums, if
Uh,
I see it correctly.
Yeah, but it's weird. Sometimes the HUD is not updating
Yeah,
correctly.
that's true. Panya is just gone.
Yeah, the 20 liters of fuel saved into the tank are
Yeah, and
helping him.
Panya hasn't fueled that much as well. I think just inspecting the
And
fuel gauge.
Mohata is no P2, but he's
Yeah,
just ahead of Michino. Mohata P2.
and Big Bang between them. Big Bang is already
Oh,
taking this position back.
yeah, Big Bang P3, and now the Take 3 is on fourth position. What tires have as
Michi
Michi?
is on mediums.
Is on mediums. Meanwhile, the top three now, Panyahoon, Mohata, and Big Bang are on soft tires. The Distinct Gaming is now on second position of this race, 28 seconds ahead of the race Online Hungary, and still Mohata the fastest on track since the beginning of the race. It can be interesting to see now the lap times of Mohata compared to Panyahoon in the next laps. And yeah, Michino on medium tires.
He has the back leg from the top three. It's gonna be interesting because Michi has also fueled a lot more than the guys in front of him.
Yeah.
So
Maybe a
again,
longer stint coming for Michi.
strategy is at play from the TX3 driver. I'm really curious about the next couple of laps from him to see if he can keep up the pace with the guys riding softs.
While I get the correct information from the race control, Mate has internet connection problem. As we think about it, yeah. So unfortunately, the ZIRA Esports won't continue this race and have been DNF.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Is it that harsh?
Yeah,
the whole team is DNF.
racing or sim racing is
Yeah,
very hard.
It is a sadly unfortunate thing.
But ZIRA Esports can still be proud of the race. They was in good position to finish in the top 5. They made a big gap with the sixth position. It was Sabi from the Acta Esports racing team. The gap was huge with the car behind, so yeah, it was supposed to be a cool finish into the top 5. So yeah, it's an hard finish for the ZIRA Esports, but the race they made during almost 5 hours has been very good.
Yeah, and very unfortunate for you guys. I'm sorry, Baji.
It is what it is. We can't do anything against this, so it could be happening with everyone. So
yeah,
it is an unfortunate thing. Yeah.
And Laco is taking Subatomi again, I think,
Yes.
for 7th position. There is
And
action.
he
Oh,
already
and the nice
does.
attack from Laco now at the exit of the stadium section. Laco taking 7th position right now on Subatomi, who drop to 8th position. Nice overtake again from
Shubatomi
Laco.
still has that damage.
The damage,
I don't know
yeah.
if he pitted already or is this is just a new one.
I don't know. He pitted few laps ago. But yeah, I don't know if it's the same or not.
His lap times are very slow. Look at the 2.2.
Yeah.
Per
The
lap.
aero damage impact a lot the top speed of the car, and there is big straight section and quick section. So yeah, this damage impact a lot, not in a good way, the performance of the car on this track. Oh, be careful, Sabi, at the exit of the stadium. A bit aggressive
Yeah.
onto the.
All of them are using the full width of the track and
Yeah.
some. Like,
Track limits, I don't know what it
seeing
is.
this. But I mean, if the game lets it and
Yeah,
control
exactly.
can
They are
be
playing
kept,
with the game limits, so
yeah.
it's fine. Fine. Penalties are activated on the. Oh, be careful, Sabi, at the hairpin there. Yeah, the penalties, the track limit penalties are activated. So if the game is not giving penalty, it's not the players' themselves.
Yeah.
They can't do it, and to be honest,
You
everyone
can see
in
that
GT do it.
all
So
of them are fully driving to the limit, so even
yeah,
though it's an endurance race, it's not about just cruising through
exactly.
2 hours, but
We are racing.
driving on the very limit of the car and of the track.
And we are now in lap 29, starting for everyone out of 60. We are almost at mid-race, in mid-stint, let's say that. The final hour of this Masters of Endurance 6 hours of Nürburgring GP. And the ROH is still leading the race, but we had big change in the podium as the TX3 who was on charge to catch this first position is now dropped to P4, and Moata who was out of the podium at the beginning of the stint is now on second position. 155.2 for Moata on the last lap. I don't know for Panyahoun. 156.8. Yeah, Moata is much quicker than Panyahoun now.
Yeah, almost 2 seconds per lap. And but Mohata is already eating up those tires again.
Again, he's destroying its tires
Yeah.
now.
He
Tire
just puts
management,
them
I
on
don't know what it is.
solely for the destruction of them. Like in 10 laps, these tires has to be gone.
Tire
But
saving, I don't know what it is.
what is tire saving? But he is pulling. I mean, Big Bang is keeping the pace with him.
Yeah, he's not
Interestingly.
that far behind. He's not that far behind. He's 4.2 seconds behind the distinct driver. So he's doing well, Big Bang, actually. Still on the podium after being overtook by Moata a few laps ago. Going back on the podium after the pit stop of Michi. And we just saw Limon overtaking. I think it was Mazak, the ERS number 896 car.
Yeah, it was him. He goes.
Now there are only 11 on track now after sadly the disconnection of 2 minutes ago. Only 11 cars remaining, which means from now, yeah, the Acta is about to finish in the top 5 now. Sabi.
Yes, they are top 5.
They're
I'm
starting this. Yeah, sorry.
No, I was checking the results of the first race because I cannot remember anymore. Where did Acta finish the first race?
I just remember on the Sabi started this stint in 7th position, so it's
2 positions up.
Yeah, two position gain, but it was already 1 position gain for Made King disconnection. So it's a good stint actually from the Acta Esports racing team. It's Piopo who lost the position, who is now behind the Slovakian driver. Piopo started 14 seconds ahead of the Acta Esports racing team car.
Yeah.
And he's now 26 seconds behind. From now, it's a good stint from the Acta team.
The Big Bang is closing on Mahata.
Yeah.
A little
3.6
bit,
seconds.
little by little.
but I think Morata is having some traffic ahead of him. It's it's the MS30 car of Pefi Maffei.
He's getting his lap back. No, he's for a second I thought.
Also,
He's
the
trying.
MS30 was starting 11th of this team, now P9.
Yeah,
2 position gain as well from the MS30. Yeah, it's because of Mazak who lost as well a position. Yeah, the 2 ERS team losing some position compared to the start of the stint.
Pefi Maffei still has a chance to catch Shubatomi also.
Oh
because
yeah, it's not done yet.
Shubatomi's-
Yeah, it's not done yet for the MS30. Right, they can
Shubatomi is still out with damage, so he's still doing very slow laps compared to Pefi Maffei also.
Yeah.
Pefi Maffei is gaining like 2 seconds a lap on Shubatomi.
a great rewards to gain again 1 position for the MS30. Yeah, it's people on the inside of the Portuguese driver. Yeah, again. The gaps
Michi's
remain.
tires. Or, I mean, Mohata's tires, I was curious about them, but they are the same.
Yeah, still killing its tires, Morata. He's doing a great job. He's not doing some mistakes despite having some worn tires. So it's pretty solid run actually. He's not saving its tire, but he's not losing time by doing mistakes because of the tires being worse and worse. Yes, some Laco fan in the chat.
Yeah.
So, Laco P7 now. Started P9 to nice overtake from the HRT driver. He's doing well.
Yeah, he's driving pretty consistent. I mean, there are some 2-minute laps here and there, but otherwise he's doing really good. He was away for quite a while. We used to race together a lot, but the whole last year was Latko was absent because he was doing a job for Formula One, so he was traveling all around the world. And it's great to see him back on track, and great to see that he's doing really well. Yeah, especially in such a strong lobby as this is. I'm really proud of my team.
I think he's hearing the stream because
he always
flashed
listens.
his lights after
He always listens.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I think there is a big battle for P9, 9, 10.
Yes. Oh my God! It's a freeway battle on track.
But I don't know if they are all in the same laps or not. And there is in the middle of this Michi.
Oh, poor Michi. What have he got into?
But I don't know if Mazak and Pefi Maffei are on the same lap or not. Hey, they are on the same lap.
They are.
There is actually a battle for P9. And Totten taking slipstream of Michi to be on lap on Mazak.
Oh, big contact and
Yeah,
Pefi
big
Maffei. And Michi.
It's Michi, yeah.
Michi is the worst. Michi took the shortest of this throw because he really shouldn't even have been there the first place.
Maybe we will see that on the replay, the contact between Michi and Pefi Maffei, the Portuguese driver, into the chicane, in the middle of this battle, and Totten as well taking the slipstream of the TX3 drivers to get unlapped by its opponents. Yeah, the contact between the 2 cars. Yeah, and Michi going back on track. It will be investigating by the staff. Don't worry. But yeah, it's not a big. It's not a good thing now for the TX3 team, because with this incident now, Michi is 16 seconds behind the podium.
That's a lot. That's a lot of loss.
And with medium tires, while the top 3 is on soft, compounds. Yeah, it's not a good operation made by Michi there.
But
Yeah,
luckily, no damage has
yeah.
been.
No damage on
Caused.
both cars, and it was Pefimafe from the MS30 who maybe had a chance to maybe catch Subatomi for the 8th position, and now sadly the Portuguese team is dropped to 10th position now.
Subatomi is also, he was in the pits, but yeah, he just left. So
Yeah, but the pit lane, the refuel now is on the MS30 car. Yeah, no damage at least for all teams, for all drivers involved in this incident. But yeah, the poor Michi in the middle of the battle for the it was for 9th position. Yeah, it was for P9.
yeah, and it's gonna be
I just got
investigated in.
sorry for break your words. I just got the info from the race control. Mitch is pushing the MS30 car. That incident will be investigated after the race.
Okay. Understandable. Regarding the race, there is like 40 minutes left in this race, so yeah, it will be investigated correctly after the race. Don't worry, all the results will be provisional for sure. Do not hesitate to join the ZIRA Esports Discord Facebook page as well to have all information regarding the official results of this event for sure. And the gap between Panyawin and Moata is only 11 seconds now. Moata is.
Yeah, but Mohata is killing his
Moata,
tire.
it's still killing its tire. So I think he's about to do one more pit than everyone for this team.
Yeah, and only softs for Mohata for this stint. So like this team distinct has finished both medium and hard tires in the first 2 stints. So Mohata can run only softs.
Yeah, and we don't know exactly for the ROH team if it's the same case or not. But yeah, now it's for the first it was the careful at the exit of the chicane for Moata, putting one wheel into the grass, but not too much time left. Lost, sorry, for Moata. And Big Bang still just behind the distinct driver, 3.3 seconds behind. So Big Bang can still catch Moata ahead. So yeah, even Big Bang is catching Panyaun in the end.
Yeah. Panya is more of on a slower but consistent run.
Yeah.
He might have made a mistake on lap 34 based on his lap times. But yeah, Distinct and PRiMA are just pushing. They keep the same distance between themselves, also Mohata and Black. He gives 3 seconds with themselves, so it's not too much, not too few. So it's not disturbing to drive into slipstream, maybe just mess up on a braking point or something. I'm starting to think from Big Bang's side this distance is intentional, so he has time to react to Mohata pitting maybe.
Yeah, it's very indecisive in the end of this race because everything can still change between the podium. We just seen an incident with Michi, the driver from the Czech involved with the MSRT team a few laps ago. Incident will be investigating after the race by the race control. So yeah, but for the top 3, it can still change a lot in this 45 minutes of race remaining. 3 cars separated by 14 seconds.
I think this is the last lap for Mohata's on this set of tires. I will be very surprised if he does another.
Yeah, rear left
Big
tires.
Bang is struggling with the same one, about the same one. It's a bit better than Mohata's, but Big Bang is already struggling on the exit of the corners, especially on the rear left corner that is getting the stress from this track. and also this car is very torquey. I don't know how to say that
Yeah,
properly in English.
we saw some slides, some driver going on fourth.
Yeah, the previous stint also we could see some nice drifting on out,
It's a
out
pretty
exit of the
unpredictable car
corners.
on the reacceleration. I think it's you have to focus every time with this car.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the chat is worried for Moata's tires also. So
Yeah, it's like he's racing on the rim now. There is no more
yeah,
tire.
it's what we should soon be able to start to see the sparks. But I think this is it. This is the time for Mohata to pit.
Yeah. Yes, yes. He has less fuel than Big Bang, I think now.
Oh, he stays. He
Oh, he
stays out.
stays. Wow. Okay. Okay. Now we're talking. Okay. Okay. Why not? Why not? Let's hope for him it won't be the.
Yes, Gaben. That's what we think. That's what we think. We don't know for sure, because we haven't paid attention properly. But
Meanwhile, on the replay, you see this overtake from the. I think it was Sabi. It was the Acta car on was it Piopo, the ERS driver? I think it was. So it on the replay, and there is another replay of the MS30 car with the GTHH team. Yeah, just before the chicane, the move from Totten on Pefimafe to get unlap.
It was on the previous stint.
Oh, it was on the previous stint.
Yeah,
Okay.
or the first stint. I don't remember well.
Okay. Okay. I thought it was on this. My bad.
Yeah, it was the first stint. It was the first stint.
Okay.
Mohata is driving on three wheels at this point.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Big Bang is closing in
I
like
don't.
hell at this. Only the third section of the track. He gained almost more
And
than a
he's
second.
doing no mistake at all, Moata. That's the most impressive thing. It's not driving with
Still
these tires.
doing 157.
It's still driving correctly and like nothing happened.
Oops. Oh, almost jinxed it.
Yeah.
Almost jinxed it.
Shh.
Yeah, let's wait until you finish
Yeah,
it.
it's time to go into the pit. Yeah, Moata going into the pit lane. Which means now Big Bang is second of the race, 12 seconds behind Panyahum.
Michi will pass by also, and Michi is on mediums.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of fuel, so Michi will stay out for quite a long while still.
Exactly, and he get the slipstream of Totten ahead of him.
Sabi is also going past Mohata, so Mohata will have a lot of work to do after this pit stop.
Still on the distinct car, who is going for another run into with soft tires. Sorry.
Yes, definitely soft. So Distinct has used all the mediums and hards in the first two stints. What was the results of the investigation, Martid? Or Gaban? Gaban said he will investigate in the chat. So. I'm waiting for that result.
Yeah. The sure about the result, but yeah, investigate if you want, Gabba. And Moata leaving. No, still refueling. He's
Yeah,
not.
but
Oh,
Big
yeah,
Bang is only 7 seconds away from Panya, so he
oh,
was
yeah.
closing in
Oh yeah,
a
there
lot
was
too.
13 seconds. I think Panyahum had something in this lap because there was a lot of time. Oh yeah, look at the lap time actually from Panyahum. He lost a lot of time on this
Yes,
lap. It's gonna
yeah,
be a 2
2.2.
minutes 2 seconds lap time. Yeah, he lost the. I think they had something into Panyahun last lap.
Yeah, yeah, 5 seconds missing somewhere. But lucky for Panya, Big Bang is also have eaten up his tires.
Yeah, but it's a lot of time lost for Panyahun, and
Yeah.
Moata just left the pit lane, so it can be a nice catch from for Mohata, who is now I think on soft tires, who left the pit lane. Yeah, soft tire for
Yes.
sure, and full tank into
Uh,
the car. So which means I think from
You
no
think he will use this set of tires for the rest of the race?
no, I don't think as he's
That
killing
seems
its tires.
unlikely.
No, he will change at least 3 times of tires, but.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the next pit stop it's only a
Just tires, yeah.
tire change to to
Yeah.
reduce the. He is about to do I think one more pit than everyone. So, but be careful if he's still taking like he's doing since the beginning of the race with the full tank, tires will be dead
Yeah.
very quickly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, I mean, it makes sense just to fill up the tank now and
yeah.
just get a new pit stop with tires only. It will be still be much quicker because like this 1 liter per second fueling is taking forever.
Yeah.
You spend 1 minute in the pit lane.
Yeah. Banyaun is just behind Morata. The blue flag just got activated for the distinct driver. So yeah, 22 laps with soft is impossible. Meanwhile, Big Bang is going to the pit lane from now. And Michi is about, I think, to take second position of the race.
Yes, comfortably.
Yeah. And I don't know where Panyaun is in terms of fuel. Oh, he's fine. There is still like
He still
10%
has
of
like
fuel.
4 or 5 laps left in the tank, I think.
Yeah, and the soft tires are fine on the ROH car, so it's still okay. Ah, and the comeback of
Mate came back.
Mate King, yeah.
Does he has a reserve car, Baji, or something that he
I
can
don't
use?
mean so.
So Michi now back to second position of the race on a long stint with medium tires, till 1/4 of the fuel tank.
Yeah, he will need to pit once more, I think,
Yeah.
because of the fuel. I don't think this fuel will be enough. Or will it? What do you think?
There is 20 laps to go. Is it enough to do 20 laps? Maybe not. So it's gonna be like a splash and dash. So minimum of fuel to put into the car to finish the race. Maybe not changing tires. We don't know because mediums are still fine, but I don't know they will be still in a good shape in 20 laps. So I don't know. And Laco is into the pit lane as well.
Let's go, Laco. P7 is perfect.
Yeah, and we just saw on the replay right now the incident that took place a few laps ago between Michi and PRiMA for the MSRT drivers. Michi in the middle of the battle for the 9th position with several cars battling in the same lap, and Totten trying to unlap himself to the other competitors, and the incident between the two cars. And Pefimafe now back to 9th position. Meanwhile, Totten is about to go to the pit lane.
Yeah, PRiMA has passed Subatomi.
Yeah, Subatomi now dropped to 10th position. He still got his damage, I think.
Oh, he repaired it, but
Oh, he repaired it. Okay.
it took quite a long time. He spent like he had a 3-minute 12 lap, but that was the
Yeah.
lap with the repairs, I guess.
So MSRT is now back to 9th position. Laco into the pit lane, the
Laco still
refuel.
in the pits.
Exactly. And the
Mohata
gaps.
and Big Bang.
Oh, Mohata with a
Again.
penalty. Mohata with a penalty of 0.5 of a second for probably a track limit. A half of a second of slow zone penalty to take in the next lap for the distinct driver.
But they kept that 3 second of a gap between them.
Yeah.
Even after the pit stops.
I think, yeah.
Ooh, the Big Bang with a little bit of mistake.
Yeah, a little slide from Big Bang at the exit of turn 1 now. Yeah, and some tenths of a second lost with this slide into the turn 1. Now Mohata back to 2.7 seconds of the PRiMA
but
Esports car.
he still has that penalty with him, so lucky for Big Bang.
Yeah.
Bobby is in the pit.
I don't know where Piopo is now from Savi.
Oh,
He's
just
right there. Okay.
passing.
Yeah, taking the 5th position. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah,
He's one lap behind. He's one lap behind.
yeah, but and he also just pitted not so long ago because
Yeah, so yeah.
perfect tires.
So he will be in the same lap than the Savi. And Mazak now up to 7th position. It's going a bit better now for the ERS drivers.
Yeah,
For
and
the two ERS
they are
cars.
behind each other.
Yeah. Separated by almost 2 minutes, but just behind in the ranking each other. And Moata just took its penalty, which means the gap is now back to 3.5 seconds between the distinct gaming car and the PRiMA Esports. And Hun still have to pit.
Who is
And it's 4 now. It's 4 now, just when I called it. So the pit for the race Online Hungary car, the leaders.
Probably the last pit from race Online Hungary.
18 laps to do with the soft tires. Is it possible?
Manageable,
Yeah. It's not Mohata, so yeah, it's possible.
Not for Moata, but basically anybody else. It's manageable. Michi takes the lead, but he has to pit for sure.
Oh yeah, there is
Once more.
not enough fuel.
Big Bang doesn't have to pit anymore, but he's very far from Panya. From the looks of it, he's just turning on the carousel hairpin.
How are going Mohata's tires from now? Is he?
It's surprisingly not that bad.
It's not that bad, but yeah.
When was he out? He was out in lap 39, it seems. Yeah. So these are 4 laps old. So
I think it's Laco ahead of Mohata. Laco just between Big Bang and Mohata. Laco just pitted 2 laps ago. The gap between Big Bang and Morata is now of 2.7, 2.8 seconds between the PRiMA Esports and the Distinct Gaming. And Michi now taking the lead after Panyahoon pit stop. What tire does have Panyahoon? He's on soft.
He's on softs.
No, so which means the ROH also respected the tires regulation in during stint 1 and 2.
I think all the teams have.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious about the post-race evaluations because there was really no way to follow.
Ooh,
it
nice
live.
overtake from Mohata on the inside at the exit of the stadium on Laco. It was a nice one from Mohata. Laco who left space to Mohata on the inside. But he
Very
jumped into
intelligent
the
from Laco. Great job, Laco.
Yep.
I'm cheering
Jump
for
on the
Laco,
inside.
so.
Nice one from Mohata. We're not gonna go hunting Big Bang ahead of him. 2.6 seconds still between the PRiMA Esports and the Distinct Gaming. There are actually 4 cars battling for the podium.
Yeah, and Mohata sees him now. Like he has visually has the target in front of him. No cars in between. That can give a great boost to the
Meanwhile,
driver.
Matzak is pitting, the driver of the PRS number 86. Just behind its teammate. Refuel coming for Matzak. Taco was just 1 minute behind when Matzak entered into the pit lane. Michi, I think, is about to pit at the end of this lap. Now the question is which tires he will use for the last stint of the race. How much fuel he will put into its car.
She's staying out.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe one more lap. The gap with Panyahoon is of 1 minute 4 seconds now with the race Online Hungary car.
Yeah, but don't forget Michi doesn't have to
pit anymore, yeah.
And also, I mean, not to fill his tank that
Yeah,
much.
exactly.
Because
You're right.
there are only 15 laps left.
Exactly. So it's going to be a shorter pit stop coming for Michi, the Austrian drivers of the Virtualdrivers by pit 3.
We will have the first 4 very close, I think, by the end of this race.
Yeah.
Big Bang is 11 seconds from Panya.
And Moata
Okay,
only
but now
0.4
everybody is
seconds.
on softs, except Michi, who spends his last lap. Mediums.
And the gap still reducing between the PRiMA and the Distinct. 2.2 seconds between P3 and P4. Now Moata is still catching. Big Bang ahead of him. It's getting closer and closer now.
Yeah, but the tires, man, again, Moata is starting to eat up the rear
But it's
tires.
not as violent than the 2 first team, to be honest.
Yes, definitely.
It's still manageable. It's still doable to Moata to attack and he's still trying to attack and to catch Big Bang ahead of him. He's still trying to keep pressure on the PRiMA Esports car.
And Michi is coming to the pit now.
Oh, yeah. Good call. The leaders pitting. Another question is where Michi will leave the pit lane compared to Panyahoon, to Big Bang, to Mohata. And if he's
could he jump over Panyahun?
I don't think so, to be honest, because of the fuel. It's so slow. But let's see.
he
Panya is
changed tires at least. So new set of tires.
Is
We
it
don't know if it's gonna be medium or
mediums?
not. Mediums or soft? I think it will be soft.
It looks like mediums on the screen for me, but we will see as soon as he exits the pit. Panya is in the chicane and is turning on the final corner onto the final straight, on the start-finish straight, which is still refueling.
It's gonna be very close. It's gonna be very close. Not that
I
close
think
finally.
it's enough. I
It's
think it's enough. Go, Michi, go! It's enough.
And Big Bang P2. Ooh. Yeah, Big Bang P2, Mohata P3,
Mohata
and
P3
Michi leaving. Soft
just
tires for
leaving.
Michi. Soft tires
Yes.
for Michi. Fresh new soft tires. He got the tires advantage now. He's not that far for Mohata. The Takes 3 can still pretend to a podium now. And there is 16 seconds between P1 and P4. 16 seconds
Who
after.
would have thought, like after 6 hours, for the last 14 laps, the top 4 is separated by 16 seconds. And it's gonna be less.
It's
because
gonna be a
Michi-
war. It's gonna be a war between the PRiMA, the Distinct Gaming, the Takes 3, and the gap between Big Bang and Panyahun is now 9 seconds. 9 seconds, the gap between the ROH and the PRiMA Esports. Everyone is on soft tires now. Mohata with probably, not probably, with for sure the worst tire wear actually into the top 4. Still trying to catch Big Bang. Oh, it's gonna be very close between everyone in the top 4.
Imagine how tired they are already. Especially like Mohata is still doing the 55s and
Yeah.
within a tenth every lap.
The slide at the exit of the chicane for Mohata. Oh, be careful, some tenths lost by the Distinct driver. And Michi is only 4 seconds behind. A bit of slide for Mohata, still attacking a lot.
Yeah, they are all a bit sliding here and there. I mean, they really are getting tired as well. It can be seen.
It's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. This race has started. It's been almost 6 hours that those 12 teams are battling each other. Yeah, Martina is saying that probably the ROH is about to have a strong fight to keep the first position.
It's only 7 seconds now.
Yeah, and Big Bang is 1.5 seconds faster per lap.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, Big Bang is catching quickly the ROH car, and but be careful of the tire wear for sure, because Panyahun pitted much later than the PRiMA Esports and the Distinct Gaming. So like Michi got the tire advantage, the driver of the Race Online Hungary team. And Wata still now, still at 3.7 seconds of Big Bang. The gap is not moving anymore now. Still a bit of slide.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's Michi closing the gap with Moata and closing the gap with Big Bang, as the gap between Big Bang and Moata is not moving now. Yeah, there were 16 seconds when Michi left the pit lane with the first. Now there are 14 seconds between P1 and P4. Already 2 seconds gained by Michi. Even 13 seconds. Meanwhile, Pefimafe from the MSRT team is about to pit in a few seconds. No more fuel into the cars. 8 liters remaining into the tank, so it's gonna be a quick pit stop for the MSRT team.
Mm.
5.7 seconds. 5.7 seconds between Panyaun and Big Bang. Big Bang still in 155 lap time. Yeah, the last lap time 55.8, 55.5, 55.5, 55.4, 55.6.
Within a tenth. Come on.
It's super regular from Big
Yeah.
Bang now.
Big Bang is driving on rails at this point of the race. He's just on autopilot. I mean, sometimes you get this vibe. I don't know when you just hold the wheel and it's the same every lap. Big Bang is just
Yeah, and
within that
Moata is losing
focus.
time now.
Yeah. And Michi is losing time to Mohata also.
Oh yeah. Or maybe there will be one last battle, and it may be the most important battle, the most important fight. It's probably the fight for the win coming between the race Online Hungary and the PRiMA Esports.
It's 4.5 seconds now.
Oh yeah. And the gap between Big Bang and Moata over 4 seconds now. And Pefimafe from the MSRT team now back to the track. Soft tires, P9 now. 1 minute between Mazak. I think everyone can go up to the checkered flag. No one needs to pit. I think,
Yeah.
I think we're all good. Yeah.
I mean, who knows, Mohata?
Yeah. No, I hope for them no, because it will
Yeah.
be great. Regarding
It would be a disaster if he needed to pit.
the pit stop is long. Well, he won't have to refuel as he made a fuel tank in its last pit stop, but it's gonna be only tire change, but it's a
I
lot
don't
of
know
time lost.
if he's in the same. Oh no, Sabi is one lap
Yeah.
down from Michi because like on the track he's not that very far. So
But yeah, if Moata has to pit now, it's gonna be
just
probably
one place.
the loss of the podium from the distinct limit.
Yeah.
He has to stay on track. Everything can still happen ahead of him. If a Big Bang manage to catch Panyaun and they have to battle. Just behind Michi was battling with someone, I think. Let's take a look at the replay. It was with Pefimape for a revival, let's say that, of what happened earlier in the race.
The same
Uh,
place. They did it
but
well now.
yeah, but
Without
not the
contact.
same finish. Much better from for everyone. No drama there. It's all okay. Nice overtake from Michi on Pefimafe. No cars damage or into the wall. That's perfect.
We have Mihamati in the chat, and he says the Prima needs to go one more lap with the hard. I don't
Oh,
know
really?
if how Mate was able to calculate
Is
it,
it
but
is it trolling
I
or
don't
is
know.
it?
I don't know. It might be. It very well might be.
let, let's say everyone respect the rules. So let's say everyone respect everything correctly. Everything will be analyzed by the staff. Don't worry at all. After the race, everyone will check that all the teams respect the tires regulation. Let's But a reminder of what it was, all teams had to do, at least during the 6 hours of race, 45 laps with the race hard tires and 45 laps with the race medium tires. So 25% of the race with the hards, 25 other percent with the mediums. It was mandatory for every team. Let's pretend everyone respect the rules, and it will be checked afterwards by
definitely we will check after the race. But on track, Big Bang is
serious,
leading
but it doesn't
2
change
seconds.
anything. Okay.
We will see, Mate. We will see.
We will see. We will see.
Did you count this while driving in the first stint? I mean, I can imagine, like, if somebody, Mate, is the one who can pay attention to other teams' strategies while fighting for the win at the race.
In world class pace.
It will be, everything will be investigated. Check. Do not worry at all. We are in the 10 last lap of the race, guys. And the gap between the two leaders is only 1 second now.
It's right on the tail of Panyahun. He is in slipstream at the moment, as we speak.
The section 7/10 of a second after almost 6 hours of race. And the gap between Big Bang and Moata is 4 seconds. The gap between Moata and Michi, 4.4 seconds.
And then a lap. Tabi is down a lap from Michi at P5 to top 4.
And the gap between 1 and 4 is 9 seconds. 9 seconds between the first and the fourth of this race. Meanwhile, Big Bang taking the slipstream of Panyaun coming into the chicane. No overtake attempt by Big Bang. Oh, be careful on the acceleration, the exit of the chicane. Big Bang very close now from Panyaun. Oh, it's gonna be 10 dramatic more laps.
Yeah, and Panya is holding up Big Bang, and look at Mohata, it's closing in so quickly.
Oh, he's about to go on the inside. He's about to go on the inside. Big Bang into turn 1. Big Bang maybe taking the lead for the PRiMA. No, nice exit from Panyaun on the outside of turn 1.
That was the top class defense. Panya could accelerate so quickly out of that first corner.
Yeah.
That he could hang on to the first place on the outside.
Nice management. Let's take a look at the replay. He let all the inside of the turn to Big Bang, but then on the exit, much more speed for the Hungarian driver, and the ROH stay on first position of this race, but Big Bang is now only 0.3 of a second behind. Careful, taking correctly the apex of the hairpin for Panyaun. And Big Bang now 0.2 of a second. And as long they are battling, it can't help Mohata to catch them. Yeah, the gap between Big Bang and Mohata has dropped significantly by almost a second between P2 and P3. As long the two leaders are battling, are fighting, Mohata can still hope to catch them and to have a fight as well for the win.
Is he trying on the inside now?
Oh yeah, on the inside into the chicane for Big Bang. Nice on the braking, and it's good for Big Bang taking the lead. Oh, be careful, the exit of the chicane. Penalty or no penalty for track limits? No, it seems good. It seems good, and Big Bang is leading the race now into the lap 53 out of 60.
No penalty for...
No penalty, no. I was worried about the penalty because it seems to cut a little the exit of the chicane, but it was fine for the game apparently. And Mohata is only 2 seconds behind the duo Big Bang and Panyaun.
Yeah, but look at his tires. He needs 7 laps. He needs to do 7 laps with these tires.
And Michi is catching back now Mohata.
Yeah.
for third position. And now can Big Bang manage to pulling away to take some advance? It's very close. Yeah, the four drivers are separated by like 7 seconds, I think. 6.2 seconds.
6.2, yeah.
6.2 seconds, and you have 4 cars who can potentially win this race.
Big Bang is pulling away from Panyahun.
Yeah, almost 1 second. Oh yeah, he's doing a big effort now, Big Bang, for the PRiMA Esports. Oh yeah, last lap will be painful for Moata, but I think they will be painful as well for
Mohata has a penalty.
Oh, big penalty at the worst moment possible for Moata, and it will help Michi maybe to catch the distinct driver, maybe to still pretend to a podium for the Virtualdrivers by Takes3. 2 seconds between Moata and Michi. Oh, he's very close. He's very close.
Very close, and Mohata will not be able to keep this pace with these tires for long. Oh, look at the difference between his and Michi's tires.
Oh yeah. It's Michi's tires are 4 or 5 times better than Mohata's. And Big Bang 1.4 seconds ahead of Panyahun. Yeah, he's pulling away. Big Bang is pulling away, and it's starting to smelling good for the PRiMA Esports. Let's not celebrate too early because everything can still happen in this 7 last lap.
Baji, look at the chat, please, and answer it, because I don't know the answer. Okay, thank you.
Alors, Gabin from the PRiMA Esports is asking, do the first lap count for the tires? Is asking Gabin, which means what said Matty King regarding the fact that there can be one lap missing for the PRiMA Esports is maybe true. Ooh.
Oh my God!
Wow!
What a twist for this and for the race.
Yeah, the formation lap does not count for the 25 to the 20% mandatory. Oh yeah, and when I see the smiles from Gabin, yeah, it seems there is one lap missing for Big Bang with the hard tires or medium tires.
6 laps. He has 6 laps. Can he manage to squeeze in just a quick tire change and get back to a podium place from this disaster?
Yeah, Moata can still drop a lot in terms of performance, but he's not doing mistake at all. But yeah, he's almost on the rim on the rear left tire, Mohata. Oh, and maybe finally the ROH can still have this win. Oh, it's gonna be a bit confused this end of the race. And Matty King was right into the chat. Ooh, Panyahun, be careful, the exit of the turn 1, a bit of slide. And Michi very close from Moata, the contact between the two cars.
They are catching Panya also.
Oh, Michi on the inside into the stadium. It's going for Michi on the podium. 3rd position for the Takes3. A bit of contact into the stadium section between the two cars. No damage on both drivers. That's the most important. But now Michi is on the podium.
And he's only 2 seconds away from Panya, so it's still not played out for ROH.
Oh,
they can still lose this.
Imagine the Takes3 almost before the whole stint, about maybe to take the win. It depends on how it goes for the PRiMA Esports, if they respect or not the regulations regarding the mandatory tires. We had a first contact at the entrance of the stadium, a second contact into the second turn of the stadium, and at the exit, finally, it's Michi who is ahead of Moata, and the gap here reducing between Pan Yahun and Michi. 1.6 seconds between
Big Bang.
the race Online Hungary and the Virtualdrivers by TX3.
Big Bang needs to pit or else they will be disqualified.
It's disqualification. It's not a penalty. I don't
It's a
remember.
disqualification, yes.
Oh, okay.
So Big Bang needs to pit, and if he can manage, he can come back to
And
the
Mohata
podium
pitting.
place
Mohata is
because
pitting.
Mohata is pitting.
Yeah, Mohata is
Mohata
pitting.
P4.
Unless PRiMA Esports did what it needs to respect the tires regulations.
But still, Michi can snatch this win from
Oh,
Panya
yeah.
because
Oh.
he's half a second behind him, and we
5
still have
tenths.
4 laps to go
And
of this
Mohata-
6 hours endurance race in
Yeah.
3 stints.
Yeah.
And we still have the excitement of
Okay,
who wins.
Gabin just said we will pit end of lap 60. The PRiMA Esports is about to pit. PRiMA Esports about to pit, but they can still have the podium as Mohata just pitted. But the win for this Masters of Endurance 6 hours of Nürburgring GP is between now the Racing Online Hungary and the Virtualdrivers by TX3. It's between Pan Yahun and Michi. And it's gonna be 4 epic last laps of race coming between these two.
It's gonna be done. It's gonna be done now.
Oh, be
Ooh,
careful,
Panya.
Pan Yahun, yeah. To left enough space to
Michi
Michi.
takes.
Michi. Yeah, he's taking the second position, provisionally the lead, waiting before the pit stop of the PRiMA Esports. The Virtualdrivers
Somebody's
by
on the
TX3.
track.
Oh, it's
Oh,
Big Bang!
on the
Big
gas.
Bang out of the chicane into the sand. Oh, it's terrible. It's a terrible ending for the PRiMA Esports. No, and it's probably the
Oh my
podium
God.
going away for the PRiMA, who still have to pit. Oh, so sad. So sad ending for the PRiMA. And the distinct is probably about to take the third position of this race, and the TX3 taking the win. In before Pan Yahun is trying to oh no, he's too far away now.
Yeah,
he's
he's
too
already
far away.
3 seconds.
Oh, there is a
2.3
big slide
seconds.
as well for Pan Yahun at the exit of the chicane after the overtake of Michi. Oh,
It's exhaustion. This is the exhaustion of 2 hours on the edge racing.
yeah.
You can see both on Big Bang, both on Panya.
Amazing.
The edge.
Let's take a look at the replay. And yeah, the small mistake from Big Bang. Too much acceleration at the exit with worn tires. Yeah, the rear tires of Big Bang was yeah, not very good, and is still on track now. He's 4 seconds behind Pan Yahun, and the gap between Michi and Pan Yahun is already of 3 seconds. The Virtualdrivers by TX3 about to win. Oh, this chicane was.
There's still 3 laps. 3 laps can be full of surprises.
Oh yeah, this chicane give us full of things in this last stint. And yeah, we can understand the feelings, Gamma. Actually, terrible for the PRiMA, who still have to pit.
I'm so sorry for Team PRiMA.
And it seems now to be done for the podium, I think. Unless some drama again. And now the gap between Michi and Pan Yahun. 4 seconds between the two cars.
Michi is flying.
Wow. It's not a rocket ship, it's Michi on track. Don't worry, guys. Wow, yeah, very quick in this last
Still doing 56s.
Yeah, he's very quick at the end of this race. He was almost the whole stint in 4th position, behind with its medium tires. but he managed to catch back everyone. And the T3 are about merely to win this 6 hours of Nürburgring GP.
2 laps left
Yeah,
of the 6 hours.
9 more kilometers.
Now, let's count with that. May takes 3 could get a penalty after
Wow.
the incident. So
Okay.
maybe
Oh,
the
true.
race
There
Online
is
Hungary
this.
have the chances for the winning this race.
Or is it a time
Oh,
penalty? And if so, how much? Because it's already 5 seconds,
seconds, yeah.
which is leading over
Yeah,
Panya.
I think to be completely fine, it would need 10 seconds at least for Michi to be sure, to be 100% sure to keep the win. 5 seconds is fine, but yeah, it will depend of the investigation of what happened earlier with the MS30 team for Michi and Big Bang pitting. Right now,
As he has to.
it will do, I think, 2 laps. I don't know if it's about to do 2 laps with
They are have to
mediums or
pit
guards.
because they are miscounted
The hard.
the
Yeah. The hard.
Yeah,
hard. Yeah. They
so
have
it's 2 laps on
they
hards,
need
yeah.
one more lap for the mandatory requirement of the racing hard.
Okay.
So,
So they are about to do 2 laps, yeah. Players
so
go
they
for
won't be
hards now.
disqualified.
And Big Bang is 11 seconds behind Morata now. And Morata with
has
a penalty.
penalty.
Morata with a penalty. And the gap now 6 seconds between Michi and Panyahun. Oh yeah, totally
I
forgot.
love the
Totally
chat.
forgot the race
I
control.
love the chat of the Twitch chat.
Yeah. A lot. It's a roller coaster of emotions for
It is,
everyone.
it is.
Yeah,
It's up, it's down.
totally that. Yeah. It's up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down.
I mean,
And did I say up and down as well?
especially for Team
Amazing.
PRiMA, they've been like 2,000 back this race.
Yeah, we have
starting very unfortunately this race. All the comeback when they did through 2 stints and like 5 laps before the end of the race, they get the information that they need to pit once more.
Yeah, that's terrible. That's terrible. And the gap now between Panyahun and Michi is of 6.2 seconds. 6 seconds.
Michi is on
Michi.
the final lap of the
Yeah.
6 hours of endurance racing. Here at Master.
The 5 last kilometers of this
ZIRA.
race.
How much? How many?
Oh, Morata 54.0. Wow.
Wow.
This is a mega lap. This is a mega lap. Is it faster than Darkrai or not?
This is when Mohata is not caring about the tires.
It's not. Is it?
No, it's not this one. It's like lap 58.
I'm taking a look at the stint, at the previous stints result to take a look at the fastest lap overall of the race, and it's not even Mohata. It's Hypers from the PRiMA Esports who did a 54.070. So he's
It's close.
20 hundredths of a second slower, Mohata. With another penalty as well. But yeah,
but it's the final lap, so
it's
really
fine. The gap is huge
anything.
with Big Bang. It's gonna be okay. So now we are just waiting for Michi to take the checkered flag. It's gonna be a provisional standings as we still have one incident to investigate with these cars. Number 3 driven by Michi Dede and Petit Petiat finishing this race in first position with almost 7 seconds of margin, with the race Online Hungary waiting for a decision regarding the investigation of the incident with the MSRT. But Michi is taking the checkered flag first in this Masters of Endurance 6 hours of Nürburgring GP. First position for the Virtualdrivers by TX3, 6.4 seconds ahead of the race Online Hungary, driven by Panyaun, and the Distinct Gaming taking finally the third position of this race, with Moata driving the cars, and he was with, if I remember, Darkrai and who was the second of the
It was
Distinct?
Spicy.
Yeah, exactly. And the PRiMA Esports, sorry, finishing in fourth position. Nice top five, getting by the Acta Esports Racing team,
Yes.
finishing fifth. The ERS is about to finish in the first half. One of the cars is about to finish in the first half of the rankings with the number 45 of Piapo finishing sixth. Laco for the Haba Racing team, seventh. Nice result from the
Great job,
HRT.
Laco. Great job, Laco.
Good job, Laco.
Great
Yeah,
job, HRT.
Matzak P8 for the second cars of the Elite Racing Squad, number 96, finishing P8. The MSRT in ninth position for the Portuguese team. The GTHH in 10th position. So, which means is the last is the Live for Esport Hungary team, P11 of this race, and sadly the ZIRA Esport, who was in fifth position before the disconnection of Made King, will finish with a DNF of this race. Provisional results of this Masters of Endurance of the Nürburgring GP, the Virtualdrivers by TX3 winning this race, but it's totally provisional.
What a race. What a race. And all night long.
Yeah, all night long, but
Great
quick
job
cars.
from all of these drivers. It's exceptional drive from all of them.
Yeah.
We could hardly see any mistakes
Oh,
on the
yeah.
free stints.
It
Not
was
just the second one on the first. All of the free stints, we hardly saw any mistakes from these guys.
Yeah, it's been really impressive, and three cars finishing 13 seconds from each other. It's pretty impressive, and good luck, good job to everyone who managed to finish the race. Even the team, the drivers who were a few laps behind. It was very exciting. I don't know if we will have some drivers on interview after this race or not. I don't know, my dear Bashi, if we will have some people onto the Discord for some interview. But yeah,
And also shout out to Baji and the whole ZIRA team for putting this together.
Yeah.
Are you here, Baji?
Yeah, I'm here, and I will try to catch the podium finishers for an
Okay.
interview.
Okay, great. And just as well, a big shout out to Webo and Marco, who did an amazing job as well in the first stint of the race earlier. So big shout out to them for their amazing job they did earlier.
Great job from everybody, guys. Oof, I got tired.
We didn't race, but we are tired.
Yeah, it was exhausting.
Yeah, it was a pretty fun race. As you said, we didn't see that much big mistake. We saw some incident, let's say that, but no massive crash, no big things. And we have Laco actually into the at the pit exit doing some donuts to celebrate the end of the race. Oh, big penalty for Laco. Boo!
Didn't read the rules.
Boo! Penalty!
Well, it's gonna be cash penalty, Laco. Go on. We will pay.
But yeah, GG to everyone involved in this race. It was really, really fun. Still, I'm still deeply sorry for all the issues we had I had into the at the beginning of the second stint, but we managed to go until the end without problem. So it's good. It's good.
It's really good. It's really
Yeah.
good, and I loved the whole field. The whole field was just spectacular.
Oh,
I think I saw a penalty.
yeah, I will do the translation. Oh, 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 whoopsie. Oh, he's back. He's back.
He left again. He's shy.
He's in the
He's
waiting
shy.
room.
Yeah, he's back to the waiting room.
He's very shy. Oh, and Stefan, the team manager of the Takes Free, is as well into the waiting room. I think, yeah.
Okay, so there was a 5 seconds penalty for the incidents involving number 3 and number 4
So, which means the Takes Free has officially won the
on.
race.
Yeah, because the
Yeah,
difference was 6 point something of a second.
6.2 or 6.7. So, which means
Yeah.
by 1 second, by one
Wow.
second after 6 hours of race, they finally won. Stefan, yeah. Bonjour, monsieur
Ah,
Stefunzi de la
bonjour.
TX3.
Bonjour.
Bonne nuit.
Hello,
Déjà.
hello all.
And Dede is as well with us. We are about to do it in French, I think, and I will do the translation for you
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Or you wanted to do it in
Tata
English as
is
you want?
keeping leaving.
Ok, ok. On va la faire en français. Tu peux dire à Dédé qu'il peut arrêter de faire le timide et qu'il peut nous rejoindre, mon Stefunzi, si tu veux.
Je sais pas ce qu'il fait avec son truc là, mais il va arriver.
Je sais pas.
Il aime trop les interviews, il va pas rater ça, c'est sûr.
Ouais, puis c'est ça. Puis on vient d'avoir l'info, hein, je sais pas si tu l'as entendu ou pas sur le stream, mais on vient d'avoir l'info du race control concernant l'incident avec la MSRT. 5 secondes de pénalité, mais qui ne change rien au résultat. La
Ok.
Virtualdrivers by TX3 a officiellement gagné ses 6 heures du Nürburgring GP dans ses Masters of Endurance. Après le French Tour, les Masters of Endurance, mais où allez-vous vous arrêter, la TX3, j'ai envie de dire?
Bah écoute, je sais pas, ils sont tout foufous là, ils sont fin chaud.
Sky is the limit, j'ai envie de dire, au bout d'un moment.
Ouais, non, mais c'est top, c'est impeccable. Ils ont encore fait un super boulot sur ce coup-là. Et puis, il y a eu des incidents. Ben, Peter qui est allé s'amuser un petit peu avec le.
Oui, qui a joué avec le mur. On a...
Ouais, je sais pas. Je sais pas, il voulait donner un challenge en plus à Michi qui arrivait pour le stint d'après. Donc, et puis bon, il y a eu l'incident aussi avec le drapeau bleu. Une mésentente parce qu'on était en micro et il pensait qu'il allait ralentir avant la chicane. Et puis finalement, ben non, il a pas.
Ouais, puis ils étaient tous en train de se battre. En plus, le pauvre Michi était au mauvais endroit au mauvais moment, quoi. Et...
Clairement, clairement. Donc bon, bah effectivement, voilà, bah si ouais, il y a 5 secondes de pénal, ça changerait au résultat, tant mieux. Et puis en même temps, bah voilà, c'est respecté aussi parce que bon, il faut quand même arriver à dépasser, même si c'est un drapeau bleu, il faut faire ça propre, quoi. Donc
On a quand même senti hein, sur le troisième relais, on a vu Michi en médium alors que tout le monde chaussait des tendres. Il s'est pas laissé démonter, il est revenu petit à petit et il nous fait un dernier relais de fou furieux. L'ami Michi, je sais pas si on l'aura tout à l'heure, mais encore une fois, vraiment très
je sais,
solide encore dans la tête mentalement hein, ce soir, la TX3.
ouais, ouais, très fort. Là, il y a Dédé et Peter qui sont dans le
Ouais.
waiting room. Là, je sais pas ce qu'ils ils sont dans la
Can,
salle d'attente, les gars. Offrez-leur un café.
Bachi, can you switch Dede and Petit Petit? I think they are ready to join us.
I think so, yes. Maybe we try with Lucas first.
Okay, okay. So
He can't join from PS5 to the studio too. Then
you want to switch to Studio
we
One?
try with Peter. No. And here's Peter from TX3 and the second driver of the team. Do you hear us, Patty?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can we talk in English, or we can talk in Hungarian if you want?
Doesn't matter. I can speak English. So
Okay. How you feel after this 6 hours race? Did you imagine this you and your team will win this after the French Tour competition and uh, uh, a second win in endurance racing?
to to be fair, we prepared really. So that's not a big surprise, but yeah, we wanted to get a podium. So we are happy that we won this event.
Unbelievable performance from your team, absolutely, and I would like to congratulate for your whole team and for you also for great stuff. Uh, mm, it was really good to see a high quality team as your team to driving in our organization, and I'm very happy to you win this race tonight. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Peter, and
But
have a
yeah,
good luck in the future.
yeah, you too. Thanks for the broadcasting and this for this event. It was a really good event. I like this stuff, so that's feel me better in these days.
Thank you so much, Peter.
GG, GG,
GG.
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 Now we
I
can
don't know
drive
if
with
you did it.
Basset. Yeah.
Allô, Dédé? Dédé?
C'est moi.
Dédé?
J'ai pas mon casque.
Dédé!
Dédé.
Dédé!
I don't have
Ça va,
my
Dédé,
headphone.
ça va.
Ça va, on va le faire en
Ouais.
français, t'inquiète pas, je ferai la traduction, je sais qu'il est tard, t'inquiète pas, mon Dédé. Bon, comment ça va, mon Dédé?
J'entends rien.
Oh,
Attends,
arrête. Dédé, t'as
j'ai pas
gagné!
d'écouteurs. J'ai pas d'écouteurs.
He's
Mes
having
parents
some
qui
issue with
dorment.
his headset.
J'entends.
Allô, Dédé?
Putain, j'ai pas mon casque. J'entends rien.
He is not listening at us.
J'entends que dalle. Putain, alors, faut pas se t'interrompre.
Ah, heureusement qu'ils sont mieux organisés sur la piste, hein.
Hopefully they are better organized on the track. Okay, we are waiting for just to do the translation of what we said with Stefanzi just earlier. I just asked where it gonna stop after taking the win onto the French Tour. And now tonight, the Master of Endurance, 6 hours of the Nürburgring. What's the next step? And Stefanzi just said, I don't know. It's like, yeah, sky is the limit. He's very happy about the performance of the guys. He just learned the decision of the 5 seconds of penalty, so it's fine with it because yeah, it's a bit of misunderstanding, and basically Michi was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but it doesn't change the result of the race. So yeah, very happy of the result. I am good, Stefanzi.
You are very good, like always.
Oh, and
C'est bon, je vous entends.
Ça y est, Dédé.
ah, Dédé, Dédé, t'as gagné.
Oui.
Dédé, t'as gagné. Je sais pas si tu es au courant de la décision, hein, de l'incident avec Michi, donc les 5 secondes de pénalité qui ne changent rien au résultat. Du coup, pour une grosse seconde, la TX3 l'emporte ce
Ok.
soir dans ces Masters of Teaser du Nürburgring. On voyait tout à l'heure un Gabin dans le chat dit passer par toutes les émotions. Je pense que ça a été à peu près la même chose pour la TX3 ce soir.
Ouais, à peu près. C'est un peu la galère.
Un peu la galère. Tu fais un bon premier relais où tu arrives à ramener la voiture deuxième. Derrière, Petit Petit a fait le job. Et puis, on a vu un Michi qui a pas galéré, mais qui est resté souvent en quatrième position, mais qui s'est pas débouté et qui, au mental, réussi à remonter tout le monde pour aller finir sur un dernier relais de fou furieux pour aller gratter la victoire. Raconte-nous de ton côté, que ce soit ton stint ou même comment toi tu as vécu ces trois différents relais.
Alors, pour la strat, on s'était dit qu'il fallait obligatoirement essayer de créer un gap pour être confortable et pas à devoir courir après les places pour devoir remonter. Donc, je me suis dit que fallait partir en soft dès le début pour prendre du coup cette avance. Sauf que j'avais pas vu, enfin, c'était un peu compliqué au niveau de l'usure des subs. Bon, j'ai bien réussi à les tenir malgré une petite sortie de piste que j'ai fait un moment. Mais c'était pas trop mal. On finit deuxième avec un bon gap derrière. Après, il y a Peter, il prend le volant en dur et il remonte pas mal sur le P1. Et j'ai vu que l'équipe qui était devant, quand même, elle faisait des gros efforts au niveau du fuel saving parce qu'ils nous mettaient quand même 8 secondes dans les pits. Donc, avec le x1, ça faisait un peu mal.
Ouais.
Donc, on a essayé de se débrouiller comme ça. Bon, il a pas eu de chance, Peter. Il a eu une petite rencontre avec le mur.
Oui, c'est ça, il a voulu faire
Euh,
des bisous au mur.
et ouais, du coup, c'était un peu compliqué. Mais du coup, au troisième stint, on était quand même à 23 secondes derrière. Donc, en vrai, c'était pas perdu.
Mhm.
Puis Michi nous a fait le job. Bon, il y a eu quelques petits retardataires. À un moment, on n'a pas eu de chance. En fait, on est tombé sur 3 retardataires, ceux qui se battaient tous les trois. Du coup, il y en a aucun qui voulait laisser passer.
Ouais, c'est ça, au mauvais endroit, au mauvais moment, en fait.
Du coup, Michi, il y avait un mec à sa droite et en fait, il pouvait pas doubler. Du coup, il a essayé de tenter, sauf que ça n'a pas passé. Du coup, voilà. Mais bon, en tout cas, il nous fait un dernier style de fou furieux quand on voit qu'on est à. Je crois qu'il était à 16 secondes, non, je crois.
16
Quand il
secondes,
sort
ouais.
des pits.
16 secondes, ouais.
Quand il sort des pits, je suis à 16 secondes. Moi, je suis comme un fou. Je suis assis sur le canapé, je regarde, je fais. Il va pas quand même tout rattraper, quand même. Bah, si. Tranquillement. Il nous fait ses petites stints. Après, il pousse, tranquille.
Et il fait les
Mais
cartons
bon, c'est.
pour qu'avec la petite pénalité, finalement, ça passe comme il faut. Bon,
En tout cas, bien content. On a fait un bon taf, même avec Steph là qui est resté en vocal, qui regardait un peu ce qui se passait et tout. Donc franchement, c'était nickel.
après le French Tour, maintenant, les 6 heures du Nürburgring, c'est quoi la prochaine étape? C'est Sky is the limit ou...
Non, c'est les 24 heures de l'autisme.
Ah oui, c'est vrai qu'il y a ça. C'est vrai, tout à fait. Fin janvier, on aura le plaisir. J'en commenterai un des relais d'ailleurs, donc ce sera avec vous.
Ah,
Un des relais en cœur de la nuit, ce sera très très cool. En tout cas, bravo Dédé, bravo à la TX3 pour cette très très belle course encore, cette très belle victoire. Je vais juste faire la petite traduction pour les gars, mais en tout cas, félicitations Dédé pour cette belle victoire. Bravo aux gars, bravo à
oh, c'est
Petit
la team,
Petia,
hein.
bravo à Michi, bravo aussi à Stefunzi qui a été là pour vous donner un coup de main, pour vous soutenir. Donc vraiment bravo à vous encore une fois. Voilà, le travail paye, donc ça fait plaisir.
Yep, merci.
Yeah. So, quick summary of translation of that they just said regarding its stint and the race overall. The main strategy for the Take 3 was to do a gap from the start of the race. So that's why they started on soft and to try to make a gap with the rest of the pack of the field and to be a bit more to have an easier race. But when they realized, especially in the second stint, that the race Online Hungary was doing big effort on fuel saving and gaining time into the pits because as they were saving fuel, they were gaining times into the pit. They had to manage as well as they can, and Michi did an amazing third stint, and as Dede saw on the broadcast that Michi was 16 seconds behind the leaders uh, in the 10 last lap of the race. He was like, okay, he's about to do it. And he did it. So he did a massive final race. he did the gap to preserve the win for the TX3. So they are really happy about this win.
Il est là, Micha.
Very smart.
And Michi is with us. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello,
we
guys.
still have some distinct people in the waiting
Yeah,
room.
Yeah.
yeah.
Michi is here. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you
No
short.
problem.
Why don't we let the distinct guys also in, and so we can all have a big conversation?
Oh
What
yeah,
do you
sure.
think, Bajri?
Nah, just take part of them.
All right. So carry on, Woob.
Oh, okay. So hello, Michi. Congratulations for this win. What a final stint you did, and what a final run you made to catch everyone after your last pit stop. You were 16 seconds behind. You managed to catch
Yeah.
everyone one by one, taking the gap. But yeah, what a mental you have. You had a pretty hard race, especially when you were like at the worst place at the worst time with everyone battling when there is this incident with the MS30 team. How did you feel your race? How was your feelings about this win and your stint overall?
Yeah, it was a very good strategy. My teammates, we made a party, so yeah, the goal was to save a bit fuel. The first stints on mediums and on the soft, just push like hell. But we know that tires broke down by the 3 people in front of us, so we just need to stay consistent. And yeah, it was really hard to not make a lot of mistakes. But yeah, the tires broke down by the distant people and the other 2 team members, and yeah, the overtakes wasn't that much hard, but yeah, the whole work was very hard too, because one team member crashed in the box, unfortunately, and I lost also time, 10 seconds, because of this crash on the medium stint. But yeah, overall it was then still a consistent race, and yeah, it was also a bit of fuel saving race because the pit loss was a lot. But yeah, it was very exciting for my first race after a long time after break. So yeah,
You did an amazing final last laps. It was a
thank you.
very very strong performance. Congratulations to you
Thank you.
and to your teammates for this.
Yeah, they were
amazing.
also very, very fast. But overall, the whole lobby was very strong because over 180 laps and so close together, it's insane. Yeah, so I was really enjoying it.
GG, congratulations.
Unfortunate. Thank you.
Congratulations
Unfortunate.
Great
Thank you.
performance, guys. Congratulations for your performance.
Thank
And
you,
good
guys.
luck
Thank
in
you,
the
go.
future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
And thank you for the
There are
good
not people
event.
in the waiting room, no?
Yeah, these
These
things
things are
will
waiting.
come.
Yeah.
These things. They are not Petit Petit, no?
He did a interview.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
just
Yeah, he
before
did
you were
before.
to-
You go over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you guys and have a good night. And enjoy
Thank you
your
Thank you.
too.
racing.
Well,
Enjoy.
Thanks for the event.
thank you.
Thanks for the customs.
thank you.
Thanks for
Bye.
all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao,
We'll
ciao.
see you
Yeah,
next
insane
time.
event.
Bravo.
You guys.
Bye.
Salut Baguette.
Salut Pierrot.
Salut.
Quite a lot of people in the waiting
Yeah.
room. Oh my god.
And there are other people coming.
Yeah.
And
They keep coming.
there are distinct drivers.
Gentlemen.
Yo,
Sabo and Muhammad Hadi. Welcome,
Hello,
guys.
guys.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Congratulations for the podium.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And
Shukran.
Chris Parker also.
What a
Bye,
drive.
team.
What a drive from all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
It was a good drive, but our strategy was not very good.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you this, Mohata. Like,
I just want
what
to
was
ask
the
you, Mohata.
strategy?
Mohata, I just want to ask you, are you hungry yet or not? Because
Eating
every
so much
tires of
rubber.
you managed, you eat them.
Yes, because our plan at the start was to do 15 laps on softs and pit 3 times.
Right.
But then I saw that my tire can last 20, but it didn't, and it just messed up the whole strategy. And at the end, we just we changed the whole strategy, and it was not good. We didn't stick to the plan.
But you pushed it to the limit, so like you got uh, out of the strategy what you could. I think fully, but it was an awe to watch. Like all the all the pace you had in this final stint.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
We can call it hammer time.
yeah. I
But
think my
you
driver.
were really close to the fastest lap of the session. Not
Ah,
session. All the event.
Yeah, actually, you were
yeah,
down from hypers from only with only 0.0.02
yeah,
seconds.
yeah. I was gonna go for the fastest lap, but it was good. But on the first sector, I had a little bit dirty air from back marker. But and on the next laps, I was just making mistakes. But yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's
lap was
unfortunate. I mean, you
yeah,
were
the lap was
pushing
good
hard
except for sector
for
one.
2 hours non-stop. Like,
Yeah,
we can imagine, like all of you, and to all of you, like, this is a great
yeah,
accomplishment.
yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, well deserved result for your team, because every moment of this event you made it well, and you had a world class pace in under the all of this race. So
Thank
congratulations, guys.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks a
Thank you,
lot,
thank
and thank you for the organization. The race was amazing. The the settings of the race, I really enjoyed it. A lot of strategy was involved, and it was very fun. Thank you, guys.
I happy you enjoyed it, and enjoy your podium, guys.
Thank you,
Well deserved, well deserved.
thank you, thank you.
How do you feel after this race, Parker and Sabo? Do you have any words after the 6 hours and the podium with your hands?
Uh, I don't know. I wish I had the strategy better for us. I think um like Mahana said, we should have just stayed to the plan. Of course, I think if we, I think I'm still not over that first stint, because if we had gotten that portion right, um, I think we probably would have been closer to first place or even in first place. Um, but just me taking the extra stop in that first stint was not really ideal by any means necessary. So I uh, I
Yeah,
screwed up.
too bad
So,
for the start
but
because you were on pole on the first stint, if I remember correctly. Like you won the
yeah,
qualifying, right? Yeah. But I don't know if there is a special award for that. But no, like, congrats for the pole,
yeah. Thank
just in
you.
case. And you, Paitsy, how was your
Yes, sir.
stint?
Well, uh, exciting to be
We could
honest.
see, yeah.
Uh, a lot of fuel saving. Um, yeah, I was just like trying to get the car home, making uh, few mistakes,
Could you
and I
manage to stick to the strategy, or you had to improvise too? during the
No,
race?
no, I had I followed the strategy Cooper has planned.
No.
Uh, that was 12 laps on hards and the rest on mediums. So Mo can push. Mo could push in the last stint. But yes, we will learn from this. This was a good lecture, and next time we will take more time to prepare and think about the strategy twice. And yeah,
I don't
we'll
think
be
there
back.
is a need. I don't think you need to like have any kind of bad feeling. It's a great result from the team. It's especially as others said, this was a very tough lobby. And all the teams were top notch today. So I think like this is still a great achievement. But of course, keep keep on keep on racing.
Yeah, guys, keep pushing. You did an awesome performance in this race. You don't have reason to be sad on anything, to be bad. You have to be happy with this podium, and congratulations for your performance again.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I hope we will meet again in this endurance series next time.
Thank you. I hope so too. I like the organization. It was very good.
Thank you,
Thanks.
guys. Thank you, and have a good night and enjoy your podium.
Everybody
Thank
Thank
sleeping.
you.
you.
So
GG.
tired. You can hear.
GG.
All of us.
Hmm.
All of us are just very tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go sleep.
Yeah.
Yalla, good night.
Good
Yeah,
night,
it's
good night, guys.
Yalla.
good
Good
night.
night, guys.
All right.
It's almost 2 a.m.
Yes.
Wow,
Almost.
what a race! What an end!
What a
Oh,
day.
yeah, what a race! It was amazing.
What a day!
Congratulations.
It was a long day.
Yeah, it was a
It is
very
actually
long day.
tomorrow. It was so long day. It was such a long day. It
Tomorrow is
turned
the
into
rest
tomorrow.
day, so
Yeah.
it's fine. So yeah, GG everyone involved.
Yeah,
Congratulations, Baji and all the staff of the ZIRA Esport for this amazing event. Top
exactly.
production for the broadcast. GG. This
And
was
thanks for all
amazing.
the viewers who managed to stay with us for the
Yeah,
whole long.
thank you to you, Luigi, to help me during
Thank you.
this long evening. It was a pleasure to commentate with you. Still sorry for all the issues at
Oh, come on.
the
It was
in,
fun, man. Let's
it,
do this
Yeah,
again.
yeah, it
So,
was
yeah,
fun. We
sure.
managed this.
I love the experience. It was my first broadcast in English, and I love it. It was despite the issues, it was an
yeah.
amazing race. So thank you
Let's.
for
It's good
inviting me.
because it
let's
was my first English commentating too.
yeah, it was the
Oh,
first
it's
for
fine. Oh,
Baji
it was
too.
the first time for everyone. Perfect. So yeah, it
uh, I
was
want
good.
to thanks mm, you two guys. This performance in behind the microphones. Uh, really pleasure to work with you, and also with Webster commentary and Marco Albertini in the first half of the race. And I would like to thank for the race control uh, Jörg Németh and all of the ZIRA Esport team who help him in this event. Also, I would like to thank every viewers who followed our race tonight and who start following our pages and came to our servers. Really appreciate it, and don't forget to uh, there will be uh, uh, ZIRA Evolution Championship second season in January. The first round will start in January 7th, so we will back soon. I would like to wish everyone a happy new year, and also you two guys,
Yeah.
and we will meet soon.
See you on ZIRA
Okay.
Evolution Championship Season 2,
Yeah,
in which
yeah.
I will be on track.
In
Hopefully.
the semi-pro season.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck,
So
Luigi.
see you then and see you there. But otherwise, I can happily come and help you guys with the commentary on the Pro Series. But this is something we will discuss when it's time.
Yeah, guys.
So
Yeah.
thank you,
So,
everyone, again.
let's go to sleep. Good night for everyone, and
Yeah.
see you on the track next year.
See you. Have a good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
Luigi. Thank you, all viewers, and have a good night for everyone.
Have a good
Good
night,
night.
everyone. Bye bye.
Sziasztok.